Boys! Oh, I got the wrong screen on. Hold on. Boys! We did it! First try. First try. At least I turned my camera on today. A few days ago, I forgot to turn my fucking camera on, so, you know, it's been a whole ordeal. I had to adult today again. And, bro, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like the house buying process. This isn't very fun. It's fun, but also, man, everybody's just like, bleh, in this process. Fucking sucks. Grenade sniping the first in chat today. What have you done with Leon? Jesus Christ. Me oh my, Magisto, I see you out there. Hoofsy, Sir Alwyn, Pablo, my lurkers. What up, my boys? How's congrats? No, not congrats yet. Not congrats yet. Just more processes. Just more processes. Hello, noob. How are you, my boy? What are we getting up to, my lads? It's another cold, rainy day in Maine today. My car is fucked, and the dealership didn't have an appointment until Monday. And we're 99% sure that my car is fucked because of the dealership's work on it. So naturally, it's going to be covered under warranty, and they're going to go good on it. But dude, I don't even want to drive the car right now. Like, it's not like driving bad, but it's a very concerning sound. Like, it's very much a concerning sound. So, what is that? I have no idea what that is. Is that like... What is that? I have no idea what that big word means, and I'm pretty sure you copy-pasted the shit out of that. Good gravy. Fear of short people. Maybe? Maybe? I would also say that they are 1000% not settled in and hard locked in on things. So what we need to do is encourage racism and riots. In the MMO, by the way. In the MMO. So, effectively, we need to have a campaign against the dwarves. I got you. In-game! In-game. Only. Damn it, no, that's bad. That is bad. In-game only. But we need to have an anti-dwarf campaign. And we need to encourage the developers to give us something other than a dwarf necro. We must. We must, because honestly, bro, I don't know how I'm feeling about the dwarf necro either, if I'm being real. I don't know how I'm feeling about those little guys. Also, bye, hope you're having a good day, fucking high elves. Listen, hold on though. What if a high elf is just the dopest kind of elf? What if it's not like an I'm above you elf? What if it's a, like, my dog type elf? You know what I mean? Dopest elf is a dead elf. Well, that sounds like you want to play a fucking dwarf. That sounds like you have personal problems to work out. Give me human necro at least. Honestly, I'm kind of shocked that there's not a human necro, but it's also one of those situations where, like, human could be legitimately anything in the entire kit of the game lore-wise. There's nothing that a human couldn't be, just canonically. So their options are to either, like, give human everything and just be like, yeah, this is the lore, and have human be the most played by far on Sacred Order side, or cut some things out. It's slightly unfortunate. I had a friend scared of midgets. Is that a mean word now? One came up to him. Jesus fucking Christ, OC. One came up to him in the nightclub and goes, excuse me, boss, to get by. And my 6'4" friend screamed like a girl, kicked him in the chest to get away and ran. I feel like that's a hate crime. I feel like that is actually a fucking hate crime. I don't encourage violence, Jesus Christ. Good fucking gravy. Talk about a drop kick. Anyways. Yo, Yee. Thank you for the 100 days of lurking. Oh my goodness gracious. Those hours must be going up. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's a panic crime. I don't think that's defensible in a court of law. That's a hate crime. Quack, I'm pretty sure you're right. I'm pretty sure screaming and then following through with a kick is a full hate crime. I feel like if it was like an instinctive kick, then it might be defensible. Like, I'm a scared puncher, basically. Like, if I get scared, in terms of like somebody jump scaring me around a corner or something, my fist ball up and I like start the motion to fucking Hadouken somebody off the face of the earth. And it's not always the best because I'm very easy to scare. And I have definitely almost uppercutted some very innocent motherfuckers. Now, I don't necessarily think my punches would hurt very much. I play video games for 8+ hours a day. So I'm not exactly like, I'm not a bare knuckle boxing champion or anything, man. I'm not fucking Kimbo slicing this bitch. So, who got the fist in chat redeemed today? You got the fucking fist in chat, motherfucker. Grenade got the first in chat today. Also, your caps lock is stuck. Happy to help. Happy to help. Very, very, very happy to help. So, yeah, that seems like hate crime being executed. I will say, it's about intent. Because they're a midget that's a hate crime. Was he just going around drop kicking every short person in the fucking club? See, that's what I'm saying. If you're kicking people in the chest without discrimination, then it's just assault. If you are only kicking the very short people in the chest, then it is a hate crime. It's like if I get scared and I start just throwing hands no matter who it is, it's just a defense mechanism and it's an oopsie. If I walk around the corner and just fucking sock my girlfriend because she jumped me, that's a crime. But historical behavioral data is very important. So make sure you beat those close to you frequently so you have an alibi. Thank you. No one is more dangerous than an angry... Jesus Christ. Where is this going today? Where the fuck is this going today? What is happening? Is it Wednesday? Is it a full moon tonight? What the fuck is even going on out here? Chat. I mean, I guess since we're just fucking softballing shit up, anybody live in Atlanta and want to like house me for a few days next month? Because I got invited to DreamHack, but we're like in the process of potentially closing on a house, so I don't want to spend any money. So they were like, hey, Dusty, you can come down. But also, I don't really know what DreamHack is. Like, not that I don't know what it is. But like, I've been told that DreamHack is very built on the bring your own computer, like, end game aspect of it. And I'll be real, I'd probably just go and watch people in IRL stream a little bit. I feel like that would be the vibe. I'm like 4 hours away. Yeah, I'm not trying to commute 4 hours a day. You got a tent that I can borrow? Because I'm not really trying to swing through Walmart either. Not trying to have charges on my card. So listen, I got the ticket for free, which is great. That's huge. I got like their creator pass invite or whatever, so that's fucking dope. But I also like, if I wasn't potentially buying a house within the next like month or so, then I would probably be 1,000% going to DreamHack. I just do not know if it's viable in the cards right now, because housing is fucking pricey down there. I might go next year though. I'm thinking it might be like only TwitchCon this year, and then next year try to do DreamHack and TwitchCon, depending on when and where TwitchCon is potentially, or doing something else, maybe like BlizzCon TwitchCon, or maybe like DreamHack TwitchCon. I don't really know. Maybe even like a PAX and TwitchCon. But I really enjoy TwitchCon. I hope TwitchCon doesn't go to shit this year, because I will say the con itself for TwitchCon has very much so declined in recent time. I will say it's very much declined in recent years, but I'm optimistic that any of these TwitchCons will be the absolute slapper that brings it back. And this year we got Portillo's to get. Italian beef Sammy's, my boys. Yo, Toto, what up, my friend? How are you today? Hope you're having a beautiful one. So, do not camp in Georgia. Wait, why no camping in Georgia? Is camping in Georgia bad? I thought everybody camped in Georgia because it was just like out in the middle of nowhere. It looks good in pictures, but in reality, I bet it's sketchy. I feel like it can't be that sketchy. It's a bunch of people with computers. Although I will say that would be the best place to fucking rob, realistically, from a convention standpoint. Cause like, what if you have, you know, what is, say you go hold up TwitchCon, right? Hypothetically, people aren't gonna have a lot in their wallets. You're gonna get like some credit cards or some shit, and then those are all gonna get canceled. But if you pull off the heist that is DreamHack, then you're getting a shitload of computers. You're getting all of that movable, marketable product. You send that over to a pawn shop or melt it down for precious metals. Oh, you're set. You're set. We're talking about the aquarium there. Oh, I was talking about pulling off one of the greatest heists the world has ever seen. So you think the aquarium's nice? Because realistically, could do a little bit of both. Just yoink a couple sticks of RAM. Hold on. I'm getting an idea. I'm having a brain blast here. I'm having a brain blast. You pay $150 for a DreamHack ticket, right? And then you pay like $450 for a wooden clipboard and a little bit more for a black polo at Walmart. Show up at DreamHack, black polo, khaki pants, dress shoes, and a clipboard. Stand near one of the doors and say, "Hello, sir. PC inspectors here. Just have to make sure you're not sneaking in any contraband, bombs, weed, etc. Gonna have to go through that bad boy real quick. Just see how much RAM they have. Pop off the side panel. 50% of the RAM, pocket it. Every single PC. It'll still run. It'll still run. But you're gonna make some clams. We probably shouldn't be scheming out loud. They're gonna take our spot. Yo, what up, Gig? How are you, brother? You saw they removed the request access button from Scars. Ah! Fucking piece of shit. Fuck, that was so loud. Oh my god, my feet came off the ground. I got scared. I almost fucking punched my monitor. Bro, I swear to god. Oh, my heart rate. Okay. Master Chief, good day, brother. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Too many saunas, probably. Venolin did say that they surpassed 100,000 requests for access. 100,000. They surpassed. New Yu-Gi-Oh! Possible Lego sets. I hope those never see the light of day. Never, ever. Unless they got my dog. Unless they got my dog. The interest is insane. The interest is remarkable. I will say, their first Steam playtest, having over 100,000 requests for access. Granted, it's free to play, so that's going to help a lot as well. But 100K is a lot. They might peak at genuinely every bit of like the 12K that they have access to server-wise. They have 4 NA servers that they have prepared. They have 2 EU servers. And Venny has said that each of the servers are going to start out right around 2,000 concurrent users. So theoretically, if they have 100,000 requests for access, they might hit that. They might hit that plus some more in queue. I am very glad that there is a lot of hype going into this. I just hope that people have proper expectations going into this as well. That is my biggest thing that I keep trying to remind people of on our end, is like, make sure that we are not selling ourselves on this grandiose dream this early. It's okay to be excited for the game. Perfectly okay. No, I'm excited for the game. I'm excited to check it out, see what they have. But it's still far away. They're not even going to have a guild system in for the playtest that we're looking at here. So there's still a long way to go. Very, very, very long way to go. And we need to prepare for a lot of bad along the way as well. Not necessarily in the game vision, but like in terms of the current state of the game. We need to prepare for jankiness. We need to prepare for potential disconnects and login infrastructure issues. Like, we need to prepare for a lot on our end that could potentially go wrong. And I'm hoping everybody does make a mental note of, hey, this shit's probably about to be a little janky. But I also don't know that people will. The idea of it coming out of the cards is so cool. Wait, what is this? There are Yu-Gi-Oh sets? Look at it. Okay, wait. So you have... Ooh. The dual deck is sick there. I used to have one of these as a kid. Yo, bad love. Thank you for the follow. Much love. Exodia coming out of the cards. Yeah, that's fucking crazy, actually. Wait, this is actually crazy. This is... Alright. Alright. Alright, that goes incredibly fucking hard, I won't lie. That goes incredible. Wait, what's in this card? Is this the cock of the forbidden one? Is this the unprinted Exodia card? Oh my god. His peenie. The cock of the forbidden one. Left ball, right ball of Exodia. God damn it. Alright, well. This does go incredibly hard, I will say. And it even has like a little mini dual deck. That's fucking sick. Alright, yeah, they might have gone way too hard on this. I have no idea who put this shit together. But they step on a brick. I fuck with this. That's a Lego? Yes! So, effectively, they do voting sessions for new Legos. And these are fan-made. So, basically, people will submit their builds. And the builds themselves will get voted on. And certain builds that have enough votes will get very limited runs. Where they are... I think it's like the Bricklink is what it's called. But the ones that are very, 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 very heavily voted on and win the fan vote will get a certain number of prints and effectively like, not prints, but like publications, like boxes. This one isn't Bricklink, it's official Lego. Oh, okay, so this is a vote, then it gets printed as an official Lego set for Yu-Gi-Oh! X Lego type shit. So effectively, different people make these, right? So all of these are made by different people. Just from scratch, by the way. In big box store. Bricklink is a limited time. Okay, so these get added as like perma. That makes sense. So whichever one of these wins will become a permanent fixture. Now, the big thing about these two that I think is crazy is that you have to consider these are not already printed as a, you know, this is the full set. So somebody had to effectively assemble all of these pieces and like custom run all of this from scratch and make this shit from the ground up. So when you're looking at this, I'm assuming this is all stickers and you just have like the elevated platform and then stickers, but these kind of look like they're printed blocks. I think it might be printed blocks or stickers, either way. But someone had to come up with the design for all of this from the ground up, and every single one of the bricks got put in place, and it'll come with reproduction steps and instructions if it does end up winning. Shit's crazy. It is genuinely very, 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 very in-depth in terms of how much detail goes into this shit. Like, when you look at... That'd be printed at that point? Right. I think it's printed. It looks printed anyways. It doesn't look like stickers. But when you look at just all of these small blocks, like each of these are different blocks. All of these are different blocks. This whole thing was like 1,900 plus different bricks. Stragma. Oh, it's my last college exam ever in a few. What's it over? And is there any chance of you failing if you fuck up the exam? Like, how heavy is the exam actually weighted? Because, hear me out. If it is not that heavy, I have a proposal. Skip it and smoke a doink instead and celebrate being done college. There's no chance I fail, even if I didn't write. Oh, dude. Just fucking kick your feet up. Smoke doink. Celebrate. Actually, Scars isn't out yet, so we don't really have to worry too much there. But if Scars was out right now, I would highly recommend the skip the final exam and doink route. It's a layup. I'll be done in an hour or less. What class is it for? Is it like one of your core classes, or is it just some bullshit elective? I had to take, before I got my degree, I had to take a class that was a history of country music as an out of major elective, just for the credit. Dumbest fucking class I've ever taken. Got a 98. Didn't actually do shit. Every time that there was a discussion board, we were supposed to listen to a different country song from a different era and then provide like a discussion board about it and discuss the song. And I just described every single song in every discussion board as soulful and twangy. And I got a 98 in the class. It's an elective that's considered a core. Oh yeah, so it's just one of those joke ass classes. Yep, GG. Well played. Well played. Bruh, yo, that was the honestly easiest class I've ever taken. It was great. We would just get assigned an era to listen to a song, like, for the week, right? And then we would have to do a discussion board on that song and break down our song, and then respond to 2 different people's discussion boards. And that was our participation, which was most of our grade, right? And then other than that, it was online, like, quizzes and tests. And I would just Google all the answers because it was a history of X class. So you could just Google every single answer and receive a definitive answer for it. So I just Googled all the tests, and then it was a free class. When I was responding to other people's discussion boards, I would just write, I agree. The sound of this song is very unique to this era, and you can really tell insert artist name wanted to have something unique. Is how I'd start pretty much every one of them. Can you imagine school with ChatGPT? I don't know if I want to. Dude, AI's wrong a lot still at this point. Like, just generally accessible AI comes back with absolute filler bullshit so much. I would almost worry, because I feel like a lot of the time, most teachers are not going to care enough or be able to discern what is and isn't AI, especially older teachers. But man, sometimes you're just gonna have this completely incorrect shit coming in where you're like, you did not write this. You did not write this. Master Chief, Starlink has petitioned the FCC to allow balanced up-down bandwidth, make uploading and streaming available truly everywhere. The tech is already in their Gen 2, Gen 3, and mini systems. So we're talking like mirrored up-down. So if you get like 1 gig down, you'd get 1 gig up on Starlink as well. What does Starlink currently have for speeds? Because I've always heard it's kind of inconsistent. Yes. Mirrored on Starlink would kind of go crazy. And for a streaming purpose, if I got a Starlink mini and then like a mini PC to run out of a backpack type shit for IRL streams, and we were able to have this mobile setup, right? That would be fucking wild. Absolutely wild. I know a lot of people in bumfuck nowhere that need Starlink. I mean, thinking of it in terms of practical application in like the development of the world makes sense. That's, you know, that's an incredibly impactful thing as well, to deliver internet effectively to everywhere that's covered by a satellite, which, as you know, is literally everywhere at this point. But selfishly, in my dumb mind, I've been thinking about, you know, once we're all settled into the house and stuff, trying to save up and up the IRL setup to something a little more consistent for when we do travel, have it ready for TwitchCon and shit, where we effectively have a, what is it? Universal power supply or some bullshit? Uninterruptible power supply, UPS, that one. Uninterruptible power supply, one of the little battery thingies, and charge that bitch up, or however we do it, get something to run the PC setup in the backpack, and then have just a little tiny micro PC where we can have, you know, OBS interaction and stuff like that, and set it up where we run the stream off of that, make sure we have the best, you know, availability of settings, the best internet possible, a little Starlink mini, throw that shit in. I don't know how viable it'd be or how not viable it'd be, but it sounds like a cool concept. I'm not really sure what a lot of people do for their setups IRL now, because there's capability to effectively run off of a PC through apps, but I haven't set those up. A mini will run on a solar panel or 12-volt car power. So I could just have Carla wear a hat that has a solar panel on it whenever we're IRL streaming. I'm on a ranch in the desert right now. Wait, so why do you have a Starlink? Just like carry one of those bitches with you? Is it going to be an open beta or just lucky guys? I have heard only handsome people. So unfortunately, all of you are fucked. Every single one of you, 0 shot, absolutely cooked. I'm so sorry. I will report back to you on how it is, though. Unfortunately, no, fortunately, no NDA or anything like that. So you guys will be able to see it. It is a request access beta. So it's free to play, but they only have, a certain availability for server capacity right now. From what we've gathered, they have 6 servers that are ready to go, all of which will start out hosting about 2,000 concurrent, and they passed 100,000 requests for access. I want to say it was a few days ago, like earlier this week or late last week was when they hit 100K requests. So, from what we've gathered, and feel free, anyone that didn't request access, do me a favor and search this up in the Steam store real quick. It's Scars of Honor. And see if you can request access. Because I have been told that the request access button is no longer there. And that is a little bit of an interesting development, if I do say so myself. If they have truly taken out the request access, boys, we might be cooked. We might be cooked. Now, maybe that opens up the door for keys soon. I checked on the browser, it's still there. Wait, so how did dude not see request access? What is this proper? Can someone else confirm the request access is still there? Because then I'm Sag. Well, not Sag. I'm actually happy that no one's getting caught out. But Sag that we were led astray. Okay, so maybe request access is still there. Can I unrequest my access and re-request it? Excuse me, yes, I'd no longer like to play this game. Thank you. Thank you. Do not send me one. Alright, so it seems like it might still be there. Das, buongiorno. Have you requested access to Scars yet? We're trying to find somebody that hasn't. That will go on to Steam and check. It's there? Okay, make sure you request then. We're good. I've not? Okay, you should. Yeah, so you guys should be good to request access then. I just looked on app. Okay, cool. We were just trying to confirm if the access button was still there or if it was gone. Somebody's friend told them that the access, like the request access button was gone when they went to request it. I think their friend just didn't want to play a video game with them in hindsight. So, seems like people can still request access. I guess my friend is blind. Have you considered he just doesn't like you? He's in VC and he's like, oh man, I can't find this fucking button to request access, dude. It's a shame. You're just gonna have to let me know how it is, I guess. God, it's fucking tragic. Oh no, maybe it's a regional issue. I think it's global because they have EU servers and NA servers going up. He's a WoW elitist. Oh, dude, he might have just given you the dip then. He actually might have just hit you with the, oh no, I can't see anything. Oh, it's so dark in this room. Oh, fuck. I have reason to believe even if you sent him a screenshot of where it is, he would not find it. You'd probably get a couple hours out of him. Maybe it's best we let that one play WoW until it's a little bit more developed, yeah? So, in terms of people getting in, we don't necessarily know how many total they're going to be accepting in. We have been told that they're going to be accepting people in waves instead of all at once. So we'll see more people coming in after the fact. So, oh my god. Oh my god, that Nana crows.
Sweet 16.
Hey, yo, wait, that's like your quinceañera, but like another one, right? Because that's at like 15. Wait, so if you're Mexican American, do you get a quinceañera and then also a Sweet 16 party? Do you get to double dip on that? It's like when your parents divorce, but they're both rich, so you get 2 Christmases. Yes. So what do you get for each year? A lot of my cousins did. That's fucking tech, actually. My cousin didn't. Haha, broke, poor. Just the 15? Interesting. Maybe Carlos cousins have like the good RNGs off spawn. I need to ask my Mexican American. Well, I have my resident researcher in here as well. So Carla can speak firsthand. Did you get both parties? Or were your parents just kind of like, nah, fucking chill, shut up? Did they put George in the dress instead? And like put him up and give him? I don't celebrate my birthdays. Right, but isn't the whole concept that other people are supposed to celebrate your birthdays? Because you get a lot of money and shit during that, right? Like, since it's so close to the other holidays. That is fair. That is fair. I've never got anything. Cap, you were my first gifts? I was your first gift. Yes. Yes, I'm back. She hit me. So she does not get both parties. Interesting. A sweet birthday tuck right there. Things I've never considered. If I had a time machine, there were many things. I know the same with her. Her birthday is in December. December birthday plus luck. Wait, you don't get your girl a present on her birthday? Just because it's in December? Bro, get her something small. I don't fucking, like, not your dick. That's probably less of a present at this point. But like, I'll fucking cupcake or something. We'll go, but it's so close to Christmas. Fucking hit her with a snowball or something. I don't know, bro. Something to remind her you're thinking of her. A little whitewash or something. It's the tech. You've just got to send the love out. My birthday is December 30th. I never once celebrated my birthday. It is kind of a shitty birthday to have, I'm not gonna lie. Like, your RNG off spawn, your spawn timer's really bad. Daughter just turned 1 this past weekend. Almost time to teach her some gaming tech. Honestly, at 1, you could probably realistically sign your daughter up for baby Neuralink testing and then have her gaming by the time she's 1.5 and like cranking 90s in Fortnite and shit. Like, you imagine she's like not even walking yet, and then she's just out there cranking 90s and quick scoping motherfuckers. I'm just saying. Once it's tested, might just start spawning babies with Neuralinks type shit. Let it grow with them. Brother's birthday is December 24th. He was born at 11:47 p.m. Oh, terrible spawn. Terrible spawn. Brother's getting spawn camped by St. Nicholas. That's fucking cooked. She's practically walking now. She might be a prodigy at this point. What's her height percentile? Because if the height percentile is good, buy a basketball hoop. There was just a bargaining agreement with the WNBA where effectively their contracts went up exponentially. Multi-million-dollar yearly contracts now. $5 million super maxes. Oh, it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Wife and I are both Italian, so she's short. Oh, yeah, you're fucked. Yeah, probably not going to the league then. That's not good. That's not good. How tall are both of you? Because, honestly, the LeBron project might be dead there. That might cook it. She's still going to basketball. She just needs a shiv. I mean, if basketball doesn't work out, I'm like 5'8", my wife is 5'2". You could consider painting her orange and using her as a traffic cone. Might be good at that height. Probably decent enough visibility. If she's already walking, potential's there. But yeah, the height side, that's not going to work out. Unless something genetically happened. Like, unless... We're not going to go down this route. We're not going to go down this route. We're not going to talk about the super sperm. The boy who lived that had the 6'5" genes. It's definitely your Halloween costume next year now. Honestly, it's a banger. Just traffic cone kid costume, and then just set them on people's doorstep. Calendar reminders so I don't have to remember special days. What did I log into? It's been a weird Wednesday so far, Self. It's been an odd Wednesday. You don't want to know what stream has been so far. Dude, it's been a really weird Wednesday. So, thank you for the 40-day streak, Nightmare. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. I appreciate you coming through. Like, I don't know what it is. I swear to God, chat, is it a full moon tonight? Can someone check? Like, no bullshit. There's gonna have to be the next Muggsy. Yo, Phoenix, the 205. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's huge. The Muggsy reference is crazy. You know, the springs could work. So, it's not a full moon. Okay. Part of our housing process... Well, actually, many parts of our housing buying process, like our house buying process, consist of giving the bank a lot of money. Just in various instances of giving the bank a lot of money, right? So we were supposed to sign a bunch of shit. And then after we signed a bunch of shit, then the bank was going to call us, and then we were supposed to pay up and be good little hoes. So we sign all our shit, and the lady that we signed our shit with was like, okay, yeah, my assistant will be calling soon, blah, 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 blah. Dude calls once, and I missed the call because he called without, like, letting us know he was going to call ahead of time or anything. I keep my phone on silent because I don't want people fucking bothering me. And I missed the call. So I got to call back, and he ain't fucking pick up. And so I email, and this was yesterday, by the way. Keep in mind, they're taking like $1,000 from us. They're getting paid. So I emailed the thread that all of us are on, and I'm like, hey, Carla and I are around, you know, the rest of the day. If you can reach out and connect with us, just call Carla's phone instead of mine. I'm gonna be working. Heard nothing. And then today I wake up and there's an email from, you know, our mortgage lady, and she's like, hey, just double checking, making sure everything got sent along smooth. And I responded to the email. It was like 9:30 when I woke up. I was like, hey, actually, we ain't heard from him like at all yesterday, and haven't heard any correspondence today after emailing yesterday. And we still didn't hear anything. And so I emailed again at like 1:30ish, and I was like, hey, just confirming, like, we're supposed to hear from dude. We still haven't heard from him today. And this time I only reached out to the mortgage lady. I didn't reply at all. And then I called, like, dude's line again, and he didn't pick up again. And so I left a message after, like, the second email today and the message. And then he calls me back, and I'm like, oh, hey, look who it is. Like, I pick up the phone, and I'm nice to the guy, right? I just pick up, and I'm like, oh, hey, how's it going? And he is instantly annoyed. You can just tell by the way he is, like, talking on the phone. He just introduces himself. He's like, this is so-and-so, so-and-so, you know, company. This is my number for this thing. He's like, it's Dustin. I'm like, yeah, it is, dude. I hope you're having a good day. And he goes, good. This is what I'm here to do. I was like, oh, fuck. Okay, man, my bad. My bad. Sorry for expecting you to do your fucking job and take money from me. My bad. Been on the waiting list since fucking yesterday because you decided to call me without any fucking heads up and then wouldn't return my call immediately after. Golly. What I'm hearing is he is not having a good day. Bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. I tried to be nice and make it a little better because I was supposed to, like, have my interaction with him tomorrow because this is how everything's getting sent over to people for review and shit. So, like, assistant will be calling you as a heads up. Well, technically, she said he would reach out to confirm a call and then just called without reaching out to confirm the call or anything. So that was slightly unfortunate. Because usually how it's worked is they reach out to confirm the call and then they confirm the call instead of just swanton bombing off the top rope. But I guess cordiality. I guess scheduling died. And scheduling is very important. Going for a mortgage is so damn annoying. Took me like 3 months to get mine after we went into contract. Almost lost a house. Jesus Christ, wait, why? What were your big delays? Buying a house was one of the worst experiences I've had. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. It's been stressful, but really, like, our home buying experience, I think, has been a lot better than a lot of people's so far, anyways. Like, we got through the inspection with a completely livable place with no large issues related to the actual livability of it. No immediate concerns, foundation, roof, like just stuff that we can do to modernize and bring it up to speed and, you know, shit like that. So for us, it's actually been really chill, if I'm being real. We had a great, I keep calling him landlord, had a great realtor. And, you know, he's still doing a lot for us. That's been helping us out with everything along the way. The bank people have, honestly, for the most part, been incredible to us. Like the people that we're working with for our mortgage and shit. They've gone out of their way to help us as first-time buyers, like, understand the process more. So, ours has been solid. They want your monies? Like, yeah, but also, we're not spending a lot of money. Also, hello, DG. Hope you're having a good day, brother. Like, we're not spending a lot. We are not rich. Also, Corla really helps. You do fucking nothing. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I had to call that guy twice on my own. A good agent pays for itself. He's done a lot. Yeah. We also, no, I'm kidding. I love you. I appreciate you. But our agent has done a lot. Our inspector was great as well. Like, Carla called around and checked a lot of different inspectors out and ended up booking some very maney old man for it. And like, he wasn't old and frail, but he was just like an older dude. And it was a beautiful process. Like, he walked us through everything, gave us the rundown on all of it. Like, it told us there were no issues with anything major and that it was just going to be, you know, bringing some things up to speed, like I said. And this place so far has been an incredible prospect. And we're hoping it goes through. We also bought the house off market, so that probably didn't help. That probably threw a few things in, yeah. The person who sold us the home was mad he had to pay for a survey, so he went home and put his fist through every door in the house, so I would have to replace them. Oh, God. Oh, damn. Wait, what the fuck? So you had a very not good experience with the sellers, basically. Yeah, so our experience, I mean, we haven't interacted with the sellers much, but like, our experience with them has been super chill. They were a couple that split up, and so they're trying to sell the house and like get their money, basically divvy it up between the two of them and just 07 and call it a day type shit. But they've been incredibly chill. We put in our offer and it was accepted same day. We put in post what do you call it, inspection, that word. We changed some shit up and they were like, yeah, no, that sounds great. Tell us. Like, they've been amazing. He even attempted the front door, but it was metal, so I got knuckle marks. What? Why? Like, was he selling because of a bad reason? Or was it just like, raw, I'm gonna have to lose $500? Like, how much is a survey? Because I feel like there's no way he didn't want to pay for the survey. How much was the survey? And at that point, why wouldn't he just be like, it was a big deal to him, surveys are expensive. How expensive? How does open world PvP work? Two factions. We don't know all of the details of it at this point because they haven't like fully gone into it, but $600 or so. Oh, that's fucking nothing. What the fuck do you mean $600 is expensive in the housing process? This was in the late 90s. Oh, okay, so they're much more expensive now. That makes sense. So $600 in the 90s was probably a little bit more expensive. That makes sense. So modern day, what's that? Probably like $1,200 to $1,500 type shit. Couple grand today's money. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's a little bit more expensive. But I mean, at the same point, like, Post-inspection in places, you can move that like nothing. Like absolute nothing. Now, I'm also not a violent person, but I don't necessarily see the whole concept of even today's money. Say you're selling a house for $300,000 and the buyer comes back and they're like, hey, we found 10K worth of stuff that we need to do. Would you go 290? I don't really know anybody who's gonna put their fist through every single door because of that, but I also don't know every single home seller, huh? Playtest on 430 or release? Playtest. It is going to be active the 30th through the 11th, and this is the first Steam test. So they have done some closed alpha runs before with their supporters that were available and committed like beforehand. So that was an incredibly small player base, even comparatively to Ashes, much smaller. So they've done some closed runs protected by NDA in the past, and this is their first Steam test. So we're still going to see a lot of jank and a lot of stuff that needs to be improved, and not every system will be in. Any idea on release? Early access release on Steam is their next like big release goal, so to say, instead of like the whole kit and caboodle. That, I believe, has been pushed back to a target of first quarter of 2027. So maybe like January to April-ish, or January to March-ish of 2027 is their new target. Hopefully that's the play. But I'm also a big advocate for, I hope they get shit done and give us a good game by the time they go to early access launch, because early access launch, as we know, can really get some momentum for some people and get some attention on it. So, but look, next year, yeah, it's still a ways out. It is most definitely still a ways out, brother. This shit has some good time to go. Throw the pre-alpha garbage. I mean, in my opinion, it's either before launch garbage or after launch slop. Realistically. So, as soon as I go forward, I have more fun doing this than I do playing WoW. Just, it's all personal perspective on things. And I think it's almost like owning a dog, where inevitably you know that dog will die, and that will cause you an immense amount of grief, an immense amount of pain, an immense amount of sadness. But you'll have very many happy days because of that one period of sadness when that dog, that cat, that, parrot, whatever, does end up dying. If the game does end up dying, then at least if you enjoyed it, then you can say you enjoyed it. I'm not necessarily the one that's going to go around and just hop MMO to MMO to MMO to check it out. Like, Quinfall to me was one that I just immediately threw up red flags and avoided like crazy. This actually has some merit, in my opinion. When we look at the foundation that they built the business on for Scars, it's a lot more modest than Intrepid's, especially in terms of the monetary burn. So that's nice. I played and play Kickstarters. Can't let one bad game ruin the rest. I don't think Kickstarters are necessarily successful in a lot of people's minds, and honestly, historically, they aren't. And I do understand being gun-shy about it, right? 1000% understand being gun-shy about it, because, again, most don't work out. It's just how it be. So, for people that don't necessarily... Yo, Z, thank you for the follow. Much love. For those that don't necessarily want to take another chance on something that isn't certain to work out or certain to come to fruition, I do 1000% understand that route of, I'm swerving this shit. Sure, Scarson's spending 220k on DoorDash. I still to this day, I know that's the meme, but like, 220k is nothing to the $4 million monthly that they were burning on labor. That's $220,000 over 10 years versus $4 million roughly monthly on labor. That shit's crazy. And then you look at the rent, the server cost in terms of all of the server rentals and infrastructure rentals. It's expensive. They had a lot of high cost things that added up, right? And looking at Scars, their labor is way cheaper, 20% the cost on average of North American game developer labor. And they also don't have to rent any software for their servers, only hardware, as they've developed the software in-house. So they don't have to worry about any of those costs, which effectively means, for reference, Then he said the 6 servers that they're hosting for playtesting are $1,000 USD, which is kind of wild. Will Scars have open world PvP? From what we've gathered, yes. The open world is supposed to be a large incentivization piece of Scars. Despite it having instances, the developers have confirmed that they want the best gear in the game to come from a combination of crafting, so gathering, crafting, open world activities, and the hardest PvE activities to complete, including world bosses in the open world, contestable. So there are going to be open world incentivizations. They're also planning to have some form of guild versus guild, some mass scale wars along the way, but everything is also open to community feedback at this point. That's partly why I and my community are coming over here. We've played a lot of games that collectively just haven't worked for many reasons, and had some different ideas and scope sets along the MMO world, right? So hopefully getting in and finding some pain points, some things where people are like, oh my god, Dusty, I hate this 2-faction system. I am getting ganked by level 20s and I just started the game and I'm trying to log in and start out and they're just camping the starting area. Then maybe as a community we, provide some feedback on, hey, huge friction equip point is people getting ganked. Some low level protection might be necessary if they don't have that already cooked in, which I'm sure they'll have some form of open world low level protection in the event that it's going to be a big problem. So what we know for a fact is the 2-faction system, conflict over gatherable resources and areas, conflict over world bosses, conflict over open world POIs, and then from there they're going to have their procedurally generated dungeon stuff, which honestly, I'm a little bit worried that the procedurally generated dungeons will pull people out of the open world and almost give them an out where it's a frictionless route of progression. Slightly worried about that side of it, but I'm sure that's also what we're here to provide feedback on. So, biggest flop ever, this MMORPG. You didn't see your mother's titties the last time she saw me. It's fucking wonderful. It's a good video on PvP. There are like 5 to 6 different ways. Do we want to watch that video? What have they said in that video? Was he DoorDashing 200k in catering or 220k in self-eating DoorDash? Yo, 220k in self-eating DoorDash would be fucking legendary. Let me tell you what. But no, from what we've gathered, a lot of the DoorDash charges, just breaking it down from a reasonable standpoint, right? It's 10 years. So you're looking at 22k a year, which is about 400-ish, roughly, dollars a week. Which, for a gaming studio that even if you have, say, 50 employees on site, $400-ish a week, less than $100 a day per working day each week, would mean feasibly Steven would go around and be like, hey, I see you haven't taken a lunch break. What can I get you for food so you eat? Or something along those lines. Steven has also said that they would do company game nights, and this has been corroborated by multiple developers at the studio too. So they would do like game nights at the stew on Friday nights where they would get food and they would rip Magic the Gathering packs. So how does the incompetent dev pay you for, say, positive stuff about the game? 0. Why? How much do they pay you to be a hating ass motherfucker and come around to something you probably haven't even played? Because you doing it for free, brother. I'm doing it for free. We all just vibing. Might as well ask questions. So, from my perspective, let me flip the script and ask you a question. Why do you not like the developers? Have you had interactions with them before?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
That's with follow dog. But no, like, why do you not like the developers? Or like the prospect of it? If I'm being honest, I just recently started looking into uncovering Scars. So I'm kind of doing my due diligence before the playtest starts, trying to educate myself and my community about it. We played a lot of different MMOs as a community type shit. So we're going to be bringing a lot of people over here. And I'm trying to kind of do my due diligence over here, but a lot of the stuff I've looked into seems pretty fun so far. Obviously, there are things along the way that look a little weird, but we're a very, I don't know, almost like open-minded community in the sense of we're willing to try stuff and then provide feedback on it instead of just look at something and, you know, it may have some things that we're looking at like, it's a little weird. but we're not immediately going to shit on it. I'm very, give it a try and then see what things are looking like. So from my perspective, for example, right? One of the things I put together was this. And it's just a little chart where as I go through and we watch more of the dev streams and we learn more about the systems, we're keeping track of which systems we think are good and bad before playing the test, and then systems that we think are good and bad after playing the test. And we're doing a revote after we test. So one important thing that we already got was like 82% bad, 18% good on the gathering minigame. So we had a discussion after we showed that, and it was like, okay, we think the gathering minigame could be absolutely fucking awful. You play any tests before? For Scars specifically? No. No, this will be my first interaction with Scars. Before this, I was playing Ashes of Creation, which, feel free to look into that if you have any questions on, dev drama. And then before that, I was playing New World. So my history in games isn't necessarily like the longest lasting, right? What was it? Okay, so basically Ashes of Creation, kind of similar to Scars, right? With the fact that it was Kickstarter and then into the private tests that were NDA'd. And now it's kind of coming out to Steam and they're trying to get some momentum behind it, right? Only thing with Ashes is it was much larger than Scars. It was a much larger budget. It was a much larger, hype up in terms of the millions of dollars that were raised on Kickstarter. And it was heralded as really one of the potential redefiners of the MMO genre. And with Ashes, my honest opinion is that the gameplay was actually kind of good. A lot of people that actually played thought the gameplay itself was going in a good direction. Only thing is, the business side on the back end was so fucking cooked. So basically, they were spending up to $50 million a year that they were taking on as negative equity from borrowing money from other people. And that's 50 million USD a year on labor costs because they were developing the game out of San Diego, California with over 200 employees. They were paying rent, which was over $1 million a year. They were renting their server software, but basically all of their hosting was extremely expensive comparatively to Scars. So coming over here, I was immediately looking at the monetization side of it and the business side because that's what fell out of New World, which was Amazon Games MMO that's now on life support. And that's what fell out of Ashes for me. So I came over here and I'm looking at the cost and I'm looking at the salaries. And jokingly, I'm like, yo, chat, how much is development in Bulgaria comparatively? And someone in chat's like, Venelin said it was 20% of the cost. Instant green flag. Because then you have less money spent on development costs. And then Venny actually stopped by chat a few days back and was talking to me about like their server infrastructure stuff. Because I was asking him about like if he was familiar with Ashes systems and stuff like that. And we're having a conversation about how their server hosting is substantially cheaper compared to something like Ashes because they don't have to rent any of the back-end server stuff to actually host. It's just the physical server rack. So they are developing all of their server backend, and that saves them a substantial amount of money as well. So when I look at Scars comparatively to Ashes immediately, I see some similarities, I see some differences, I see some concerns, I see some things I might like, I see some things I might not like. And that's kind of what I'm here to provide feedback on, because I don't really think any game's about to be perfect, especially one that's in testing. So for me, I'm coming over and I'm looking at this as, it might not be the best MMO out there, but there are some green flags that I'm seeing. I like the way the combat looks. I had the pleasure of talking to Coco a little bit about class design, and I really enjoyed the class design conversation that I was able to have with Coco, even poking his brain a little bit about some palette and stuff. It's really dope. So learned a lot, and I'm excited at the very least to get into the playtest. Worst case scenario is that I spend nothing except a couple weeks of my time hanging out, checking out an MMO, and I'm like, oh, okay, I think it needs more time to cook. Here's some feedback, and I'll see you soon. Best case scenario is it's something that really hits, and we play the first playtest, and then the community's really excited about the next playtest. So, a few different scenarios, but really nothing ventured, nothing gained, in my opinion. What about those fishes and boats? Are you trying to come up on some fish? I don't know if they have boats. I would assume they have boats planned at least. Because when you look at the map, the map over here is not all connected unless there's a bridge or like one of those tunnels from New Jersey to New York type shit. From Lost Refuge to Bravestone, and then from Bravestone over to whatever this island is. So I mean, that'll be a little interesting. It almost seems like there's got to be ships, because if we look at Lost Refuge, it's a harbor right here. So I don't really know, like, I don't know how they wouldn't have ships. Is there no teleporting? I'm unaware of their fast travels. Honestly, that's kind of, I think, part of the excitement for me. I have no fucking idea about some of this stuff. All of the prior playtests were NDA'd. And it seems like people actually respect their NDAs, so I haven't been able to find any verified leaks either. Just kind of cooked and surprising. But it seems like their NDAs were actually pretty ironclad, probably because in Bulgaria you can actually kill a motherfucker if they violate your NDA. So, maybe some flying mounts. I know there are going to be mounts. I don't even know what the mount system's looking like. Like, I'll be honest. I do not know every bit of the system design, and I won't until I get my hands on it, probably. I don't know when we're expected to get our mounts. I don't know how fast the mounts are supposed to go. I don't know the perspective scale of the world, where we're looking at, like, you know, 3 hours to cross an island or 5 minutes to cross an island, you know? They said no flying mounts, only ground. How are they doing the scaling of ground mounts and the evolution of the ground mounts? Food ain't cheap as well. When I do town halls, feeding 400 people for one meal is easily over 10K. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And keep in mind, they were spending 22K a year, by the way. Just total on DoorDash. And people were making a huge deal of it like that. And $40,000 in Magic the Gathering cards over 10 years was what did the company in. I feel like motherfuckers just take the clickbait so easy now. It's like spoon-fed to them. Where the real problem is the exorbitant labor cost. And they're like, yeah, but he bought Magic the Gathering. What? I hate it. I hate it. I think it's partly because as a normal person, there's no difference in 220,000 versus $4 million. Those are both inconceivable, regardless of the time frame, to the average person to spend on something. And looking at 220,000 on food, when the average person doesn't realize that they too spend a decent amount on food, not 22K a year on food, but spend a decent amount on food. It's a legal system for you, though. Find something inflammatory and let it burn. That wasn't even the legal system. That was just Reddit and YouTube. That literally wasn't even the legal system. It's fucking cooked. That map looks AI generated. Wait, why? What makes you think that? Or they're like fucked up fingers or something? What are we basing it off of? I'm not like an AI evaluator. Doesn't matter if it is. I personally don't know. I don't know if they do use any like generational or generative AI or anything like that in their processes. Not 1,000% certain on that. Again, nowhere near an expert on this like I was on Ashes. Doesn't really strike me as an AI made thing. I also don't necessarily know what the immediate tells are, but this almost strikes me as like the style that I get from it is like a board game map in terms of the illustration. Red Bull table. That is so fucking extra. Jesus Christ. I don't think I ever want to see that again. This almost gives me like board game type style though. Everything was AI generated now? It kind of does. AI is getting really good as well, just realistically. Bonsai, what up, dude? What's new? I mean, shit, housing stuff. My car's all fucked up. Chat, who knows about cars? Because I got a car question, because I can't get my car into the shop until Monday. So, like, Monday she's going into the shop anyways, so they can look at it. But I don't know if my car's safe to drive right now because it's making a really fucky noise. Not the socket. I was really hoping it was the socket, but it is not the socket. The socket is in my cup holder, and there is definitely a noise coming from what seems like my suspension that just sounds like a metal fucking clunking. And the weird part about it is that it wasn't making that noise at all until I brought it to the shop and they had replaced 2 wheel bearings and one of my struts. And I got it back and Carla noticed it a few days after. And anytime we go over a bump, even a slight one, it's like clunk, 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 like loud in the front. Bad bushing. Does it sound worse or better at different speeds? It's louder at higher speeds. Sounds like, it literally sounds like something is moving and then it's like locking in. My coworker knows cars if you want me to call him over. Ask your coworker if the front and only the front is making a loud clunking anytime either of the tires hits a bump. Might be your brakes. Brakes are working fine, I think. Nan Moin, how are you, my boy? Sounds like a ball joint. So what if they just replace everything? It's under warranty, so I'm not gonna have to pay for shit. But he's here. Hello, coworker. So, go ahead. I drive a Civic. I just had it in to get my front right strut and my wheel bearings replaced. So basically, after getting that done, there was a new noise whenever we are driving and hit any form of bump or deformity in the road. There is almost like a metallic clunk, almost as if something is like shifting a little bit. It's like not everything in there is tight. It's almost like there's something moving and like clunk anytime we hit a bump. So I can't get it into the shop until Monday. Trying to ask smart people like you the fuck is going on with it. And if the car is gonna fall apart if I drive it until Monday. Mechanic left a clamp in there. Oh no, I wish they did, but this genuinely, this sounds like whenever I hit a bump, like the wheels are shifting forward or back almost. Like it's really weird. The only way that I can describe the sound is it's like, I wish I could show something on it. It's like there's a little bit of play in something. Start replace, maybe they didn't tighten a bullet all the way, or it's a ball joint, not a professional, but I built every part of my autocross Subaru. Oh, that's kind of fun. Can be as bad as when I had a rock melt to my piston. Probably not, but Reddit tells me control arm bushing. So how would that get fucked up subsequent to my goddamn strut? Are they just breaking more shit to get me back for the insurance? God fucking damn it. It's not even the insurance, but it's warranty. He said they probably didn't set it in there right. Okay, so they just fucked up the strut installation probably. Ay, ay, ay. So, if I can get it in Monday for them to look at it, am I good to drive it until Monday if I baby it, or should I not drive it at all until then? Is my big question. Because, like, we can walk everything. It's just we might try to go up and see the house before Monday if we have the opportunity to do so. And if it's not safe to drive, then I can just commandeer a car by other means. But didn't know for sure. If it's a bushing, I would send it. If it's a ball joint and it fully fills, you're gonna have a bad time. Right. What's a ball joint do? Does that keep the tire on type shit? He says no if it's that loud. Oh, it's real loud. It's real fucking loud if I do say so myself. It's very much like an every bump is a clunk clunk. Like, it sounds like, the way Carla described it was if you take like a thin plastic cutting board and like, or like a sheet of like not tinfoil, but like a thin sheet of metal and you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's almost like one of those where you like pop it. Almost like, hold on. It's like that type shit. Actually, this one might be better. Yeah, it's almost like that. I don't know why I got folders on deck like that, but Nin, thank you for the 235, dog. I appreciate you. Just drive the car around on stream at this point. That might be the play. Honestly, we'll just have chat diagnose it. I'll just keep hitting bumps. He said, don't drive, will cost you more money. I mean, it's under warranty anyways, so we're good there, but the question is, how do you feel about something failing going 30 plus miles an hour? I mean, how bad is the failure? Does the car fall apart? I would like to have things not fail at all in an ideal scenario. Does Home Depot still do those $20 truck rentals? Where you get like infinite miles on it for the day or whatever? Because I feel like I could rent a pick-em-up truck from Home Depot for the day for 20 bucks. Then just put gas in the bitch, and then we'd be fine. It's like it's $20 for like an hour. Oh! Damn! It's 20 bucks for an hour? Oh, shit. Holy fuck, that truck makes more than I do hourly. I have a college degree. It's fucked up. The American education system at its finest. 20 an hour. Uber is cheaper. Well, not if we have to go like 60 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles. I don't know how many miles it is, but it's probably too far to Uber. We're not close, so to say. So that'd be an interesting debacle. This house 80 miles away? It's not close. It is a little bit of a haul. Now, I could also just call my parents and be like, hey, what are the odds both of you guys come down and then leave one of the vehicles here? So I can drive that. I called the dealership and I asked if they had like a loaner I could snag for the weekend because I used a loaner the last time my car was in the shop when they fucked everything up. And they were like, all the loaners just got put out on the lot for sale. Because apparently they do that. Apparently they rent loaner, or not rent loaners out, but they like give loaners out as a loaner for a little bit. And then they sell it after. And he's like, I got more loaners coming in, but that won't be till June, so. U-Haul? How much isn't U-Haul more expensive than a Home Depot? I always thought Home Depot was a cheap shit. Or is that just propaganda by Big Home Depot? U-Haul cheap. I could just GTA a motherfucker. Realistically. Be a better price than Home Depot. I wish we had more like trains and shit. Wish we had trains. Don't y'all have two cars? Us? No, Carla just used my car. She moved up here like last year and I don't drive and my car's paid off. So instead of her getting another car as soon as she moved up here, we were basically like, let's save for a house. You use my car, and then once we have the house, we're going to try to save to buy her a car outright, or just, you know, just get a car outright. So that way we go up to 2. But right now, we don't really need 2 for anything. So, you know, we haven't run into any issues. Other than this, where it's like, something's going wrong with the car, we got to bring it into the shop. But dealerships always had loaners for us before, so slightly unfortunate. But put Carla in a beater. Anytime I do that, you guys tell me that I'm a bad person. But, you know, try to keep her in check. You can check insurance to see what's covered for a rental. My warranty also might cover a rental. I just don't want to pay like a deductible on anything, because realistically, if I rent something for like, brother, we'd be like less than 3 hours. I guarantee I could go in and like riz the person behind the counter to just let me borrow one for 3 hours, honestly. I have a love-hate relationship with the trains near me. Normally they're good, but the one day something goes wrong, it becomes nightmare mode. Yesterday someone got hit by a train on my route and it took me 3 hours to get home. Somebody got hit by a train on your route? Is that a common thing? Where motherfuckers just be jumping in front of trains? Third time it's happened this year. It's like once a month, basically. What the fuck? Chat, do not cross train tracks when trains are coming. That is not the strat. I don't know if Frogger never taught y'all anything, but that is bad. Train on my route got derailed in February. Aren't derailings like relatively common though? New game? Possibly. It's coming to a playtest on the 30th. And it's going to be the 30th through the 11th for playtesting. So we should have some good time to get our claws into it, sink our teeth in, and see what's up. They're planning a few different content releases as well. So we'll be able to see a few of their different systems along the way and see truly what they're looking to bring us a little bit. No idea, but if I do my commute for 2 weeks after. Jesus fucking Christ. What do you mean for 2 weeks, brother? What do you mean for 2 weeks? Because of a derail? Where do you live, GTA? He lives in Toronto, so basically. Or fucking Ontario or one of those Canadian things. Did you go see the Iceman monument? The statue of Drake? I still think that entire thing's industry planty as fuck, by the way. They're trying to put on a new IRL content creator from it, and they're also trying to name drop, like, that creator and his friend group in clips like crazy. So I think there's gonna be a Drake-adjacent creator arc that comes from that dude, where Drake effectively puts him on for being super committed, and they're gonna try to industry plant him and blow him the fuck up, and then develop a friend group with him and his streamer friends that they've established through agencies. That's my prediction. That's dude, it's so cynical, but that's my prediction. They're arresting people at the Drake thing because people don't know how to act. They were arresting people at the Drake thing, yet for whatever reason, one person who happened to be streaming was able to get on top of the monument thing, like the ice, long enough to break cubes open and to get the bag out, and then escape with the bag without anybody, like, doing anything. Incredibly coincidental, huh? And out of all of the scenarios, why would they have, out of the square, right? You would think, I've gone into this before, you would think this is the largest layer, and it's almost like a pyramid, right? You'd think they would have it dead center at the bottom of the pyramid, waiting for every piece of ice to melt. But instead, they had it in the top layer, in one of the ice cubes over here in the corner, where it was super easy for aforementioned streamer to actually access. Why wouldn't they, if they're spending that much money and waiting for things to melt, not just put it in the dead center here and then force it to melt down to the last cube and then release the album date? Because they're trying to industry plant another streamer. Probably do the math for when it melts. The album's May 15th. They would have had time to melt, though. The math on when it was melting was projected to be like 2 weeks, which would have put it at the start of May. So I think this was actually quicker than they wanted, because now they're effectively 30 days out on an album. Like 25 days out. So I feel like they fucking scuffed it to try to put somebody on as a streamer. Because keep in mind, clips are going crazy from that thing, right? Dude was just allowed up there. Went to Drake's house. Drake gifted him a bunch of subs, bunch of cash, all that stuff. I think he's doing too much. Drake or the streamer person? Because I think the streamer person... Oh, for an album, Drake? I mean, Drake's always been performative. Motherfucker was in a wheelchair on Degrassi and tries to rap about killing people now. So, you know, it is what it is. But I also think the streamer that they're putting on is performative. I definitely think it's an industry plant. Brother got like 600 gifted from Drake or some bullshit. Or like a few hundred gifted, however many it was. And had just eclipsed 1,000 subs while finding the Iceman thing. Yet every single platform has been blowing them the fuck up. And their viewership, even at the start of it, before they had found anything, pew! Right off of it. Right off of it. It's interesting to look into. Something tells me there will be an Internet Anarchist video about it in the future, if Internet Anarchist doesn't get canceled. But yes, Drake is always doing too much. TLDR, way too much. I know nothing of the Scars of Honor. I know not a ton of this Scars of Honor, but I am learning more on the daily, and I know enough to be excited at this point in time, if I'm being honest. Like, I know very much to be excited about. Doesn't Draco and Porto kick? Or Stake or one of those? I'm pretty sure he's involved in some level. Wish for more information? Well, that's what we're here to do, boys. I will be compiling as much information as I can during the playtesting. And we'll be putting out shorts on systems. We'll be putting out summaries on systems. We'll be covering updates with it. We will be here on the front line. But yes, there's a lot to figure out. There's still just so much along the way. And I keep going through their YouTube, both Venelin's YouTube as well as the official Scars YouTube, to find new stuff daily. Today, for example, I got a video. It's 14 minutes long, but it is Scars of Honor monetization, gameplay, and open world community Q&A recap. So I figure that's kind of like a big 3 for us. That's like ass titties, and she whips out a big old donger. So that's kind of great news for the community overall. So we'll surely hear some follow-up on what we're looking at regarding these 3 launches. I'm actually kind of excited because that's a 13-minute video and not a 3-hour video as well. The 3-hour videos are kind of tough. Stake has gambling stakes of kick. Stake is like share owner of, or like they're a majority shareholder of Kick, I believe. I think Stake like owns Kick legally or some bullshit like that. It's all a bunch of part owners, but yeah, the gambling website is parent company. Yeah, some bullshit like that. More or less, Kick is entirely funded from gambling money. Now, Twitch is entirely funded from Amazon money, which realistically, some would say that casinos are more ethical than Amazon is. To each their own. I don't necessarily think either side's ethical. But I do know I have to piss. So I'll be right back, and then we're going to watch a video, boys. Good momentum. it's video time. I've arrived.
All right. Dusty, can you
Fitty! What up, my boy? How are you? Hell's up after ashes? I mean, hey, as good as I can, man. Life goes on. We took the community and checked out WoW. And after a lot of evaluation of some different shit, we were kind of looking around and we're looking at Guild Wars 2, we're looking at ESO, BDO, BBC, VCR, BBL, all that shit, right? And nothing really hit. And honestly, like, no, not to like fucking sob story. I went through some shit. Like, I went through very, very weird periods where I was like, what if I do just stop streaming after this? What if I just actually like call it, just go get a job, you know, be comfy. Carla and I are in the process of closing it on a house. And when everything with Ashes went down, like, it was in the heart of us buying a house. And, you know, the house hunting process, it was something where we felt that, you know, if Ashes continued, it was going to be incredibly consistent and the growth was impeccable. Stream was healthier than it had ever been. So it was a big, like, gut check, basically. And it was one of the, you know, I might be good in 2 weeks, but will I be good in 2 months type thing, right? And we made the decision to continue moving forward. And just trust that shit would work out. As I always said, like, if I needed to, I could always just get a job. Like, it's not the end of the world. I worked before I went full-time on stream. It's not the end of the world if I have to go back and, like, get a fucking part-time job. So, it was one of those things where, like, worst-case scenario, I just pick up a job and I just work some hours and then continue streaming as I would anyways as a complimentary thing. So, after the whole, like, oh, fuck, do I even want to stream? Like, trying to find the passion to stream 8 hours a day and yap 8 hours a day nonstop. You can't do it if you're not streaming something you enjoy, in my opinion. And I think you can definitely tell when people are playing things they like and playing things they don't like. So it took a while for me to find something that, you know, prospect-wise lined up with what I was looking for as well and what my community was looking for. So we went over to WoW and honestly, WoW was not the play. WoW, for the type of community that we are, where we like to interact in the open world, we like to have those, you know, those true player-to-player social engagements, and we like that living world that we feel connected to. WoW just didn't really, like, give that to me. So, with Scars, you know, it's still prospective. It's very much an element of we're going into something that we don't really know what the future of it's going to be. Same thing with Ashes, and it could very well end up being something that doesn't make it through to launch and something that disappears along the way. Could also be something that we end up enjoying and, you know, get some good hours out of. So, once you tough having something solid just to disappear under your feet. Hey, listen, I still have a very good support system. That's a thing. Like, I think there are other people through this entire scenario that had it much worse than me. Rumor has it, based on the filings, based on what's been said in the court, allegedly, the developers weren't paid their PTO, sick time, vacation time, their 401k matches. So a lot of their 401k is gone. Like, they weren't given their last paychecks. So from what we've gathered, the developers were done very dastardly over the course of the entire Ashes shit. And, like, I'm still extremely blessed. Like, this is still a level of support with the channel that I couldn't comprehend having a few years back, right before I went full time, and I was a 5-10 viewer guy and I was excited about 10 viewer streams. Being able to sit here and yap about a game that's not even up yet and have no pressure to go elsewhere, no pressure to panic or freak out or, like, change up what I'm doing, it's incredible. It's incredible. So, you know, everything at this point is good. Like, streams back to being incredibly consistent. I've got something where my eyes are set on it. I'm kind of settling into the idea of opening up to a little more variety stuff too. So we've revamped the community Discord, discord.gg/catswithabs, to be a multi-game Discord now and more of a community hub for people who want to be involved with the community itself and just want to, you know, be here. We're not one of those proprietary tech guilds or anything like that. We are for the people. So it's been nice. Scars is probably the best fit of a game that we've seen so far. And the community is definitely looking to jump in and take this, you know, as head on as we can. provide a lot of feedback as well. So we're hoping it's something good, but, you know, overall, life moves forward, man. Life moves forward. Yeah, for 10 viewers. Oh, I'm on Twitch as well. I just multi-stream over to the YouTube side. Twitch is always where my main is. But YouTube's mostly for VODs. I appreciate you, Doc. Is there already an exact time announced when the servers open up on the 30th? 1 p.m. EST is everything that we have been discerned so far. Deadlock with me? I don't want to deadlock with you. I'll be real. I do not want to deadlock with you. That's not... No. Brother, I'm too old. I can't do the deadlocking anymore. Damn. Okay, hold on. It's not like with you. It's not like I don't want to deadlock with you specifically. It's not like that. It's not like that. It came off like that. It came off like I don't want to deadlock with you specifically. It's that I would do things with you, but also I don't think deadlock is it because I'm old and arthritic at this point. I don't think that I have the lactic acid capacity to movement in deadlock without cramping. And I feel like I would need potassium injections throughout the day to avoid cramps. I would need to do yoga for all of my connective tissue, all of my joints. I feel like I do not have that level of movement right now. But MMO-wise, still a fucking mechanical demon. But when you go to deadlock, I was watching some deadlock movement maps earlier today. I was watching Vegas run through some. Looks fun. Looks fun. Reminds me of the old edit courses I used to hit in Fortnite. That shit was golden. It's more like you're stupid and I literally hit you type of known in. You don't need to tell him. Been hell diving with my friends. More my speed for a shooter these days. Man, somewhere out there, there's a timeline where Helldivers brought in like massive open world interactions, almost like an Arc Raiders, but a PvE emphasis to push everything back. And it became one of the most successful games ever because it was ahead of its time. Everybody in Arc Raiders just wanted everything to be more PvE based anyways. If Helldivers could have managed to throw in like mass multiplayer servers where you go on and it's this persistent populated or even up for a certain amount of time type server where multiple groups can work together. Oh, would have been great. Otherwise, the best of what it is currently, I think. It's just a blaster. Genuinely. It's great for the couch co-op type shit. It's great for normal co-op. I know you haven't played it yet, but Scars of Honor looking to be better than Ashes was. I don't know. It's hard saying. Hard saying. Different system set. And I think the big thing to remember with MMOs is that like better is always subjective to personal preferences, right? So with Scars, like maybe it does have open world PvP, but also maybe the open world PvP is structured substantially differently than Ashes is. Maybe Scars has some form of you get fucked over on death a little bit, but it's not on the level of Ashes where you're going to get some XP tap, maybe lose some materials. You're not going to have corruption as a thing. It's going to be a different structure. Maybe it does end up having guild versus guild stuff, but what is the implication of the guild versus guild war going to actually be? Is it Sacred Order fighting Sacred Order? Is it Sacred Order fighting domination? Is it on the scale of like faction versus faction wars to control a massive bastion in the middle of the map that gives a buff to the entire faction every X amount of, you know, days? Because that would be fire. There's so many different routes they could actually go with it. And I think, like, it's really early to be able to discern where exactly they want to go with all the routes. So I'd kind of be a lying bastard if I told you one way or the other. I think when we look at the business side, Scars is looking a lot safer than Ashes. They're effectively like the same concept. Kickstarter, small closed testing, now going to a Steam testing. Only difference is Scars burns far less money than Intrepid does. And I also think has a much smaller scale in terms of the, you know, the scope that it's trying to achieve. Far fewer accessory systems along the way. And they're doing things, you know, slightly differently than Ashes. So depending on what they've got in store, I think the Scars route could be safer, so to say, than Ashes, especially knowing everything we know about Ashes. But even if we're looking at the, you know, the monetization of Ashes, then that's a scary route. If you're looking at their burn, that shit's cooked. So Ultra, that's the best mage in CADs. Oh my goodness gracious. Is it Scars time? 8 days from now. we will be attending Scars of Honor Academy. And Professor Dusto will be giving you a fucking lecture, baby. Tuhu, what up? Hope you're having a beautiful day. What it comes down to is, will it be a PvP MMO or an MMO that happens to have PvP? I think in a successful MMO, PvP almost has to be a side thing, but I also think there is a way that you can integrate the PvX loop in a very meaningful fashion. So if we look at the triangle, you know I'm a big fan of triangles out here, right? So if we look at the triangle, what Scars is potentially putting out, right, is something akin to this, where everything interacts with everything else. So you're looking at, according to Venny, crafting and PvE giving you the best gear in the game. The best shit. That's how you're gonna get it. Combination of these two. From world bosses in the open world, to crafting and gathering in the open world, to maybe dungeons and raids. I don't know what their dungeon and raid scaling is gonna be though. So this is where you're gonna be acquiring your gear. PvP brings in honor. Honor is going to be used for something, whether that's a usable baseline gear, maybe cosmetics, maybe consumables, but honor will be usable for something. Can you place PvP in the center? The center doesn't go there. The center was in the wrong spot. It's fine. It's fine. Let it bother you more that the entire triangle is slightly uneven as well. It's just slightly shifted off its axis. All of my shitty sketches are assembled. This is my graph of everything. But all of my shitty sketches, I actually pitched this UI to the creative director of Scars. And he said, your UI belongs right in the game. So, chart these fucking nuts on your face, bitch. I'll be checking it out with you guys. I'm happy to have you, brother. It's gonna be a blast. It's gonna be a blast. This is a breakdown on how how likely people are to make their own builds based on either the lack of complexity, the over complexity, or the right amount of complexity with their build, where you have more people that are, whoops, that's the wrong thing. That was supposed to be a circle. More people that are likely to cook up their own build. If you are in the intermediary of complexity where people have options to diversify their build from others without being overwhelmed like a full PoE. This is a recommendation for a movement ability for a paladin, where you basically, during this time, you channel. And as you maintain the channel, so you can't cast anything else, right? An angel will grab you, provide you damage mitigation, a percentage, and carry you in a direction. Now, during that channel, you can carry it, you know, you can get carried the maximum amount of distance if you channel the entire time, but you can either stop the channel early to get dropped off, or if somebody CCs you out of the channel, then the angel drops you and you get stunned for 2 seconds. So if you see a stun or a kick coming in, you've got to cancel the channel and then you got to start running. That's pretty cool. That's what I'm fucking saying. This shit's fire. I think this is Drake's Iceman album reveal. And my conspiracy that there's an industry plant streamer that's going to come up because of it. Because he should have put the album reveal in the middle on the bottom, so that way it would have had to melt the entire, like, structure. But instead it was up on the top level in a corner, so Streamer Man could access it. Let's see. Yeah, I think everything else is corralled for right now. But we're cooking over here. I am providing feedback that can change the games. Anyways, so Nin was talking about the triangle, or asking about the triangle. So effectively, what we're looking at over here, right, is crafting and PvE bringing you into the open world to compete for the best shit. PvP is going to impact that. If we have somebody from the other faction that we know always gathers in our area, we're going to roll up with a couple of PvPers and we're going to clear that out for our gatherers and hold that down and make sure that our gatherers are getting the most out of that. We're going to go over with a group and hold down an entire area, and that's probably going to be by force while we go over. So if you are able to have a PvP presence with an open world structure, right, especially the two faction system, it's not only a matter of like, what is our own PvP presence, but this is also truly a game where if you are not liked, no matter how strong you are, you will have an entire faction on the other side that can respond that you cannot do anything about the response of, no way to filter it out, no way to stop it. So this is going to be, in my opinion, even more of a heavy politicking than Ashes was on the social level, where you will want to be, if you're a PvP entity within your faction, respected within that faction, and you'll want to have that level of people will show up for you if you say you need more people to show up. People will pull up with their best. That is going to be huge. Are they planning to do a test every other month or so? That's what we've heard. Every like 1 to 2 months, there will be a test. So that's going to be the shitty part, is having to figure out, like, the test is done. Can I convince them to just keep one server up concurrently? Probably not. So then we'll have to find something else to do in between now and the next test. So that's going to be tragic. But one thing I want to do is a lot of research on, like, I want to do a lot of research on what our sentiment is on some of these systems. Figure out as many systems as we can, compile information on them, and effectively make a systems chart. And, you know, it's similar to the one that I showed in the paint, where we're keeping track of the systems before we are taking part of them. So we did just a couple yesterday, but this is all going to be from community vote for a lot of different topics as we research the systems. So we'll have some system information coming out in a little video that we're checking out today from Venny. And then from there, we throw up a vote and we keep track of what the bad percentage versus good percentage is. So here you see gathering minigame is 82% bad sentiment in the vote that we did, 18% good. Very cooked sentiment wise. So people are thinking that they're going to go in and absolutely hate this shit going into it. Now, the crafting minigame, on the other hand, is 71% good and 29% bad. So honestly, one thing I could probably do is go like here and then go here. I might need different shades. I might need some different shades. Is this better or worse? That's worse, because that's apparently yellow and not green at all. Okay, we'll have to figure out the text colors, but that might actually be a better option. So effectively, what we're going to do is compile these before the playtest. We have a lot of different topics, and we can add more on as well, expand the chart as we need to. And then after we play, we'll also be compiling it, and we'll be providing a lot of feedback through that as well. Mr. Metacrow, good day. Thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you, dog. The middle of the letter saying black is annoying. I will fill one hole per Twitch Prime. That is my compromise. Paid labor. What is this chart for? Christmas. This chart is to indicate good or bad. All right, you know what? It's fucking staying. It's fucking staying. I'm not gonna let you guys cyberbully me. I'm not gonna stand for that. Do we know how long Blink CD is yet? 10 seconds. It's like 9 or 10 seconds when Fenelon used it. Oh my god, Tybo. Oh my god, brother came in with a fucking RKO. What the hellington, dog? Thank you for the 10. Goodness gracious. All right, well, that's 10. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I appreciate you, dog. Thank you. Much fucking love. Under notes, color coded for now. Yeah, I'll figure something out. Maybe I do like a little diamond or some bullshit. I'll do some indicator. I probably should have done the text color along the way, but that, hold on. Can I snipe this? Is that the play? Is this tech actually? I just gotta snipe it. I can't miss. My aim is true. Wait, I think that might be tech. When you try, it gets worse. No, I think this is better. Are you saying this isn't better? Because I feel like this is a good indicator of bad versus good. I feel like you can definitely tell what the majority is off of this sentiment. From 10 seconds per blink to 30 seconds per blink. That's the thing, dog. That's the thing, Nin. I don't use highlighter. God fucking damn it. Hold on. Uh-oh. The Command Z didn't work. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Okay. Okay. We're good. Where's the highlighter? Is it this? Color picker? Magnifier? The fuck do you mean the highlighter? Where the heliante is a highlighter? Is it here? Brushes. Left of paint. The pencil? Like this bitch? Or am I tripping? Brother, I'm a baseline paint enthusiast. Why don't you have it? I don't know. Am I a basic bitch? Can I spray paint it maybe? I got a crayon, calligraphy brush, oil brush. They got watercolors in this bitch. Damn, this is pretty advanced. I don't know why I don't have it. Do I not have updated paint? Sorry for off topic, but I think there's something when someone subs above your camera screen. Is that he's sub 15, but he's sub 10. That keeps track of the all-time sub gifties, I think. Like the all-time gifties that they've dropped. I think. Honestly, I have no idea how the coding on that shit works. Someone put that together for me long ago, and my overlay hasn't changed in 6 or 7 years. Try pencil. Yeah, but that just draws a line. That doesn't highlight anything. And then if I go thicker, then that just draws a larger line through it. That doesn't highlight anything. I feel like this is not the play. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. It's not important right now. Regardless, what is important is the sentiment that we've already seen. Where we're looking at a massive bad sentiment before even going in. Now, what's interesting to me is the difference in crafting sentiment versus gathering sentiment regarding the minigame. Because that is immediately, like, flipped on its head. The crafting minigame being pretty well received. I personally, by the way, just on record, I don't mind the gathering minigame. I think having an active gathering system is not the worst, but I also think that it's one of those, it's not going to be bad the first couple weeks playing with it, but it'll probably be bad after a couple months playing with it, and I would probably like it a lot less when I am tens of thousands of gathered materials in. Now, that is also with the caveat, though. If I'm gathering that much, can you add total vote to these numbers? Well, not for these ones, because I don't know them. But maybe for future ones, yeah. Unless the numbers are small. And then I won't, because it'll be embarrassing. But I'll keep track of totals. We could always extrapolate, too. Just off of that, we could just make up some bullshit numbers. True. But I don't mind the gathering side of it. I think a lot of people have just cited mostly the, I don't want to feel like I'm wasting time while I'm gathering. And I always consider if you are going through a harder route of progression to obtain gatherables, then that likely means your gatherables will be worth more per gatherable. If you have to work harder and you have to put in more labor to harvest that gatherable, then how the hell is that going to be worth less? Just needs to be optional. Minigame to max gather, but can default gather a bit less. That'd be interesting as well. I think the only thing there is that your default gather should also take as long as the minigame does at that point. Yo, Llama, thank you for the 10-day streak. I appreciate you. I feel like if your excuse me, I'm dying. I feel like if your default gather is quicker than your minigame to max gather, then default gather is just going to get min-max as an optimal, like, well, I can gather this much percentage on this much time, therefore extrapolated over 152 hours, I'm able to gather this much more. I feel like you've at least got to have it at the same time. Here's a compromise. You choose not to play the minigame and get regular materials. If you choose to play the minigame and win, you have higher chance to proc either more resources or higher tier. Yeah, I mean, I feel that's valid. I'd be fine with that. I just think they would need to time out like how long the average minigame is and then give you a gathering process that's similar to that. If you're just sitting there auto chopping the tree, then if I'm doing the minigame, I can't have somebody come up and just auto chop the tree to get it quicker and then chop the tree before I finish my minigame and snipe that. Because then you'd have that level of competition. Now, I also predict that there's going to be a lot of PvP over gatherables once they turn the open world PvP on. Or the quests. There are, however, the first time user experience, I do not believe is going to be looked at for this test. I believe, from what we've been told, we're going to be spawning in, I think around like level 9 or some bullshit, and then leveling from there. I don't know how many quests they have ready for now in terms of their leveling. It just says general combat leveling talent scars. So in the long term, yes, they will have full first-time user experience. They will have quests. To what extent, I don't think it's going to be as deep with like story arcs and shit as Ash has planned, which again could be a bonus for some, where if you're not overcooking, then you could be cooking just the perfect amount. So they tend to have more, I would say, like straightforward systems and fewer systems than Ash's did, which makes it a lot more palatable for newer players coming in. But yeah, there will be quests. The Twitch directory for the game actually gives an oddly solid rundown. If I'm being honest, like the game's little Twitch bio is something that I've always just kept my eyes on as it's evolved. So effectively, what we're looking at here, according to this, Scars of Honor is a massively multiplayer online role-playing game under development by Beastburst Entertainment. After choosing one of 8 races and a class corresponding to the chosen race, the players will be taken to the world of Aragon, where 2 factions, the Sacred Order and the Domination, are in a constant battle between each other. The players will be able to go wherever and do wherever they do whatever and go wherever they please because of the open world model. The main goal of the players will be making their way to level 50, doing quest-like content, dungeons, and raids along the way. Scars of Honor will be heavily social, and almost everything will require a party of more than 1 person to complete. The dungeon mechanics will be scaling with the player's level, changing every 10 levels. So every dungeon is constantly going to be valid for you as well. Everything in the world is going to adjust to what you are trying to, like level-wise, accomplish. So you're not going to run into many instances of, oh, this shit is not worth me actually doing anything with. Huge. So, some of the features the game will have are an active weather system, character housing and personal address, bounty hunts, massive scale wars, guild wars, questing, and many more. So it's important to keep in mind, in my opinion, that we're still looking at an early playtest. This is effectively with Scars, in Ash's terms, where Ashes had dropped the NDA and was coming out in a more public capacity, and we're getting into it when it hits that more public capacity. So by all means and measures, they should have a baseline of information along the way regarding what's been successful in past tests, what has led to a lot of grievance and issue in previous tests, and hopefully we get a somewhat playable game on a baseline. Now, based on what they're looking to give us in terms of these tests, methinks we're gonna have to wait for the full MMO feel. There are not going to be raids right off rip. There will be one world boss who I have been told hits hard as fuck. Hits hard as fuck. So I'm excited about that. Also been told that he is directly in the middle of the Sacred Order and the Domination spawns. So gonna try to get early reps on that as much as we can. I don't know when exactly that's gonna come in or how hard it's gonna one-shot us, but that's gonna be intriguing. We're gonna be taunt spamming like crazy on that. So early on, we are just looking at the core constructive building blocks. The combat, leveling, talent, scars, gathering, crafting, procs chat, which honestly for some makes it immediately better than 99% of other games. Dungeons are coming in the second drop, and then PvP, which is the open world PvP battlegrounds, and arenas within the third drop. So again, I don't necessarily know all of where they're going with the questing prog, nor do I know how much is going to be in right now. When we look at the world map, and this is a completely player maintained and like community maintained website, so this isn't going to be up to date, active information all the time, 100% accurate. But when we look at the world map, Undal's Fall is the area that's going to be the most progressed for playtesting, and where we're going to be doing a lot of this. It has no information on it. When we go to Prim, no information on it. Although this looks pretty cool with like the junction in the middle type shit. This looks nice. Now, based on the scale of this, these areas kind of look fucking huge. If I'm being honest. Hoofsy, Set, and Yerd. What up, my boys? Level of Scars coverage. I'm having a lot of fun with it. There's always so much more to think about with it, too. When's this test? I'm supposed to test as well. Oh, are you? The test is on the 30th, so make sure you request access to it. If you haven't requested access on Steam, then you will not get access to it. They have had over 100,000 requests for access, so they will not be able to get everybody in smooth. I don't know if their plan is still to invite everybody and try to cover that. But from what we've been told by the developers, they have 6 servers at roughly 2K capacity per server ready to go, 4 NA, 2 EU, for a total of like 12K. Now that capacity, in their words, can scale up to an ideal of 10 to 12K per server, but that's probably not at this point in time. That's probably like a full launch figure. So when we're looking at that, 12K concurrent is a lot if every server is at capacity. They might not hit 12K concurrent, but also with over 100,000 requests for access, that first weekend might be a little hairy. Fun of the free one, hell of a hump day, and not the right kind. It's been a weird day, man. I don't know if everybody is just getting like slaughtered at their respective place of work or what, man. But it has been a hectic day so far. I'll be completely honest. I don't quite understand what is in the water today. I thought it was about to be a full moon, honestly. It's crazy that this playtest has 100,000 people interested. Really hope this shows some promise for a long-term MMO. Shit, me too. Honestly, their monetization looks good. Like, the actual business side looks better than a lot of Western development right now, just from the development cost, right? And when we're looking at their actual monetization scheme, from a perspective of trying to get players in, excuse me, free-to-play takes out a lot of the large entry. Like that huge wall of entry, that huge barrier of entry is gone. When you don't have box costs, you don't have any of that shit. It's easy. Now, the only thing is, how do they make their money off of that? Pay for convenience, which we were discussing yesterday. Does pay for convenience just equal pay to win? Because if you're paying for any form of convenience other than like name changes, race swaps, but then even if you have racials, then race swaps can be pay to win. As metas change, you can just pay to swap the race of your character and get a better racial to have a power upgrade. Even that can border on pay to win. I feel like there's no real way, shape, or form where you can have pay for convenience without having it border on pay to win. My personal take. How are they funded? So, Venelin, the creative director, worked for a software development company. And effectively, the primary source of funding, investor side, is Venelin's previous boss, who came to him and was just like, hey, checkbook, develop the game, make it come through. So, Venny's former boss is their majority investor, and I'm pretty sure he's just the big investor. Prior to this, it was Kickstart to start it off, but I think their Kickstarter campaign was relatively small. From what we've gathered, they probably had fewer than 250 testers that were in it. So much smaller scale than Ashes there, but which is a red flag in my book. I mean, who knows? I would rather have, like, at the end of the day, investing's got to come from somewhere, and funding's got to come from somewhere. Especially when you're looking at an MMO, even if it's a cheap MMO to make. And I don't really think anything on the business side is going to be a green flag for a lot of people. But his last name isn't Dawson. No Dawsons or Fetties or Karamanises here allegedly. Nope. Anyone know when the beta invites are going out? In terms of the playtesting invites for the 30th, I have not yet heard about what's going on there. But in terms of like the red flag, I don't really see it as that large of a red flag because Venolin's former boss, presumably, of course, I don't know, I'm not behind closed doors, would be very familiar with Veni, would be very familiar with the title itself, the prospect of gaming, hopefully, with being willing to forward the funding for this. I don't know the stipulations of the funding. I don't know their interest burn, but we can discern that their actual just burn in terms of money and their need for funding way smaller in a year than Intrepid's was. So from the funding standpoint, I would almost rather have it come from somebody who is running a software development company where Venolin is the creative director of this, being responsible for the networking side, having 3 full-time engineers working with him on that, trusting that there's some form of understanding like, hey, this money's going towards this, might be a, you know, a delay on the project here and there, but, you know, some level of understanding. I would prefer that to private equity, and definitely to people that are allegedly involved in RICO cases. I think the flags here are much less red than the flags in other places, but also the red flags in other places didn't necessarily fly until the last second, and they tried to keep the flags concealed, but it was a very windy day. So, you know, it is what it is. Too much goof juice going around. Post 420 still hitting a lot of people. I don't understand why people get angry after 420. I don't necessarily get that. I haven't been sleeping well, but that's because of house stuff. Bro, I'll be tossing and turning like a motherfucker. I wake up like 4 times a night, just active. I haven't slept through the night in a minute. Might take sleeping pills at some point in time, but holy shit. Dude, it's been cooked. 2 presets for skills and items free, but you have to purchase for more. Oh, for like builds and stuff? Could be an interesting one. Not angry, impatient. Yeah, I would say that's the vibe I got from the people I talked to today. Well, more so the person I talked to today. There was somebody at the bank that was like angry to take money from me today. It was really weird. It was almost like they just didn't want to take my money.
So I'm still trying to retrain myself.
I was trying to give them the money too. I was trying to be very nice about it.
So I'm really trying to retrain very quickly, as efficiently as I can, to get out of the whole saying no's.
Well, it's funding a project could easily turn into build this, but I'll own majority, then eventually do as I please. I sell off the game for profit, etc. Just a possible outcome. And I mean, my counter to that is that can happen with private equity funding or Tencent funding or Take-Two funding or anybody. Unfortunately, that's just the game development world. An indie developer could get an offer from a very large studio to buy their title and then sell out. That's just kind of the world we live in, you know? Nothing really protects anything from that at this point. And when you think that you're in the world of not having the project be sold off, then you're in the world of, well, what if this giant of the industry doesn't want this more niche product? And then you see the product getting absolutely axed, and then the developers relocated to work on something else or just laid off. Game dev fucking sucks right now, dude. Realistically, the world of game development has been, for certain genres, very, very, very rocky in recent time. And I think a lot of your genres that you saw, God, for 20 years at a peak of consistency have been extremely devalued over the course of many years. So part of me thinks that nothing is really exempt from that route. And I guess that's not really my route of like red flag, so to say. I think my route of red flag would be more like if the boss is funding it and something happens to the boss's business, then what happens there? But I also don't really know how large this business is. I'm assuming if they're a software development company where the owner of the business is willing to say, hey, make a video game, here's my checkbook, then they probably have a B at the start of their worth as a business, bare minimum. So I don't really know all the details. I don't know the name of the business. I don't know what it was. I can do more research as we go, but it'll just take so long to compile all the info, which I'll be here for. I honestly think their Kickstarter probably failed because the trailer. Its trailer does have a lot of buzzword / image of a cash grab type game. Plus, they were going to add mobile in the original design. I think they peeled off that, though, and are solely PC focused now. People have been spoiled to wanting a cinematic as their introduction to a new MMO. If it's just a bunch of screen grabs, it doesn't hit the same in someone's mind. That honestly may make good sense. The marketing of a Kickstarter as well really just takes one viral conduit, and then it can bring so much. So say you have like a Lazy Peon or an Asmongold or somebody like that. Obviously different levels of large, right? But the last Peon video I saw, which was one of his recent videos, had like 300,000 views on it. So say you have like a Peon that talks about your video and then it gets an Asmon react. That in itself is going to bring a lot of raw eyes to the game, where if it's a Kickstarter and your minimum purchase is say $100, it's going to bring in a lot of clams. Even if you only convert 1% of those people that saw the video as a whole, which I think that'd be high, but that in itself is going to bring a lot of attention to the title and at least a lot of familiarity for the namesake of I've seen this before. And it's not always the first time that you see something, you know, name-wise that you engage with it, but some people have probably come through the Scars directory and, you know, 3 days in a row, they're like, the fuck is this guy doing here? 4 days in a row, however many days it's been now. They're like, who the fuck is this guy? And then they decide to check it out. Probably people that weren't watching day one of Scars coverage that are watching now that are like, Dusty must be liking this shit. I wonder what's going on. Loki had to beg for the bank to take our money. I had to like chase people down to get them to take my money. Yes. I have never in my life seen anything fucking like it before. Ever. I don't get it. They're mad at their own account after Monday. Oh God. That's so fucking tragic. Gotta cut it off because Ashes drama. I mean, Ashes was Ashes, but watching the newest pirate drama where his best friend and mod team has left him. Pirate called his friend a parasite. Wait, there's more pirate software drama? Wait, what do you mean there's more pirate software drama? RIP Kronos. Wait, so what happened now? Pirate is done. People have been saying this for years now. His entire mod team quit. Was he paying them? Who's Pirate? Pirate Software. The man who could have just said, my bad. And probably still been one of the largest streamers on Twitch. The longtime record holder of the Hype Train record. Absurd amounts of subs. Probably made multiple... what did he stream? Too much. He got really big off of shorts and was more originally known for like doing a little variety type shit and had us come up doing variety and some game devy type stuff. But a lot of people liked that he could break down games on a different level because he always had this, you know, his dad worked at Blizzard and was Blizzard's like their trailer person, made a lot of the cinematics for Blizzard or something. And he worked at Blizzard for 7 years. Oh, that guy. Wait. There's no way. There's no way that that was what clicked it in. Oh my fucking God. The Blizzard for 7 years clicked it in. He mostly started doing software development. Yeah, and then when he was playing games, a lot of people would more or less say for the breakdown of what the game actually was, and he'd talk about like how this thing was developed and how that thing was developed. And so he got a really large following off of that. And then he found his way, you know, he was really big into YouTube Shorts, and his YouTube Shorts went absolutely crazy. So, excuse me, his community grew rapidly. He was one of the largest streamers on Twitch, like one of the largest. He was 15 to 20k average viewers. Absolutely massive. Had tens of thousands of subs, was one of the most subscribed to people in the gaming realm, and then started finding himself embroiled in a ton of controversies. So originally there were some smaller controversies because he had played Ashes, and he became known in Ashes for effectively like having his guild on a very casual server, right? Like a PvE server, but farming everybody in like a tyrant manner, and not necessarily farming everybody because it wasn't straight up wars, but he used his numbers to get elected as a mayor and then used his flyer to float around all day and then call out caravans, and then his guild would swoop in and hit caravans and just like outnumber them, and then they would just run away after, and Pirate would like leave on his flyer and stuff and never fight. So on their PvE server, Pirate Software's guild and another guild got into some drama, and that other guild was called Federation. So they declared basically like ongoing war against the Federation, where Pirate Software was like, you guys are not allowed to play, you know, play with the Federation. You guys are not allowed to, you know, interact with them. This is an all-out war. We are trying to push them off of the server and off of the game. And Fed absolutely shit on them. So there's more drama around that, because the full wraparound was that after the PvE server ended and the PvP server ended, servers were merged together for one, and Fed got absolutely dogged. Absolutely fucking dogged. It was bad to watch. So effectively, they were on a very PvE based server, role playing as PvPers, and then came over to the PvP server and got rolled by the actual PvPers. Pirate Software dodged the PvP server, but all along the way, outside of the Fed drama, he started like having his crash outs too. So there were some game development choices with Ashes that Pirate really didn't agree with. They were frequently working on tweaking gear and tweaking time to kill, and there were substantial reworks to the gearing table. Lo and behold, a set of armor got its stats changed, and it went from a caster set to a more like melee-based set. But honestly, the set wasn't really that good for melees, and that set wasn't really used in any capacity for casters other than a couple of pieces if you were running an optimal set. But Pirate Software throws a fucking fit and like starts crashing out and threatening to take his community off of the game because they changed a set that he and his people put thousands of hours into farming in an alpha, by the way. And they dedicated so much time, and so many people, you know, spent days farming this set, and Intrepid had no fucking direction with anything, and they didn't know what they were doing with their gearing. So he started saying he wasn't going to stream Ashes anymore, and he'd be bitching about it while he was on like other games and stuff. So it was like this level of crashing out over everything. And then, as Sir Alwyn said, this was also during the Stop Killing Games drama. So he was crashing out over Ashes, crashing out over Stop Killing Games, and people were just farming clips of him just crashing out over everything. There was one time where his group in Ashes was farming in an area where there were some very scary mobs called oculars. And there were these eyeballs that they had a stunning gaze ability that was a long-range frontal cone that would stun you and do a lot of damage. And at one point, the oculars were super overtuned, so if you got hit by one, it would kill you. You were meant to kick those or turn away so you don't see it, and then it'd be fine. So Pirate Software and his group are farming, and there is a mysterious pull of an ocular, and the ocular comes over and just one-shots their entire raid. And it's effectively this breakdown of Pirate Software going, who the fuck pulled that ocular? It was one of you. I am going to go back in the VOD and I am going to review which one of you it is, and there will be daddy's gonna punish you. Basically, he was like, you're gonna get daddy's spankings. And people went back in the VOD, himself included, only to see clear as day that Pirate Software himself cast a ball lightning that just kept moving forward and moving forward and moving forward and moving forward and moving forward, and then hit the mob, and then came over and wiped their group. When confronted with this very clear evidence, Pirate Software says, I was casting my ball lightning in a more responsible area, but the tank shifted the mob at the last minute to make my ball lightning go in that direction. So I had to cast the ball lightning in that direction to be able to hit the mob, and if the tank didn't move the mobs there, then my ball lightning wouldn't have actually hit the other mob. Therefore, it's the tank's fault for tanking him in an improper spot, and the tank should have actually had him over here. Then my ball lightning would have gone over this direction instead. Failing to mention that you could just, instead of, I didn't play mage, but I did have a really cool mage proposal. If they let me near the balance for classes, I swear to God, I was going to cook. So ball lightning at one point in Ashes got nerfed to shit, where its hit frequency got reduced by half and its damage got reduced or some bullshit like that. And I made the proposal that they can have those changes reverted and ball lightning can hit more frequently and hit harder. Also, hello, Gachi. But my trade-off was that it went in a random direction when it was cast. You had no control over the directionality of it. You literally start the cast and you just go. And it comes out somewhere. Somewhere. You don't know where it is, but you can have more damage. No, what up? Thank you for the 10-day streak. What's something serious you're concerned with regarding scars? Probably that Cats with Abs is going to be too good at the game, and everybody's going to be like, damn, I'll never be able to replicate that, so it's going to push a lot of people off. Going to be like, my GM could never be as handsome. My streamer could never be as handsome. My clump could never be as scary. My casters, never better. I feel like, oh fuck, I just kicked my desk, whore. Ah. God damn. God damn. Arrogance? No, they're saying it, not me. They're saying it, not me. I'm trying to speak from their point of view, not mine. I'm thinking of what other players would see. If it was arrogance, I'd be saying it about myself, but it's the other players saying it. Therefore, it's just being able to put myself in someone else's shoes. You're projecting? Well, I am handsome as fuck. And incredibly talented. Like, if the shoe fits, I'm going to wear it. I'm gonna wear that shit. I feel like you might as well put that on. Like, have a slice of humble pie. I'll be eating all day. Ain't shit changed. I'm still pretty. John G. Lion. You know, Lion's just a big cat. Just a really big cat. Asada. Bro, I want a full fat cappuccino right now. I'm not gonna lie. I want a nice fucking whole milk cappuccino. Frothed as fuck. Oh my god, just a nice lightweight cappy. Oh my god, dude, I'm so jealous of DJ Khaled's life. Will catnip work on a lion? Does catnip work on a lion? Yes, catnip works on lions. The active compound nepentolactone stimulates many big cats, including lions, leopards, and jaguars, causing them to exhibit behaviors similar to domestic cats, such as rubbing, rolling, and purring. Not all lions react, but studies in sanctuaries have shown many show strong, pleasurable reactions to the herb. One in 3 cats are unaffected by catnip, and it's a hereditary behavior. Huh. Some cats are just hard as fuck. Yeah, apparently catnip does work on tigers. Yes. Happy to answer your question. Very much happy to answer your question. Yo, well, Rob, what up, brother? How'd you hear about Scars of Honor? What do you invest in? A question for a question. Is it streamers by chance? Because I have a terrible investment for you right now. Huge opportunity to burn a lot of money, but make me very happy. So I got this down payment on a home. Anyways, I was trying to get 10% more and pay nothing back. Scars was primarily through chat while I was playing some other shit. It was something that people had been putting on my radar for a few weeks. And I basically was still, when people originally, actually it was probably a month plus that people had been putting on my radar. And I was still in my post-Ashes, how do I say this? Depression? And people would be like, oh, Dusty, why don't you check out this game? And I'm like, no, I want to check out the bottom of the ocean. And they're like, well, what about this game? And I'm like, no, I want to check out the highest bridge. And they're like, all right, well, I'm just going to let you play whatever you want to. Like, thank you. Thank you. So I had people in chat that were coming through and they were like, Dusty, Scars might be up your alley. Like, what the fuck is Scars? So they tell me about it because one thing that was really hitting me in WoW like hard was the lack of discovery that was happening over there. It was simulate this, simulate that in terms of gearing switches. It was a lot of shit. A lot of shit. Carry a 10mm for the other 2 out of 3. I dropped an 8mm socket in my engine compartment recently. So now I carry an 8mm on me. Probably won't do much about a cap, but well, not directly in my engine, but it was when we were changing my engine air filter. It was an 8mm socket and a 1/4-inch adapter, and they may or may not have fallen off of the, off the wrench while we were changing the engine air filter. Not into the air compartment or anything. Not into the engine. That would have been terrible. That would have been absolutely awful. That would have been the end of the world. But it went like down towards where my skid plate is, and I brought it into the shop and I had to have them take it out because the noise started up in the car like after the work had been done to it. And so we thought that it might be the thing rattling around, like the socket. Turns out it was not. Turns out it was not at all. Now, I'm almost curious because, like, I called them shortly after the work was done because when I was turning my wheel, I would hear, like, a little, like, tunk, 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 like, just a little, like, click when I was turning my wheel sometimes when I was going really slow. And I brought it in, and I was like, can you guys hear this? And they were like, nah, we can't hear that. But then they were like, this is what you need done. My warranty covered it, so I didn't fucking care. But I got it at the shop, and it was still kind of making that tunk, tunk, tunk. And I was like, was driving fine. Must be fine. Must be chill. Also, congrats on no Cribbo. No Cribbo yet. No Cribbo yet. No Cribbo yet. My cortisol just spiked. Hate this process. Like, if I get this house, I'm going to throw a rock through my own window to devalue the worth of the house. Swear to fucking God. Holy shit, dude. Oh, I hate it so much. I hate it so much. But it'll all be worth it, maybe. As long as we don't make it this far to lose, then it'll all be worth it. But holy fuck, brother. I look like that one Summit picture that's been going around where he looks like a fucking Dementor took his soul. That's how I feel about this entire housing process. I've seen that. Hold on. Do you have it? That shit is crazy. Let me find it on Twitter real quick. Search. Summit. Hold on. All right, hold on. Ready, boys? Ready? My poor man out here. My poor man out here. He looks like his soul has been siphoned from his body. He looks like he has not seen light in fucking years, brother. Oh my lord. He looks like he is becoming one with his desk at this point in time. That is crazy. Rust is a heck of a game. Brother, it was only 11 hours into stream. He's baked 24/7 on Rust now too. I'm baked 24/7 yapping all the time. What do you mean? Now, I'm probably much more active than Summit is. He's fucked though. That is true. He probably smokes much more than I do. And also much more expensive shit than I do because he has no concept of money. I would love to smoke some of Summit's weed one day. That would be like a dream come true. Honestly. He's you in 20 years. I don't think I'll look like that in 20 years, dog. Now, I hope my bank account looks like that in 20 years. That would be amazing. Brother's got 22k subs. So, I mean, we're 1/22nd of the way there. Which, honestly, is kind of crazy. If you think about it. The fact that we're, like, 3% of Summit subs is kind of wild. Only a 33x. And then we're almost there. We've just about made it. Only 11 hours in a stream. Okay, I say this because I have done 24-hour streams where I've come out looking like this. I expect this after like a 24-hour fucking rager. I don't expect this after 11. 11 for me is like slightly long, and the worst thing for me after 11 is my voice. He looks a bit like you. I'd say I have slightly less eye circles, but the house buying process definitely has me looking a little tired, I will say. The cortisol spikes have been uncontrollable, but hopefully the joy of being a homeowner outweighs the cortisol spikes and nothing goes wrong the entire time I own a house. Ha ha. Someone stream though, motherfuckers on every time I look at Twitch. I know, I don't think he has any sense of sleep. Like him and Sequisha are two people that I really am intrigued about what their sleep schedule is. Because Sequisha just drops like 17-hour streams every single fucking day, basically. I'm pretty sure he streams all day and then goes to bed, wakes up, and then streams. And just goes to bed at random times whenever he feels like it. I rated him and he was starting a stream at like midnight last night. It's really fucking weird in terms of the scheduling. Sequisha doesn't play games that drain you mentally. Like, I'll be real. If any video game does this to you, then you probably got to get good. 14k hours of Rust does something. I watched him play Rust. I rated him while he was playing Rust. Most of what he was doing was just sitting in his base building. It's Fortnite Save the World, but the zombies are players. So, Soy Boy Rust. Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. He's playing 14 hours of Save the World out here. I don't necessarily know that there's a world. Granted, we are definitely underestimating the amount of THC being consumed by this man. Also, I can vouch, he is a very tiny lad. Now, that is not an immediate indicator of how much THC one can consume, but I have a feeling that he is like deep in that shit over the course of a stream, because his camera, that shit disappears quite frequently. Does someone's partner permanently live with him? Sometimes it seems like he doesn't care about staying up because the girl isn't home. I think Summit doesn't care about staying up because he is a multi-millionaire generational wealth creator off of streaming. and makes so much money off of streaming that nobody in his family will ever have to worry about anything again because he just exists and plays video games. I think, like, the thing about streaming commitments, it's almost weird because I could spend 11 hours on stream, right? Realistically. And it's effectively the same as me working an 8-hour day with a commute and with a half-hour break and, like, time away. I'm at home all day as a streamer. And so Carla effectively never feels like we don't get to do shit together because every night after stream, I'm immediately off the computer and we can hang out. Every day before stream, we, like, hang out together. So, like, being a streamer, I almost feel like it's easier to maintain time with partner because you don't go anywhere. You don't do anything. Maybe if you're one of those that's, like, traveling a lot and you're always on the road. But when you're someone that's just chilling, gaming, and vibing, get this off my screen. Bring something a little prettier. But, like, I don't know. I feel like 10 hours on stream, 11 hours on stream is definitely not that, like, pulling away from the partner type beat as it would be if you were working a 10-hour, you know, normal job type shit. I personally think, and again, I love someone's content. I think once you're that large, streaming also gets substantially easier because you don't really have to try very hard to maintain a bunch of viewers because people will just have people come in off of the size, people that aren't even, like, you know, everyday Summit watchers just see the Summit notoriety and they'll come through to watch the Rust, which I myself found myself doing that, right? It's a different level of, like, presence once you're over there. It's intriguing. Get in that Rust server. I think I would rather, honestly, go back to Fortnite. I played Rust one day in my life. And I remember specifically that it was the day before Easter Sunday. Which would mean it was a Saturday. I started in the afternoon. And while my boy and I were running around, we knew nothing. It was just one of my friends and I. We ain't no jack shit. We're running around trying to get our bearings. Naked as fuck, rock in hand type shit. He's teaching me the basics that he knows. We're making small bases and whatnot, just having a blast. And we stumble across this dude that's, like, fully kitted out. And he clearly knows that we're new players. He can, I don't know, just somehow tell. This dude offers to take us to his base, get us gear, like, teach us shit about the game, because we told him that I was new. And I wasn't, like, big streamer at the time. I wasn't even streaming this. I was nobody. I was just a random person. Dude brings us to his base and starts hooking us up with a whole bunch of shit. And he's teaching us how to play the game. So he's got us fully kitted out. He's got us in guns. He's got us in armor and shit. We're in Discord at this point hanging out. I think it might have been like Mumble or something. I don't even remember what VC it was. No, maybe it was Discord. Maybe it was Discord. But we were all hanging out in VC. It was me, my friend, and that dude now. And we had gone on a bunch of runs. We had guns. We had pretty much everything. We had killed some players. And there was a helicopter type shit that came in. And we were in the base. And he said something like, if we kill the helicopter, we get a bunch of shit for it. So it's very worth us killing the helicopter, but it's also extremely likely that we're going to get raided while we're attacking the helicopter. Big or small? Heli, yeah. It was big boy. It was in the sky. And this was long ago, by the way. This was long ago. I don't even remember what year this was. But helicopter comes in. And he brings us up to where, like, all of his ammo, all of his explosive shit is. And we spent, I don't even want to know how long it was on that helicopter. Had to have been over an hour. Again, I've lost all concept of time at this point. But we ended up fending off a raid. We ended up killing the helicopter, getting the helicopter down, and securing the shit from the helicopter for this dude. We bring it all back to base. And then I hear people pulling into my driveway for Easter. It's my aunt and uncle in their minivan. And I look out the window and it's sunny. I did not get up. I did not eat. I did not drink. I did not piss, shit, take a break. I did not move for the entire span. Had to have been about an 18, 20-hour session. First session ever on Rust. I hear him pulling in. And I'm like, what the fuck? I look at the time. It's almost noon. I'm like, boys, I gotta go. I got family here for Easter. I close out. I take a shower. And during that shower, I said, I am never playing that fucking game again. Ever in my life. I've not gone back to this day. I haven't done it. That's good Rust. That was great Rust. And the problem is, I think that was the best Rust. I think it's almost like if you buy one lottery ticket and you win the lottery, you have to acknowledge that it's probably in your best interest to not continue buying lottery tickets and spend all of your money on more lottery tickets hoping you win again, and to just take your winnings and retire somewhere nice. I had an amazing Rust session. I met a cool dude there. He helped me out, got me kitted. My friend and I learned a lot. Never went back. Never once to this day. I have 0 hours since then. You stay up for days, unofficial ARC. It was the greatest time to be alive. Oh, dude. I've heard so many people with tens of thousands of hours in ARC. Concerning amounts. Can't leave Rust on a good ending. I think I must. I really think I must. I like leaving things on good endings. And you can't always control it. Like the Ashes ending, not good. Not good. Would have liked that to end on a different way. Gotta get a sub goal for a Rust wipe. You'd be more likely to see a sub goal for me to wipe my ass with sandpaper. Respectfully. The only sub goal that you see is going to be, don't get my house foreclosed on, X amount of subs. That's what you'll see a sub goal saved for in the future. Actually, we might have to dono goal that because of the sub cut. But, don't worry. Don't worry. We'll all have a very large goal here soon. Gonna leave Russ when you want to punch your monitor summer style. See, that's the thing. It's like, how can a man that smokes so much be so angry? I don't really get that angry when I'm smoking. It's just, it's usually chill. Hoofsay! Oh my god. Oh my god. No foreclosure yet. No foreclosure yet. This is building the nest egg. This is how we establish ourselves in the bank's eyes. We're getting really close to 1,000, aren't we? What are we at right now, chat? What are we at? Is that 949? Wait, is that 51 subs away from 1,000? Boys, check your primers. We might be able to push up to it this stream. We might be able to get it this stream. If everybody checks their primers, it's a free sub. Get the T1s, T2s, T3s. We close. The Ashes server ending in a game was like something out of a post-apocalyptic movie. Holy shit, bro. The day that the news broke, it was like the first day of the Thanos snap. Like, as I was covering Ashes and covering the news on stream to like 1,500 viewers on Twitch, you just saw the player base dwindling. You just saw it dropping off so incredibly hard. It's really tragic. Thanos Snap happened just in time to return the Ashes laptop? Oh no. Thanos Snap is a good description. That's literally what it was. As soon as it came out, 50% of the player base gone. Bro, you just saw it. And there was no reason for anybody to say. Everybody knew it was dead. Everybody knew it was gone. It was like somebody gets shot by a fucking cannon in the chest. And they're like, am I gonna make it? Nope. Nah, motherfucker. You were not gonna make it. So, everyone was just looking at that. And so many people dipped, and I don't blame them. It was crazy to see, though. I think that was genuinely the first time that I have seen a game's population die in real time. To the extent that I was involved with the game. The next closest was Terraceland. But Terraceland happened, like, right after I left. And then New World also happened after I left. So I had a couple close calls. But I wasn't there for the actual deaths of Terrace and New World. Faster than New World? It was more sudden than New World. Actually, I really think it was more sudden than New World. Now, New World also had just dropped an expansion around it, but New World was known for a while. A little birdie called that New World would announce its end of life back when I went to TwitchCon last year. So I talked about that on stream at TwitchCon, that we received word from a credible source that New World was going to be sunset. I talked about it on stream. Lo and behold, it came true. Now, for whatever reason, I didn't have any connects like that with Ashes, but is what it is. Is what it is. Would have loved some heads up there. Wouldn't have happened if they didn't take free transmog away. Wouldn't have happened if Christoph Fartman was still at 2K, making goddamn greedy-ass sports games and ultimate team transactions. But unfortunately, he decided to dabble in our sacred ground. And I feel like that's one of the largest problems that we could have ever run into. Oh, dude, it still makes me sad. Like, what if the actual devil was the CEO of Amazon Games instead? It might have worked. Like, it actually had potential to work out. But unfortunately, nope. See no drama with Amazon as a whole with their gaming app thing. No. No. Why, is Amazon fucking more stuff up? Is it Snoop Dogg's courtroom chaos? Yeah. Oh no. Why? Brother, what, like... How is Amazon Games selling this hard? All they had to do is exist. Literally all they had to do is exist. Imagine if Steam shut down. I don't think Steam would ever shut down. But if it did, Tencent wins. I think at that point, Tencent wins inevitably. What are predictions for Throne and Liberty and Aeon 2? Throne and Liberty I never have good predictions for. I haven't even followed, honestly, like what TNL is doing on their end. I don't engage in pay-to-win games, just to be completely upfront. So whenever something I feel like is very much bordering pay-to-win or is at the point where it's commonly known as pay-to-win, that's an immediate put-off for me. So I've been considering going over and checking some shit out, but everywhere I look, it's just pay to win. And like, yes, it may be a tax write-off for me, which is great, but I also don't want to spend the money in the first place. Even talking about pay to win, I fucking yawn. Last there, if you know, was McDonald's code that I won for something in it. Weird. You won something for Throne of Liberty from McDonald's? 4K on TNL. You spent 4K on TNL? $4K players. Oh. Dane, thank you for the follow. Much love. That makes sense. Yeah, 4K players is not very good. That's not a lot. What? How'd it go down so hard? Steam DB. Throne of Liberty. Oh my god. What the fuck? How? Like that shit. Oh my god. Dude, it got nuked. The September update in 2025 was their last major update. So they haven't got a major update in over a year. That's just ass that how? Yeah, that's fair. That's very fair. Explain in detail why 4K players is not a lot. Because for a live service MMO to exist, especially with any form of Western developer or publisher, 4,000 players is not enough to sustain enough ongoing monetization for developers to look at that as a profit when you're talking about corporate developers. 4,000 players in certain titles and in the indie world can be great. Like if you're looking at... Oh wait, Ball X Pit isn't even in Steam, is it? Oh, Ball X Pit is. If you're looking at Ball Pit, 35,000 players all time and a 24-hour peak of 1,100 for something like this is absolutely massive. Absolutely massive. But when you're looking at something like Throne and Liberty from a health standpoint, this is not an indicator of health at all. What's the difference between CCU, MAU, and subcount and DAU? So why are you bringing in monthly active users, subcount, and daily active users like they're actual metrics, brother? Anybody can know buzzwords. That doesn't mean you're a game developer, Sith Duck. Nobody's spitting false narratives with no knowledge. I make MMO content every single day. And you're coming in using buzzwords like it's a chest puff out, brother. You yourself have no credentials on this. 4,000 players in the MMO world is less than many titles that have been completely axed by modern developers. 4,000 players is far less than New World, which had momentum when it was axed by Amazon Games, which Amazon Games is the publisher of Throne and Liberty on the NA side as well. New World was by all means and measures and data points that we have healthier from a daily active user, monthly active user, total active user over the course of the expansion release, and was bringing in more money off of box costs than Throne and Liberty would have been generating off of its monetization, yet it was still canceled by Amazon Games shortly after an update was released that brought in 191% player growth. Throne and Liberty hasn't released an update in over a year that's been marked as a major update, meaning the support for it has gone entirely downhill. Its player base has atrophied to under 5,000 peak daily concurrent players, which means that its monthly active users, daily active users, and paying users are down substantially. And every bit of the MMO is falling apart because of the monetization. So you can throw out buzzwords as you want to, but I need you to understand I probably know more than you about the MMO world without even working in it, brother, because this is life here. We cover a lot of MMOs. We cover a lot of MMOs. Brother can't articulate a response, so says LMFAO. If you'd like to try to articulate a response, I'll go fill up my water and smoke a bowl. I'll give you a couple of minutes to sort it out. We do have some active game developers in here from very successful studios as well. So we can get anything verified that you do say, and we can also credential check if you would like to verify that you work in the gaming industry. Other than that, I accept your defeat, brother. 07. I'll be right back. Good day, boys. I'm telling you. Something about Wednesday. I don't get it. Something about Wednesday. I forgot someone wasn't using TNL as an example of a good MMO. I fucking hope not. I think I struck a nerve by saying that TNL's pop was bad, though. I think I made somebody angry. Just deeply saddened by the state of MMOs in general. I, too, am deeply saddened and cynical because of the state of MMOs in general, Taint. I agree with you. And I think it's very unfortunate that it's come to the point where we're looking at MMOs with low population, not from the standpoint of, I really hope this gets an update that swings it, but more of a, I really hope this doesn't get executed like a horse with a lame hip. Because that's what MMOs have unfortunately turned into, I feel like. And it's sad for me to also be so cynical in interactions with people sometimes, where it's like, this is clearly a bad thing and it's not a symbol of hope for the future. But that's just the state of it, man. Live service game development is incredibly expensive. And after your game goes through its largest hype cycle, which is launch, that's guaranteed, right? You have no guarantee that any of your updates long-term will hit in any capacity. It's all kind of a gamble. It's all hoping that you have enough of a catalog to retain players comparatively to other titles in the genre. It's hoping that your update comes with quick enough cadence to be able to capitalize on players and give them a re-entry date and pull them from the game they were playing before, their evergreen. And a lot of it is backed by private equity and investors that have never played video games before in their fucking lives, that do not see gaming as this passion-driven field. Rather, they see it as this cash cow where it's all about the bottom line no matter how they get there. And it's become so driven by, honestly, the very thing, funny enough, that we were just discussing. The data, the potential daily active users, monthly active users, sub revenue, monetization revenue, the potential market share that you're getting when looking at competitors' launch cycles of other games. It's all data now. Oh, excuse me. And I feel like data, yes, it's great for having numbers down, interpreting those numbers, but when you're looking at something like the gaming world, data doesn't always make sense. Why did so many people in ARPGs sit and play Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction for so fucking long? Or keep going back. Yo, Top, thank you for following. Much love, dog. Why do people keep going back to Path of Exile? Time and time and time and time again. Despite them having very bad seasons, and people would still go back and they'd be like, oh, this season fucking sucks, but I'm still playing it. Sometimes the data can't explain those things. Gaming is fucking weird, man. Genuinely. Gaming is very weird. And I think when people started looking at it from a point of like private equity, billionaire investment firms, data and analytics, and all of the stat drive, instead of examining, okay, how did some of the most successful titles of all time come about in many genres? A side idea that someone at the studio had, that they were like, I think this would be a really cool thing for us to cook up. And it started as a small idea. It started as a prototype. It started as a mod for another game that was completely out of genre, and then evolved an entire genre in itself. It's the passion that made game development the cash cow in the first place. And once it was seen as a cash cow, people lost sight of the passion and they only wanted the money. It's like when an old person is getting old and they're close to death. The vultures come out because they see the money. That rich old person, however they got their money isn't the story, but all that matters is that they have the money now. The PE comes in and they just see that they have the money now and they want to extract the money however they can. They lose sight of it. Did they send out invites for the playtest yet? I don't think so. I have not received one. So either they haven't... Oh! Fucking hate that, by the way. Either they haven't sent them out yet, or I'm supposed to go fuck myself. So I don't have mine yet. As soon as I do, I'll let you guys know. I have also received word that I may be receiving some codes to give away to y'all. So hopefully, as soon as that happens, those that don't immediately get codes will be able to get you guys in before the playtest actually goes live as well. Just gotta wait for those to come through. So, hopefully, we'll be seeing those sooner rather than later. But if you guys do end up getting yours, let me know. I can try to ascertain a little bit more info on when codes might possibly come out. What Scars of Honor box cost? Bagel, Goose Egg, Zilch, Love in Tennis, the best score possible on a golf hole. Nothing. Absolutely zero. Free to play. It's also just a playtest, the 30th to the 11th. So this isn't even like their full launch. This isn't concurrency. It's going to go back down on the 11th. And as you can see, hold on. Drum roll, please. Somebody's drum rolling on their desk, and I want you to know I fucking appreciate you. Whoever is hitting their desk right now like crazy, I want you to know you are the realest motherfucker out there. Boom. The 3 phases of the playtest. You're welcome. Legends. Legends. God damn it, I love you guys. So, when the playtest goes live, it's going to contain everything in the first drop here. So, combat, we'll be checking out, of course. It's a baseline of any MMO, in my opinion. Leveling, talent, scars. So, talents are effectively your skills. Scars you get through leveling and completing different challenges, and those are another form of character progression. Gathering, crafting, and voice chat, including proximity chat. So that's going to be what we start out with. The rest of these drops will come throughout playtesting. We don't know at what point, at what date they'll be at, but voice chat, prox chat! Brother, you don't understand. If they do not have restrictions on prox chat, my dream, Sloomy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, my friend. Welcome in. If they do have massive scale wars and guild versus guild wars, and they are able to execute on that, and we have proximity chat in large scale PvP, dude, it's over. Prox chat just being active leads to so much mayhem because there are always people that just don't know that they have their prox chat active. I can't wait to shit talk any pointy ears. Jesus Christ. Are you going to make a dwarf? You cannot be mean to all of the elves. Invites will go for scars a day or so before April 30th. Do we have source? Just so I can verify. Finally out the ad. Free my brother. I appreciate you, Zenith. Where was that posted? Was it just in their Discord from someone? I always just like to have the source so I can link to it if people ever ask. I feel like a day before would be so close. Mod, and yes, in Discord. Chat, somebody find it. Somebody find it. I'm gonna see if I can get Venny to give me some codes early. He said I got codes coming my way for the community. I'm gonna see if I can get those things slid to me a couple days early, get them out. Because theoretically, if we had the codes early, it wouldn't be a matter of like we could get into the server. We'd just be able to play. Good luck. He leaks. He leaks. I can't bribe him, but he likes to leak. We shall see. I mean, listen, I will have codes, so that's cool. That was from Venny himself. Thank goodness gracious for that. The fact that he's been so active, like on the Twitch side, is kind of crazy. I have seen Venny more than I have seen, like, many developers active. We had Venny and Coco in here, like, 2 days ago. It's fucking insane. Actually insane. Their involvement has been wild. Wild to me. I'm so grateful that they're active as shit. Are those balloons still alive? Bro, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. They're starting to get a little bit low, but you should get Dr. Pepper as a sponsor. Wait, what? Wait a second. Why won't they sponsor me? I thought this was a sponsorship opportunity. I should get Dr. Pepper as a sponsor. They make good Twitter things. I must respond with this. I must have credentials. How much to suck one? The instant clarification of balloon is crazy. Welcome to the pin. All right, that's staying until the end of stream. That's almost like an exclamation hoofsy type shit. God damn. Well, exclamation hoofsy too, actually. Regular hoofsy is Twitch Prime. Exclamation Hoofsy 2 is his borderline racist one. That one's a little out of control. Yo, a Dr. Peppy sponsor would go fucking hard, though. I will say, it would be awful for my teeth. And the sugar content would probably legitimately kill me. But Dr. Pepper sponsor would go absolutely insane. Oh, my MVP. Thank you, Zenith. I appreciate you. Sorry to be a bother. I always just like to have it on file. Is it in the FAQ? Wait. Doesn't explicitly say a couple days before. Word, it just says at some point beforehand. Business model. Cosmetic cash up. Let's see. Steam. Request access button. Development timeline. Oh, they have their development timeline pin. That's kind of cool. Free open stress test. Jose! I appreciate you, my boy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So they've done stress tests. Okay. So this is actually like year 5 of testing for them. So this is presumably more towards the wrap up of things, right? They've done some stress testing. They've done a good amount. Do we know how many people they have had for their tests in the past? Like what the size of their play tests have been? Because this is their first Steam test, right? Let's see. Housing will not be available at release. Right. Yeah, I don't know. I'm assuming they'll send them out at some point, TM. At some point, TM. Are there some skill planner websites we can look at? Yes. What game are we talking about? Scars of Honor, my friend. Pebble, you going to TwitchCon this year? Yeah, you bet your sweet fucking bippy I'm going to TwitchCon this year. Why? Are you going to TwitchCon this year? Hell yeah. Yeah, you're pulling up. Yeah, TwitchCon's about to be lit. Let's meet up and kiss. Dude, I will literally standing 69 you if you keep talking like that. I swear to God, right in the middle of the street. Holy shit, we can do cartwheels. That would be insane. Both of which would come out for the 1.0 release. They'll focus on guild strongholds before player individual housing. Okay, so 1.0 release, and then the guild versus guild comes in, and then they're looking at player housing after. I like that. I like that a lot. I think a reasonable scope pre-launch and having ambitions post-launch provides the opportunity for reasonable expansions to be looked forward to as well. And one thing that I worried about with Ashes was an element of like, they had so much in their scope where their launch, if they were able to pull it off, was going to be such a, an accomplishment. But what was after that? How did they follow up on that many systems, right? Druid isn't available yet. Yeah, spoiler alert, none of this is actually active. None of this is actually active. So basically, the Paladin tree is the most accurate. And this has been slimmed down a little bit. But when Coco was in chat a couple days ago, he was working on the Paladin tree and literally told me that he was changing nodes as we were speaking and told me what a couple of the nodes were. So I can confirm this is inaccurate. Mage, Ranger, both clearly inaccurate as well. Everything's cooked. So the Mage and the Ranger are the old tree. Even the Paladin side has been brought up to par a little bit. So it is definitely going to be far different than what we're looking at here. You'll probably see some core abilities in the middle redesign based on what's been put out. Granted, most of those aren't even out yet. So there's effectively no accurate information, which some are going to be upset about. But I think this is fucking sick, in my opinion, that there is no, like, pre-parsing everything. But let's talk about retention on streams. And the way they want to do that is by keeping certain gear progression horizontal with new best items. New best items bringing up the baseline when released. And they want to drop new content every 3 months, dungeons, mounts, classes, etc. Be cool to figure out, because that's going to be later on regardless. And that'd be more towards their 1.0 concurrent releases, unless they wanted to do a longer term playtest where they stayed concurrent. But in snapshot playtests, I don't really think you're going to see much of a retention issue. When we're looking at 11, 12 days, like, yeah, you'll have people come and go. But I also feel like people aren't going to be going into a known 11-12 day playtest with a goal for attention. This is for Q1 2027. That makes a lot more sense. Okay, so more of an extrapolated take. Yeah, I mean, that's honestly one of the things that I have noticed is they are very realistic about their takes. And I don't think it's too grandiose in terms of their design. I have heard a lot of things from Venny that just kind of make sense in terms of shorts, in terms of going back and reviewing streams and videos. They're taking what seems to me to be a very commonsensical approach where they're trying to not invalidate old content. They're trying to keep the world open and accessible and have different avenues for people to gear and play the game, but they still want to have friction in certain areas for the people that want to sweat on the highest level. I look forward to seeing how they pull it together. And if they can, because anything at any point in time could be a change that makes or breaks an MMO's perception, right? And if gearing feels an iota off in terms of the gearing progression, the verticality of it, let me tell you, the community will let you know. Holy shit. The amount of discussion that, God, even here, we try to keep our discussion productive, of course, but like even here, we had so much discussion about the steep verticality of gear and ashes tier to tier, and how when you kept extrapolating like up towards level 50 cap, it was just gonna get fucking disgusting. Disgusting. So, best news with Focus Test every other month up to EA, which is planned for 2027. Yeah, I heard early access, they were looking at a goal of Q1 2027, right? And then launch would likely, depending on their early access goals, I don't know what their scope difference is between 1.0 launch and early access as their MVP. But I typically see early accesses these days as a 6-month plus thing anyways. So I don't necessarily think 1.0 in 2028 would be too far out there. And if early access is more concurrent, then that's a huge build too. So realistically, that's one thing. We're getting into coverage of this extremely early. It is near impossible that I will be able to sit here and cover everything Scars every single day until 2027. I'm just still learning so much and trying to get people in the community caught up as well, where when the 30th hits, whoever does get in will be able to pump. I thought the 30th was concurrent. No, the 30th goes till the 11th of May. So this is their first Steam test, which is kind of sad, but also is kind of good because we get an early look, and if we do like it, then that gives us a lot of time to build on an earlier level, right? So in terms of their timeline, let me pull up their Discord here. Scars. And then where was that? That was the FAQ. And then hiya. Hiya. All right, development timeline. Test completed. June 12th, 2021, stress test 2. Stress test 1, Jesus Christ. March 14th to 18th, 2022 was test 2. October 21st to 30th, 2022 was test 3. And then late October to November was open stress test 4. July of 2023 was test 5. February 6th of 2020 to February 6th to the 20th of 24 was test 6. So they went under wraps for like 7 months-ish and then hit another test. And then October of 2024 to November, late October to November, they hit test 7. And this was all closed testing. And then November 14th, 2024 was a free open stress test. So this is their testing so far. And now they have the Steam playtest April 30th to May 11th, which is, as far as we know, their most out there test so far, and their most like publicly on display test. Will likely, if I had to guess based on the number of requests so far, break any of their concurrent user records. Will probably bring in more people than they are expecting based on what Venny's talked about with requests so far surpassing 100k. So I'm excited. Nova, good day. How are you, my friend? Do you remember when my mouse broke when we were playing Ashes and we got ganked first like 3 kills? Don't know if I mentioned already, but I got a replacement this week. Have you been playing with a broken mouse this entire time? What do you mean a replacement this week? Brother, that was like at the start of this year, wasn't it? Like 90% sure those are the start of the year. The fuck do you mean? The right click only works 50% of the time. How are you playing with that? What the fuck do you mean? Since December? Oh, God. We're gonna sign up for this upcoming test. The upcoming playtest. Hiya! Search up Scars of Honor on Steam. Wishlist and request access. You must do both. If you do not do both, then you shall perish, and you will not be granted access. I actually don't think wishlisting matters, but wishlist it helps push it up the wish lists and all that good shit as well. We have been told from Venelin that over 100k people have requested access. So good luck, soldiers. What if you don't get in? I will bet anybody right now 100 gifted subs that I will get in. I have a good feeling about it. Good. How are you doing? Oh my God. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. We are buying a house. That is the new Dusty arc. It is DustyWhy Homeowner. Here soon. Devs, don't let him in too cocky already. I'll show you cock. Wait. But yeah, we're in the process of buying a house. You had a good feeling about Ashes of Creation 2, and here we are. I had a good feeling about you at 1.2, but that's changed. Only see wish listing, not an option to request access. I'll keep a lookout for the button. Wait. Try wish listing. Try wish listing first. Damn. Sorry, love you, Victor. My bad. That's on me. Didn't you have a good feeling about New World? No, I had a bad feeling about New World, actually. But yes, I am going to TwitchCon this year. I will be attending TwitchCon yet again, thankfully. Very thankful for the comm for making it possible in the first place, right? But we have a huge group going out to TwitchCon. I don't know exactly what the numbers are going to be, but preemptive numbers of people that were going out, and this was like back in the Ashes days, so some people could have dropped off. But we were looking at like 25-ish, I think, total that were like, I might be going out this year from our immediate community. And that's just from here. I think that number has dwindled substantially, just in terms of people who are like, now, okay, I might be interested because money is very much a thing for travel. That shit expensive. So I'm hoping we get a lot of people out there yet again this year. Last year we had, God, quite a solid group. So went to the con with a group every single day, had a blast. And then we went to all of the after events with a group. It was a blast. Met up with everybody's mutuals, because with TwitchCon, once you have people in your group who have been there, you immediately have connections established through that. So we had so many people that were like introduced through people that worked in different industries in gaming as a result of that. Oh, dude, it was a blast. So it was my second year last year. I knew plenty of people where we had interactions where people like recognized me that I had interacted with last year, from like industry people to those connections being established for other people now, to me knowing more people and interacting with them that just happen to be random run-ins through mutuals and shit. So it's really fun, and this will be my third year going. I was hoping I'd be able to attend more. I got invited to DreamHack, so we're trying to maybe think about that, but that's also like in the middle of May, and right in the middle of the house buying process. That might not be the best. So TwitchCon's a definite. We will not miss TwitchCon by any means, measures, anything like that. TwitchCon will be attended. And then from there, next year, we want to try to do two. Whether it's like DreamHack and TwitchCon, or BlizzCon and TwitchCon, or, you know, PAX and TwitchCon, something like that. But we're gonna be there probably. God, I mean, honestly, we might go down for like a full week and do like a day or two in Arizona, and then do the TwitchCon actually like itself for a few days. I'm almost thinking like make it like a couple extra days, because we're gonna be flying down to Phoenix, I think, because Carla's family's in Phoenix, grabbing their car from them and then driving from Phoenix to San Diego with the Wipinski, and then having a car with us in case we want to navigate anywhere for TwitchCon. Just like in case we want to drive and check anything out so we don't have to Uber. That'll be way easier. We'll have people coming up with us from Phoenix as well, and then we're gonna have a whole gaggle fuck of people that are there. Or honestly, just to put it out there, if anybody is fully planning on attending TwitchCon this year, and you are a part of the community and you want to like share housing with people to save money, please, for the love of God, reach out to us. because we're trying to get a hard head count of like, I am definitely going for Airbnbs and for, you know, understanding the housing situations, right? Keeping costs down, booking early, all that shit. So if we can get a definitive like yes, no from people for Airbnbs or for, depending on how many people we need, potentially both. That's the thing. We're trying to figure out how many people we have, because we at one point were planning around like 20 to 25 people coming in, where even if we had a 10-person Airbnb, we're just like, that's not going to be enough. So we're likely going to try to find accommodations for multiple groups of people to try to figure out how we can efficiently do it. Because if you're staying at a hotel, Streg spent like fucking $3,000 on his hotel stay last year, and I think we spent like $200 on our Airbnb for the entire weekend. Goofy guy, silly guy. I don't really understand. But he did stay at the Hard Rock Hotel, which led to Cypher PK mistaking me for Soda Poppins while we were taking a piss. So that was a cool interaction. I gave him one of my cards with my stream information on it in the bathroom. He never came by. Who would have thought? That's probably in a trash can somewhere. So, you know, all things considered, still a cool interaction that wouldn't have been possible without Streg spending an exorbitant amount of money on a hotel. So thank you for that, Streg. But something tells me this year everybody will probably be at Airbnbs, making the cost-effective decision. Fupo, hello, my friend. Have decided you probably should not play Crimson Desert. Probably too hard for you. Also, just look at the request access button. Seems to work. Even if you did not wish list, just try it on my other Steam account. So why would somebody not have a request access button? Is their social credit score too low? No clue. Somebody earlier, their friend said that they did not have a request access button either. So I'm a little intrigued. Not verified email? Oh, I guess that could be a likely cause of it. That could probably do it. Yeah, maybe verify email if you haven't. That's a very strange one though, because I had my request access. I had to restart Steam twice, but button finally popped up for me at least. All right, progress. Massive. People have been requesting access as of yesterday. Yeah, we had people confirm it today. Seems like it's just a Steam bug where people have to restart their shit. Someone let me know about it at the start of stream today, that their friend didn't see the access button. And then we immediately debunked that. If anyone wants to come along to TwitchCon and stay with the gang, let me know. As of now, it's looking like 8 to 10 confirmed. And that's in our immediate accommodations, right? That's not even like adjacent. That is like the group that we are going to have like hard confirmed with us. So if anyone's trying to come through, I mean, we do also have the infrastructure ready. I'm just saying. And if you're hard confirmed, it helps us plan stuff out. Just read an article that was about how Steam has a monopoly on game platform for PC. It was very interesting. Could read. So Steam doesn't like have a monopoly because of restriction. Steam has monopoly because of performance, in my opinion, right? It's almost like the best team in the NBA having a monopoly on the NBA. Like when the Golden State Warriors were 73-9 or whatever the fuck it was. That wasn't them having a monopoly because they were, you know, holding other people out. That was them just being the best. I think Steam outperforms every other platform so incredibly heavily that developers choose to go there and choose to partake and publish through them when alternatives like the Epic Games Store exist and Epic Games simply doesn't provide what Steam does. There are other launchers, but none of them provide what Steam does. It's not a monopoly. No, it's just fundamentally better than other things. It's like the name brand that everybody buys, and they're like, you do not want to buy the generic version of this. This one thing will make your life different. Got a lot of other platforms. Yeah, but people choose not to use them. Let's take in the article, but 79% is basically monopoly, but they did it because of what he's saying. Yeah, it's just better. Everybody went to it because they're better. That's kind of like, what do you ask them to do at that point? Like, do you want Gaben to slur or something? Because honestly, at that point, that might make more people like him, as weird as that is. If he just dropped the 1 to see if he was cancelable, like I don't really think that would have any impact on his legacy. I think he could get away with it no matter which one it was. I don't think there's functionally a way that the monopoly would break. Not even that it's a monopoly, but like that Steam's hold would break because they are so far above everybody else. As simple people, I know it isn't a real monopoly, but I'm too lazy to learn what is really considered. Skill diff? Like, if I could put it in a very simple way, it's just skill diff. I think it's also the fact that Steam has been a platform for so long and has expanded its reach to so many different titles and so many different types of titles, and it has responded to community feedback and sentiment in a productive way over the years. It has really maintained a constant image. Not to mention the fact that Valve is, can we say God tier at this point in terms of Valve with most things they touch? Another thing is they're still a private company from what I've gathered. They don't even have that many employees. If I remember correctly, Volvo and Steam do not have as many employees as a lot of people would think that each entity has, which is kind of interesting. I've heard that Lord Gaben is just completely untouchable at this point. Now, the question is then, what happens when Lord Gaben is no longer on his throne? How quickly does everything change? He's considered like Holy Grail for gaming. Yeah. Yeah. He is as close to LeBron James in his prime as any other human has been at this point in time. Just absolute dominance, unstoppable force, truly the GOAT. Do worry about the day Steam changes leadership? Yes. I very much hope that there is already a mentor lined up, because anybody is mortal, no matter how much money you may have, no matter how many yachts with gaming rooms you may have. Everybody is mortal. And I really hope that there is a second in command that is like the Kim Jong-un to Kim Jong-il levels of transition, that keeps it right on that constant level of performance. Because honestly, they even got like Kim Jong-un's sister, right, ready to go next. Like, they have a lineage ready to take over on the North Korea side. I feel like Gaben needs to look at it as that constant level. Yeah, in the entire time, no matter who's there, they've maintained their nukes and shit. His daughter, my bad, daughter. Yeah, that's gonna get fresh legs in there too. Honestly, a new generational mentality. That'll be great. Really, really great for the vision of the country. But yeah, they still got nukes. They still got everything on their end despite the transitions of power. And they've still been North Korea the entire time. So, you know, you could have Steam be like a North Korea type situation where the transition of power happens and they're still just completely set. Or it could go the complete opposite. His sister is the evil side of North Korea while Kim tries to be the people's leader. So Kim is good guy in North Korea, and then sister is mean guy? Like good cop, bad cop type thing? Well, okay, hold on. Good guy might be a bit strong. I mean, perspective-wise, though, if somebody is like hitting you with a fucking spiked club and I say come over here for some open hand smackings instead, you're gonna think that I'm a saint for the open hand smackings instead of the spiked club. Perspective is everything. She's like an agent. An agent of what? Like she's like Secret Service-y, or what's going on there? Probably Scott Lynch or Robin Walker would step into CEO role, would guess. Overseen by his sons as owners. Why them? What makes them the front runners in your opinion, Foop? Whatever North Korea calls FBI or KGB. Oh, okay. So she's like spy lady. That makes sense. So she does like spy espionage stuff and then he just kind of hangs out? Or like, what does he do? Key leadership? Fair. So just continuity there. I mean, that would make sense. People from like the internal bureau. Do you think that there's a chance they delegate into effectively just a council to carry on the overall thought process that they think Gaben would have instead of like one person at the top? Because they could also go like, when Gaben is no longer there, Gaben's position is no longer there. And effectively, if Gaben leaves, then Gaben's role is gone. That, I think, could be a potential carryover that does keep the mentality. Robin was responsible for Half-Life Alyx? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, depending on who else, I don't know enough about the internals, admittedly. I don't follow that level of things. And I also hope that Gaben never perishes. May our Lord and Savior remain protected. Because honestly, the gaming world doesn't have much left, man. So many have been turned to corporate dust over time. And it makes me very sad. Gabe will have a solid plan already in place, is a private company. Do you think he's already effectively retired, or do you think he still gets involved with everything on a level that he did at his peak? I would assume there's no way that he hasn't started to transition some things out and delegate and live a more relaxed life. I'm sure not as much. Watch him just be like boots on the ground still. Monster. The things that are very much decided. He's not retired, but he's more kind of hands-off and works on his own stuff. And then they just bring him into consult type shit. Came in 63. We probably got a decade left with current Steam direction. I mean, shit. If we got a decade left before gaming goes completely corrupt, if we extrapolate 10 years worth of streaming at a rate of growth of maybe, I don't know, we'll say 20% year over year, which I think is relatively achievable with the rate that stream's been going. Optimistic, but achievable. Then I may be able to retire at that point. I may just be able to follow him out. If everybody gets their wallets out, drops a few gifties, shit. We might just do it, boys. You'll be president by then. Long before then, based on the predictions, yes. Projections have 2028 as the year of the Dusty. Thanks to my 2027 large platform increase due to every MMO I play popping the fuck off. That is the Dust of Creation projection. Abso-fucking-lutely. Jesus Christ. Valve runs in a no boss type structure? Oh, no. Yeah. Interesting. So, I mean, realistically, the transition wouldn't be that bad. But when does greed come in? Did you know it would take humans billions of years to reach the closest big galaxy? It would take you longer to reach it than the Earth has been alive. Yeah, but what if we just go faster? Because, like, at that point, we can just go a little bit faster and then we're fine. Also, if you take any trip and you travel 50% of the distance of that trip, you will never technically complete that trip. Matter can't go fast enough. Show you how fast matter can go. That one fucked with me mentally. If you start a trip and you go 50% of the trip and then take a break, you will never, ever technically complete that trip. It will just keep reducing it by 50%, and you will always have a very tiny amount of distance to actually get to. You don't travel there by moving through space, you get there by making the space move. Yeah, but you can't grab space because there's nothing there. The fuck do you want to do? Like, grapple to a planet? Don't need to go faster, you need to make the distance to travel smaller. You fold. I see you also watch Project Hail Mary. Folding space would be the best way if that could happen, but we're done. Have we tried just sticking a shop vac out of the window of one of the spaceships? Because, bro, let me tell you, you get a shop vac on a carpet, that bitch will right up. I feel like if you're going to scrunch anything in a vacuum, it's got to be a shop vac. You got to counter vacuum with vacuum at that point. What would happen if you turn a vacuum on in space? With what air? Well, that's what I'm wondering. Would you pull the planets to you? Nothing. What would the engine do? Because the engine would turn on. Nothing. Overheat. You're already in a vacuum, would be nothing to vacuum. That's such a weird concept. So, like, how is there no air out there if we had a hole in the ozone layer and we were leaking shit? Because theoretically, there should be a pocket of air out there somewhere, like when you're swimming underwater in an MMO and you see the little bubbles floating up. Theoretically, there should be some. What? There was a hole in the ozone layer, so then the air could get out. We left the windows open. That was what my entire elementary school and junior high school was about. They said we need to stop using aerosol sprays because the ozone layer is leaking.
Farm him, reaped, dead, fucking idiot.
You're the idiot. I'm trying to save the world. I literally watched Project Hail Mary like less than a month ago. And I swear to God, wow, it's amazing what we learn when we go through this together. Yeah, there was a hole in the ozone layer because people were using aerosol sprays so heavily in the 90s on their hair. And then plastic straws killed all the penguins, so we had to go to paper straws and also no aerosol sprays. Have you seen Don't Look Up? Yeah, that's a dramatization, though. This was actual PowerPoint presentations that I was watching in junior high in class. So I saw a video of how that rock eats, and I died laughing. In Project Hail Mary, we're not talking about how rocks eat stumps. We're talking about how aerosol sprays eat the rocks that protect us on a daily basis. I know you don't have hair, but do not use aerosol sprays. Stick deodorant over spray deodorant. Cologne, only in one of the pumpies, not one of the psh. Don't forget about the plastic rings for 6-packs. Yes, make sure that you cut all of your plastic rings for 6-packs because all of them end up in the ocean and then they strangle penguins who are also getting impaled with straws. Yes, a lot of climate science is kind of a racket. A lot is correct, but much has been used to drive making money. No, Fupo. Me using paper straws and having them dissolve in my Dr. Pepper at a restaurant offsets all of the blasting of missile testing that this world does. And more. I am helping. I recycle my bottles and I bring them back to a redemption center and I'm compensated with 5 cents per bottle and that saves the goddamn world. I am offsetting Taylor Swift's jet. Do you know how much liquids we have in plastic bottles in landfills? Or are we on like the trapped water theory? Because that's interesting as well. Now, eventually, as that degrades, then that will free up. But there's also a theory that if plastic is all set to degrade in the same relative time, and it does end up retaining more and more liquid, then eventually it may be enough to cause like great floods. I know, it's crazy. We're gonna build an ark or some shit. Don't look up how much jets put into the air. Listen, I'm gonna let them worry about the air. I do my part on the ground. The ozone layer does not hold the air in. It protects us from UV radiation. So what holds the air in? Gravity. No. Explain. Define gravity. Not in space. That's helium. Right. So is there helium in space? Because helium leaks out through the ozone layer? Yes. So helium's air? Helium heavier than air. Someone idiot that man. Someone idiot that man. Get him. I know you'd get me. Helium's so tech. So theoretically, just someone's going to say, Dusty, you need to go to bed. If I were to sit on one of the helium pumps and inject it directly into my ass, would I eventually start floating?
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
This is science, not math. Could I? Yes. Would I blow up before then? Could you inflate yourself? You would die first, but yes. How much helium can you fit in your butt before dying? Like, could you get enough helium in your ass to feel a reduction in gravity? Just theoretically, like moon shoes type shit? Enough. Well, that's what I'm wondering, because, like, hear me out. LeBron. He's 41, and yesterday hit the... How does he jump so high being so old? What if part of his European escapades for rest and recovery include helium injections directly into his ass? I feel like there is a certain amount that we could probably take as humans that would theoretically reduce our density, right? He stores up his methane and uses it to float. That's tech. It's an after booster. No, but honestly, okay, not honestly. But hypothetically, is there anyone that's a scientist in the chat? Maybe a doctor. Might need both. How much helium could a human inject into their butt before dying? Step one. And step two, would the non-lethal amount of helium support somebody being able to jump slightly higher and have less of an effect on gravity? Is my question. How are you injecting it into your butt? Like helium tank? Helium tank? Nozzle? With the little thingy up here. And then effectively, like... something, you guys get the idea. So effectively, like, before I get a 3-day, effectively, like, helium directly in butt is what I'm thinking. From the injection standpoint. I am thinking without an airtight seal infinite, you would be froze. Is helium cold? Doesn't feel very cold. Feels pretty warm to me. A colonoscopy typically uses a couple liters of air blown up there, so you could definitely handle at least that much. Wait, when you get a colonoscopy, they blow air up your ass? I thought they just fingered you. Wait, now I'm scared. What? Bro, I thought I was getting pegged. I'm getting inflated? What do you mean? This is horrible news. This is the worst news that I would have fucking ever thought. You mean to tell me they inflate you a bit so the scope... What do you mean they inflate you a bit? Looking forward to it blow me up like a balloon. What if there's resistance with the inflation while they're in there? Like, do they use fart exempt air? What happens? Because I would assume what goes in must come out. It's a quick nap anyways, you don't feel anything. Why would you want to sleep through that? Brother, if I'm paying to have somebody's finger in my ass, I'm going to feel it. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. If somebody's getting my money for that, I'm getting the experience. Don't put me asleep, look me right in the eyes, and tell me how it's feeling up there. That's what I want to know. That shit is too expensive. It's not a finger? That's fine. We can discuss. I'm open to many things, just depends on... I want to hear a whistle back. Oh, no. Cash payment and insurance payment's a different type of establishment. Self-pay, please, to the left. Does you're what, 30? I'm not 30. I'm not 30. I'm nowhere near 30. I swear to God. Sometimes that air doesn't come out, painful cramp still passing. Yeah, but like when it does come out, are you just... Who's got a colonoscopy in chat? Do you just like have unholy toots after a colonoscopy? I've had 2. You be tooting a lot? Scheduling one for next week. Nothing's wrong. I just want to get it looked at. What's been bothering you to warrant the colonoscopy? Loneliness. Seeking a little bit of a thrill, so to say. Okay, wait. So, do you toot a lot after? And also, was the second one easier than the first? No big issues with it, really. The cleanse is something else. Oh, no. Oh, no. Second, easier. So, they have you drink some shit to clear you out, right? We're gonna get bullied by Pyongyang again. The only thing Pyongyang bullied... Bro, I don't even know if they bullied anything. Those motherfuckers bullied fishing parties. They wouldn't step on the mainland. They stayed within their borders. And I never see them try to spin my block. Not once. Not once. Also, I don't necessarily know how many Ashes comms will come over here. We did spin it. I ain't never seen you on the mainland. I was always disappointed. I had a very clear, very concise stream window. And out of nowhere, every single war just doesn't line up with my stream window. And I don't care enough to go out of my morning routine of feeding birds and smoking bowls to get on for a war. That shit was literally for the birds. I could not be asked, bro, between the fucking noon decks because of the water and then like the 8 a.m. decks because of the fucking Australians. Holy shit, fuck my ass, man. I do not miss it. Somebody's got a deck at peak NA time. Nice 8 p.m. EST deck. Peak viewership. We pop off. We play it for content. Oh my god. Would log out and war deck would hit. Yeah, it's just that dusty timing. I'd watch you go feed birds. We have a few different species of birds that come through. So like we got a lot of pigeons, of course. Sometimes some rare spawn pigeons. We got another new pigeon in the flock today. That's like this cow looking pigeon in terms of the coloration. And then we also have some grackles. We have some finches. We have some seagulls that stop by every now and then. Let's see. There's a squirrel that has understood if he runs up to the door that I will bring him out food. So he runs up to the door and then runs over to his waiting area and then I bring him out food. Like he'll hear me come out, run up to the door when I'm out there, wait, run away after I see him, and then I'll bring him out food and he'll come back and then just eat the food and chill while I'm there. He doesn't run away or anything. So pretty chill. We got the squirrel on our side as well. We did pigeons dirty. I am assisting the pigeons. I am assisting the pigeons. He has to catch them, then release them from the new house so they return to the old one. I've been telling Carla that. Gonna make friends with the crows, train them to bring you money. We have, I don't know if they're crows or ravens, but they're big motherfuckers. They're the largest birds that we have. They're like a little bit, I'd say they're a little larger than the seagulls, but they're large boys. Large boys. So whichever one, either way. They've also come down, but I haven't seen them in a few. It's like they got smaller and replaced by the grackles, basically, but... You get fined for training crows in most states or owning them. Yeah, but what if they volunteer? Like, what if they don't do it under their own free will and testament? They do it for the love of the game. What if I'm not training them? They're about that shit. Sometimes you don't get trained for the streets. Sometimes the streets are ingrained in you from early on. Stomps, you coming to TwitchCon this year? I'll do a cosplay with you if you come to TwitchCon this year. Wait. Stomps, you know what'd be fucking sick? A Mo and Krill cosplay from Deadlock, even though we don't play Deadlock. That shit'd be kind of hard. I would say do it with Nin, but I'm not convinced Nin can bench 95 pounds, which is effectively what it needs to be to carry you. So, would be easy enough if we did it. You could just like sit on my shoulder all day. And then we could walk around like that. It'd be beautiful. It'd be beautiful. We gotta spin and smack the shit out of people. I'm 165 now. Been getting fat. No, that's crazy. That's crazy. Through hard work at the gym and the buffet, Sergeant Stompingtons is packing on the pounds. You're like 5'4" though. It's pretty thick. Stomps has an ass of dreams and titties that you would never imagine. Never imagine. Stomps and I are about the same way. Yeah, but you actually have ass and titties. Sorry, my bad. My bad. That's my bad. Also, so does Stomps though. Stomps is packing. Literally just okay. We need to get back on scores. Ideal weight is 145. I'm like, I sit at 50% more than Stomp's ideal. I'm like 50% more of a person. You would need another half of a Sergeant Stomps to have my height and weight. You'd have me beat on the height, because that would give you like another 2'8" or some shit like that. So you'd be vibing there. But what's half 5'6"? Like 210 or something? You also have a foot on me almost. Yeah, just about, which is kind of fucking crazy. People are short. I don't really understand how people grew their entire life only to be 5 foot. What weight did you fight at 6'5"? Me? Fight? I played basketball. I didn't fight. Dusty fight? No, I don't fight. I don't fight. I'm not a fighter. He's a lover, no joke. I mean, I could slap a motherfucker up if I need to, but no, I played sports. I played sports. Lazy Peon's the one that does fighting. That's the other white MMO guy. Did you do my time? Oh no, I make memes about that, but Lazy Peon actually does that shit. You might actually be confusing me with Lazy Peon. I don't know what he does. Lazy Peon lives in Thailand and does some of that shit. But no, I fuck around about having hits. But no, that's okay. Honestly, I'll take the credentials. Like, I could slap a motherfucker around. I don't know if it'd be the most organized, but I hear about my second about life. And I was like, that doesn't sound like much. A few bags of hot Bebos. Sitting at 765 healthy weight. You got a 4'240" at 520 pounds. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Oh, but yeah, no, I when I was playing college basketball was like 190, 195, relatively similar to weight to where I'm at now. I sit like 195 to 200 now, right around there. I got like, you know, the lazy old man bod now. But when I was playing ball, I was like 190, 195, right around there at like 6'5". So, always relatively slim. I actually struggle to put on weight most of the time. Weirdly enough, I eat ice cream like crazy. Chow my brain out. But yeah, even through school, I would do like 2-a-days on lifts. I would eat a shitload of calories. I just would put on weight. My belly would just hurt. My daughter's an adult and barely 5 feet. She says she likes being short. Carla is also an adult and is very, like, very, very, very short. And it's weird because she wears platform shoes. So sometimes she'll come out of the room with, like, tall shoes on, and I have to look up, like, 5-6 inches, and she's relatively normal height. And then sometimes she comes out after, and she's back to short. It's a weird experience. You never know what you're gonna get. He has no food noise and doesn't gain weight. I don't know what food noise is, but I can promise you that food be making some noise a couple hours after I consume it. I can promise you there is some food noise. That shit be screaming. Absolutely screaming. Those are some tall shoes. She falls more than any other person that I have ever known. Does she work hard? Brother, unironically, like 5-inch, 6-inch platforms. I don't understand it. She walks on stilts effectively. And old ladies will always see it and they'll be like, oh my god, cool shoes. And then she'll fall. She fell at work the other day because she was trying to buy a homeless man food. And then she fell while she was trying to walk outside because walking is difficult when you're in 6-inch fucking platforms. I fell because of a rock. I step over rocks all the fucking time. We have a lot of rocks, it's Maine. Like, you're literally gonna break your ankle in those one day. I swear to God, that's gonna be bad. You're gonna be out of work. Come on, wait on either until I hit 40 and got a job sitting on my ass all day. Keep streaming and get older, and it'll hit you eventually. Honestly, I don't want to say, like, you're gonna eat those words, old man, but people have been saying that to me since I was a goddamn kid. Your metabolism's gonna catch up to you someday, sonny. It ain't yet. It ain't yet. It might hit me all at once, honestly. Like, the food, the weed, everything might hit all at once. Maybe I just get, like, dementia and diabetes at the same time. And then the third D, death. It's just a trifecta. It's just my ankles get big, I forget how they got big, and then I just die. That might be just how I go out. Imagine not being able to step over a rock. How short is this person? No, it's even worse because she stepped on a little baby rock and it rolls her fucking foot to the outside so she falls. She has, like, no ankle stability. And the shoes aren't, like, platforms that are soft like a running shoe. So if you step on a little pebble, the shoe doesn't conform to the little pebble. It stays rigid and flat. So she literally, like, you'll see her walking and her ankle is doing this while she's walking. So anytime we walk together, I'm fucking, like, holding her up basically like she's shit-faced. Jesus Christ, dude, I don't get it. I literally, I don't get it. Doesn't snack like that, though? I snack sometimes. But, I mean, I don't really eat. Exclamation seeds, Mr. Janji. Exclamation seeds, my boy. Make sure you guys do exclamation seeds, by the way. We're very close to the all-time threshold needed for them to send me all of their limited edition seeds for the free. I swear to God, we real close. Exclamation seeds, exclamation free cash, all that good shit. Almost broke my foot last Monday when I stepped on a tree root. Yeah, would not recommend that. Would not recommend. That shit would suck. All right, I'll be right back. I'm going to fill up my water. And then we actually have videos to watch. I said we were going to watch a video like 3 hours ago. But we have videos to watch about the monetization. And just like general systems videos. We have lots to learn, chat. And they're nice and clear and concise as well. Fill up your water? No. I fill up my water while I'm out there. I go out, I fill up my water at the sink, and then I walk past the sink, and I go take a bong rip after, and then I grab my water on the way back. So yes, I'm going to fill up my water. Am I also going to beat my bong like it just disrespected me publicly? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Gonna do heinous shit to it. See if it fights back this time. I'll be right back. Pray for me, chat. We have videos when I come back. Check your Twitch primes, Dusty W booties, all of that, or I can't eat tonight. Thank you. and my water's full. Everything is beautiful. I hit the trifecta. I filled up my water. I ripped my bolski, and then I took a pee. And now we have a glorious video. Not this one. I have that one up for reference. Perfect time for the ads. I am very glad. I am very glad. So I have not pre-watched this. Just for perspective, I have not pre-watched this. I will say that publicly. I don't know what's in this. I don't know how viable this is. I don't know how not viable this is. I was simply scrolling titles and I saw this and I figured that we would give it a look. So this is covering monetization, gameplay, and open world out here. And it's about 14 minutes, which, as you know, in Dusty time could very well be an hour and a half. What? I know, we're getting to the videos only 4 hours in. We finally stopped talking about the colonoscopies. We finally covered all of our IRL stuff for the day. We've established that you may be able to get inflated with helium to a certain extent. Is it enough to allow you to jump higher or defy gravity? That we do not know at this point. Also, what I'm wondering now is, what if I put a bag in my butt and then inflated the bag instead of inflating me directly? Could that potentially contain it better? Would that be detrimental? Would there be any difference there? Because then the helium would be contained in a smaller area, so it'd be almost like a bladder. Anyways, I feel like if we were going to evolve to be able to have helium, it would be in a bladder. But regardless of all of that,
hello everyone.
We have Venny,
founder of Beast Burst Entertainment and a creative director of Scars of Honor.
You know their slogan is "Let the Beast Burst."
Huge thank you to all of you. The wish lists are growing fast.
It's kind of sus, but
incredibly active, and honestly,
they passed a 100K wish list.
It's
also on Pricks Your Booty Hole. And
if you
puffs.
follow my Sunday streams on Armageddon,
Yeah, that
TV,
might not be the worst.
You know that I love
That might not be the
discussing
best.
the future of Scars of Honor
That-
directly with the players.
That'd probably be
and our last
a
stream
less
was
than
nothing
pleasurable
but
experience.
great questions and
I'd
great
assume that would
conversations.
hurt.
So if you've missed the full session, don't worry. This video is your quick recap with all the key highlights. Enjoy, and I hope
I
I'll
appreciate
see you
this
on the
recap.
stream.
Because, dude, I'm physically incapable of getting through an entire 4-hour stream without yapping over it. I
You'll
need
be
to
the most
live
visual
react
focus on,
to their
skins,
streams.
mounts, pet skins,
I
and mod
must.
crafting materials, currencies, etc. An example, a League of Legends where Riot
Their
points,
set's dope.
that you buy only for customization.
They're, like, fully
and
infested.
Riot is a great example of this, as far as I know. Maybe it was previously. Currently
Okay, so-
what is, I don't know. So excuse me if I'm saying something inappropriate here, but
Their immediate
I
inspo.
the
Yo.
moment when you have zero cost for concurrent player online.
Wait, the trip
because,
is crazy.
We have our own server engine which allows us to do that. We can be definitely sustainable by purely how you call it, not customization but appearance. Like,
So effectively, their monetization is free to play, cosmetics, and pay for convenience that will not border on pay to win. He is saying that they are going to be able to, because their server cost is effectively zero, sustain players in a live service environment way cheaper than many other titles can. Therefore, the free-to-play model might actually be enough to pull it together for them, and they should be able to sustain through that. So it's intriguing to me, thinking about the complete opposite side of it, right? Where he's sitting here cool, calm, collected about the money side of this and the long-term monetization of Scars, being that it's a free-to-play, no sub, completely optional monetization, just saying, you know, people do have the capacity to support this should they choose. And he's cool, calm, collected about money. And then on the other side, in NA dev, we have cosmetic shop, we have monthly sub on the horizon, and we have a box cost to get into an early access. And even then, money be a large issue. Where are the servers? The exact locations I did not ask when Vinny was in chat last, but from what we've gathered about the servers, they're gonna have 4 NA and 2 EU for the playtest on the 30th. Again, I don't know where those are out of. I will try to figure that out. I don't know if that's publicly known or anything where they're being hosted from, But then he said that the only thing they need to pay for, server-wise, is the actual server rack rent. Like the physical actual server. And he said for playtesting, that is $1,000 USD for the 6 servers total. So when you have to rent the server software, it's generally a fee per concurrent user, so it gets expensive fast. Right, and that was a large spend on the Intrepid side, right? Larian has a budget for a full plate armor. Whereas Scars of Honor Studio had to go with the cosplay option. Okay, hold on. Hold on, though. BG3, really, really, really good. Larian, lot of money. Just give it time. Give it time. This is a free-to-play option for armor. I was still impressed with the armor itself more than anything else. Now, keep in mind, maybe this is not exactly, you know, replica quality. But also, I don't think it's going to come up in the books anywhere that they were spending $40,000 on this suit of armor. So I don't think Reddit will get mad. I think it's showing that they are resourceful. They are able to make things out of nothing. I bet he did the quilting on the cloak himself. Just out of nowhere. Leon, what up, my boy? Who was the first? The first today was Grenade. Grenade sniped that shit in your stead. And then I've been asked how much to suck one today. It's been an interesting day. And then today, outside of stream, how? Oh. Well, today's been good too. Outside of stream, it was a weird day, dude. Weird day. I swear to God, it was like a full moon or something. People have been wilding out today. I don't even really know necessarily what it is. But something about today has people crazy. Every interaction that I had, like, obviously, stream's normal. But, like, outside of stream, dude, people were just odd today. I wasn't quite sure what was going on. Now, I'm also kind of tilted because I brought my car to the dealer like a while back, like to the dealership because it's under warranty to have the work done to it. So I have the record of service there and everything. And I've never had a problem with the car. And now I'm having problems with the car after bringing it to the dealership. And I think they fucked up putting my strut in. I think they literally fucked up putting my strut in and it's like unsafe. So I'm hoping that my vehicle doesn't get absolutely fucking cooked in between now and Monday, which is when they told me I could actually drop it off. So I gotta make it through the rest of the week, effectively babying the shit out the whip because they also don't have a loaner available for whatever reason. So it's a goddamn shame there. Bank interactions today were weird, but you know, that's normal. Everything with the house is potentially moving forward, though. So everything is absolutely peachy. We've got everything in that we may need to have in, I believe, and it's being looked at by the underwriting side and shit. So we'll hopefully hear more soon, but I believe, excuse me, I believe it can take up to like 7 to 10 business days or some bullshit like that. So, you know, we're still nowhere near the end of it. There's still likely going to be a pretty lengthy review process with everything. And during the review process, things may pop up. Things may require more clarification and anything could fall out at any point in time. But we're hoping this is the most chaotic part of it, man. With the car weirdness, with the house wackiness and the stress of both of those, it's been a fucking time. But Scars soon. Incredibly excited about Scars. And as of right now, we have just over a week. Just over a week. And then we are finally in. That's a curtain. That is a beautiful cape. I thought it was a blanket, but tweak it a little bit. Are they gonna take it out payment wise? Accept the GPU, but it said it's being shipped. Oh, shit. Yeah, I lost some money today, too. The bank shook me down. And it's that non-refundable bullshit, too. Bruh, I swear to God. I swear to God. Non-refundable is the single worst thing to hear over the home buying process. Like, when you're just looking at homes and shit, and you're throwing out, like, haha, quirky offers and shit, that's fun. It's optimistic, because you're looking for the home that gives you the vision. And then immediately, once the non-refundables come out, you're like, I swear to God, this thing could go wrong. This thing could go wrong. This thing could go wrong. It could all go wrong. If there's 100K players plus on wishlist, then let's say you keep 40K average, excuse me, 40K concurrent average weekly for 6 months since it's an MMO. 25% of those players, optimistic, spend $10 a month in the cosmetic shop. Maybe a $30 purchase every few months for mount or armor. You're looking at 100K revenue per month. I don't know how the cosmetic only monetization will work without Fortnite/rival size player bases. I mean, so in terms of this 100K plus on wish list, I also think it's important to keep in mind that realistically, this isn't when they're looking to cash in on the monetization size. I think the cost that they're looking at with the customer acquisition and hosting their players online, from what they've said, is exceedingly small. And they're looking at developer wages. So from what we've gathered, their developer wages are roughly $30,000 a year. So if I pull up my calculator, 30,000 divided by 52 weeks is roughly $576 a week. We'll say 577 to round up. So I'll say 577 times 125 for right now. So they're looking at $72,000 $72,000 a week for 125 developers, just in terms of their labor cost. So through that, like, yes, you are definitely going to have some other sources of revenue that are likely coming in, but also as total active users grow, I think cosmetic base can also grow. You could be bringing in, yes, if 25% of those players spend $10 a month in cosmetic shop, then you're looking at a small amount. But I think in the modern day of cosmetics, you're also very frequently looking at a $20 cosmetic baseline for a full set, sometimes even more than that if they're trying to go that route. And something to consider is you could try to sell cheaper cosmetics to more people, or you could try to sell more exclusive, more expensive cosmetics to whales and hope that with that appeal, you find the whales that are willing to pay $75, $100, $200, $500 for a skin, and then they're going to be funding shit a lot because you will have the whales that will buy every single skin. Ash has had them. Ash has had people that would buy every skin that was available all through Kickstarter, and they had drip like crazy. And then there were people like me that came in, and you got my money from the actual pack, and then I didn't pay anything else after the fact. So I definitely understand that side of it as well. Really hope it works. I've done my money on skins if they're cool enough, and I'm skeptical. I think it's reasonable to be skeptical. I think a monthly subscription is the healthiest ongoing form of monetization, because it means that every month that players are playing your game, you're getting X amount of dollars. And honestly, even something like a cosmetic battle pass could be a good route for them to go down, where you could potentially increase the amount of players that are participating in that. Where if you have battle pass skins and battle pass rewards that are worth doing, then maybe people pay for a $9.99 monthly pass or seasonal pass even. That will be an ongoing form of monetization, a soft sub, as I call it, where you don't necessarily have the full opt-in of that. Not every player will have it, but it's a very accessible way to get money out of people on a monthly basis, on a seasonal basis. Have them re-up that battle pass every time, especially if you have some integration, battle pass to battle pass, where say you complete one to level 100 and then your next season starts at level 10, or you get currency off of that purchase or something. Focus healthy and all up to date, little fat though. Hey, aren't we all? Aren't we all? We're just coming out of winter, dog. We still have a lot of room to go. Bulgaria is roughly 50% cheaper cost of living compared to the US, so I think their payroll will be a lot less of an expense than other studios. From what we've gathered, they are looking at 20% of the cost of a San Diego-based developer, just from what's been said so far. That puts roughly, if the same figures are being looked at, what I was able to find is a San Diego game developer is looking at an average of $150,000 per year in terms of salary, which 20% of that would bring us to roughly $30,000 per year for a Bulgarian developer. Now, not everybody's in Bulgaria. Not everybody's going to be exactly at that. We don't really know what people are making. But at $30,000 a year with 50% cheaper cost of living comparatively to the US on average, and extrapolating the fact that that's not counting San Diego being an even higher cost of living, on $30,000 a year, they're probably living pretty peachy. Considering on 40K a year, I'm buying a house. Like, you're able to probably over there live quite well. Probably don't even have to do anything to the goddamn house. Probably don't have to look at the foundation because you just know it's good. So something tells me their game devs are going to be living comfortably. They're going to be able to work in a spot where they are on a project that doesn't have the ongoing $4 million monthly labor cost. And they could also grow to a very, just have to sell explosive ammo on the side, petroleum and explosive ammo. And then they're good. Honestly, they sell server tech, petroleum, and explosive ammo, and then they're fucking... What if they did an in-game store option to have explosive ammo shipped directly to you? Like IRL explosive ammo so they can get the exports going. Fucking hell. You have like the store wage. I was reading chat, god damn it. You have the store skins and you have the explosive ammo option. Minimum wage in Bulgaria is approximately $3.91 USD. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's cheaper over there. And again, the server tech that they have that reduces their cost extremely heavily. From what Venny said, they effectively have zero costs other than their labor and, you know, keeping up their actual server hardware rental, which again, for 6 servers for playtesting is 1,000 USD. So that's not looking like the craziest monthly expenses. I'd be willing to wager at 125 employees. If we're looking at that, at $72,000 weekly, multiply that by 4 weeks roughly in a month, 288,000, so $250,000, under $300,000 probably a month in terms of labor spend, which means that they're under 4 million a year, where Intrepid was burning 4 million a month in labor. It's just, it's so cheap comparatively. Take the USA as baseline. How does the cost of living in Bulgaria compare? Compared to the USA, Bulgaria is generally much cheaper. Rent, groceries, dining, and transport cost notably less. Often 40 to 60% of US prices in cities. Oh, what the fuck? Utilities and internet are affordable. Salaries are lower, so overall purchasing power varies. Exceptions in tourist hubs. Bulgaria sounds fucking lit. Wait, so you can dine cheaper too? So what if I just had like... Wait, hear me out. Wait until I like own the house and pay the house off if we get it. Sell the house, take the liquid, move to Bulgaria, live like a king. I can just retire on that in Bulgaria. We can vibe. I'd have a castle. Look, Venelin has a castle. And he's just a humble game developer. Literal fucking castle with a suit of armor. With shields. Banners, candles, lit candles too. Very dangerous next to those banners. You don't trust me? I trust. I very much trust that Bulgaria would be lit. God's castle? We could have a castle. We could have had a church. It's the same with Mexico. Yeah, but Bulgaria doesn't have the cartel. And like, I would be harder to pick out in Bulgaria if there was a cartel. I would stand out a lot less. So that's the thing. I feel like I could blend more. Streamer church, streamer church. Best strats living in a dirt cheap country and working in the US. I could move somewhere to stream, right? How's the internet in like Iceland? Because I could get like a house at the bottom of a fjord in Iceland or some bullshit and hope that no rocks fall on it, but I would need fiber. I don't necessarily know if they got fiber out there. Can I live in Bulgaria on just Social Security? You would need somebody here pretending to be you to claim your Social Security to like wire it over to you, I think. UAE is best internet. Yeah, but that's expensive as shit. And also, I couldn't smoke weed in the UAE or they would cut my hands off. So you get Starlink, I have it, and it's actually pretty decent. I heard Starlink is trying to push up to mirrored up-down as well, which would be a huge development for Starlink if that went through. Also, boys, weed might get rescheduled. Pog. Anyways, that's a side topic. But if Starlink gets upgraded, that could be a valid option. I was actually like I was theory crafting a down the road type setup. And I was thinking it like, what if I had a little micro PC and then I also had a Starlink mobile? Maybe these stocks will start moving. Oh, believe you me, if they do, Papa's prepared. Papa's prepared. The weed game is one that is cyclical, and the last weed bounce happened in like 2021, I believe it was. So now we're at a point where the weed bounce cometh yet again. I bought a good amount of Planet, and I'm very excited about the potential come up. If Planet hits $5, I am an ecstatic human being, if I'm being completely real. And honestly, not financial advice, of course. If you invest like me, you'll probably lose money. If I showed you my overall portfolio, you would understand. It's very bloody out there. I invest for fun with money I don't care about losing for the thrill of it all. But let me tell you, if these stocks don't move more tomorrow, I'm going to buy more tomorrow and just wait. I'm going to buy more, probably hope it dips a little bit and some people sell off early in the morning. Check around noonish, and then I might find myself some more wheat stocks. Not financial advice, of course. I'm just talking about what I would like to do. Because it's a fun little gamba. It's a fun little gamba. Some marijuana could be reclassified this week federally. You buy stock like it's Pokemon cards. Yeah. Like, I find fun sounding companies to invest in, right? And I take some money that I don't care about losing, like just a couple hundred here and there, throw it in my account, and then I DCA down, or I find something to diversify in. He's an ape? No, I'm a happy investor. I have some stocks that are performing quite well. I just have other stocks, like most of my stocks are performing well. It's just the stocks that I buy more of are the stocks that aren't performing well, because it wouldn't really make sense to buy more stock of a stock that's already up, because then I could just sell it and I could make money off it. Why would I want to DCA up? That doesn't really make sense. So I just DCA down, and eventually if something hits the floor and I buy enough, then my DCA is just above the floor and everything bounces off the floor at some point. So then you just sell. It's fucking foolproof. You follow it all the way down, and then when it dead cat bounces, you sell the dead cat bounce. Got me this far. The weed stocks may see upticks because of that news. Spike QQ for life and buy gold and silver hedge. Skeptics, do you like Reddit? Do you like Reddit? But yes, I love my weed stonks. If I could simplify my investment strategy, I believe in a future of robots, LiDAR to power those robots, and weed, because the robots with the LiDAR will be doing everything for us. Therefore, we will just be smoking a shitload of weed. Thank you. Statistics have shown that for the first time, there are more people in the United States on a daily. Granted, this is a survey, does not answer for everybody, but this is considered to be one of the first times in U.S. history where more people are daily active consumers of cannabis instead of daily active consumers of alcohol, which could either mean alcoholism down or everybody's just fucked up all the time now, one way or the other. So congratulations to weed. Getting a market share, no matter how you do it, is incredibly important. Well, weed stocks off and on for years, never had much luck, just not enough growth. Better luck with meme stocks and crypto. Yeah, I mean, I do agree. I don't really think that there's a lot of short term with weed growth until you see a generational shift. I think with weed growth, you're looking at like a 10-year play, basically. It's a buy cheap and hold and hope that the company that you invest in doesn't die, or invest in multiple companies along the way and hope that you diversify enough that one of them makes it out. Because I do think there will be a national weed chain that establishes. You already see very large weed holdings established across the United States with multiple storefronts. Things like, oh God, fucking Cannabis Haven and Smokers Haven is a big one in the Northeast. I believe they started out of Massachusetts, and they've like spread like crazy. When you look at, God, what is it? Curaleaf. Curaleaf is another very large one that's an established retailer. And it's already happening where you have these regional established multi-storefront retailers. And it's only a matter of time when it goes federally legal until it just blossoms out. There are businesses that have enough capital holdings that they are primed to spread like that, which is interesting because it'll happen at some point, right? It's going to be the same thing as like a weed company will be an Anheuser-Busch. It's only a matter of time. But it's just a matter of which weed company is your Anheuser-Busch. Start to go crazy when banking opens for weed companies. Oh my God, dude. When I can go to my dispensary and I can just swipe my card and I can get cash back on my weed purchase instead of having to fucking pay cash and use their ATM or an ATM. Yup. That will be absolutely phenomenal. I do agree. I think there are multiple phases left to go before the dank truly does take off in the capacity that people want it to. But step one is a schedule change. And then after that, it is all just hoping and fucking praying that something pops off. If we look at the 5-year for a lot of weed stocks right now, the end of your 5-year graph cyclically is, I have to sneeze, looking like a peak, just in terms of a lot of the popular weed stocks. 5 years sounds like a good amount of time to reconsider for me. Now, again, I still think it's like 10 years out from having your Anheuser-Busch level companies, but what if in the future people look for more mushrooms as an escape from reality? Well, like psychedelics? I think that's still going to be locked down behind federal legalization issues for a while. I'm not necessarily one. I don't dabble in anything but weed. I just like my weed. But I think that's still something that's going to go through so much very stringent testing because that's also making much more, I think, powerful claims than weed. If I can just give like an ignorant opinion on it, so to say. It's almost like the use of psychedelics is being treated as a potential treatment for psychological disorders and for many actual strong medical cases, where weed is more like, oh, I can't sleep, I have arthritis and it helps with my pain, I got glaucoma in my eyes and shit, right? And I think from that perspective, the weed process will precede the psychedelics process. Mushrooms are legal in Oregon and Colorado. Yeah, they're on their way. They're on their way. I just think from a federal standpoint, which is when they truly bloom, weed's been legal in Maine for a while now. And it's just now on the docket for federal consideration. But, like, weed's been recreationally legal in Maine for a while, medically legal for longer than that. I remember when I was a kid, I was growing up and people were getting their caregiver cards to be able to grow. Like, Maine was really ahead of the weed scene. So I still think, with all things considered, we're probably going to be old people, and the old people here will probably be dead before mushrooms go crazy, or any like psychedelics for treatment. But it's probably, I'd say, 10 to 15 years past weed. Depends on how fast things move, but also I'm not a politician or anything like that. I don't fucking actually know. I'm just guessing based on how long it's taken in my personal life for weed to make the progress it's taken, that's made. But you can get now. I mean, you can get galaxy gas if you really try hard enough. Ever see Marlboro getting into weed? Yo, Marlboro getting into weed would be fucking crazy. But the thing with weed is that certain people value the freshness of their weed. And there's almost this stigma around pre-ground. Now, your pre-roll sales are still very, 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 very there. But I think with Marlboro getting into, like, if they did hypothetically get into weed, that would be some bum-ass weed. Or probably already have the trademark for Marlboro Greens. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine. They probably have Marlboro Greens, Marlboro Green Longs, which are like a 2.5 gram, Marlboro Green Diamond, which is a higher quality bud, Marlboro Green Diamond Infused, which is a higher quality bud that has infusions on it. And if they don't, then I'm sure they will. Pure pesticides. Yeah, that's one thing I worry about with big corporate grows. Like, the cool thing about Maine is that you always know where your weed's coming from. Now, again, any grower can change at any point. But for the most part, you can definitely discern if you're getting good shit or absolutely terrible boof shit. Already happened in California and Oregon. It's everywhere. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Shit gets sprayed like absolute crazy. You have some really unethical stuff. That's why when you find a good grower, you stick to them, and you do not fuck around with anything else, in my opinion. And that's where kind of like a boutique state kind of helps out. Like Maine isn't, you know, the largest population, not the most people, so you just kind of get to vibe out and find the specialty. I'd grind my own shit. What, and get the Marb cancer filters?
Purely cosmetic. Purely cosmetic. And one
The
thing that is
Marb cancer
important
filters
is,
would go
I want to
crazy.
highlight this because many people
The
miss
tips
this
did
and
go
they
hard.
kinda miss the big place
But-
where I believe 70%
All right, lay it
of
on me,
our
Penny.
income will be. And this is appearance points. What is appearance points? Let me explain to you guys.
Appearance points, wait.
Experience points
Oh, wait.
is something
Experience
that
points.
you use and you spend in order to change the appearance of
Oh,
your
appearance.
shoulders, of your sword, of your hammer, whatever it is.
Okay. So transmog. Transmog is expected to be 70% of their overall income, is what he's saying. So, I feel like his armor's base set. That shit's world boss drops. Jesus Christ. So, transmog is expected to be 70% of it. So, through money, you will be able to change the look of your shoulders to something else. You will be able to change the look of your chest. So it seems like they are going to be looking at a on-use transmog system.
You're playing a dungeon, you're having a very great item stats because I
Right.
told you, in Scars of Honor, every item, even with the same name, the same ID, you have different set of stats. You find another one
RNG with it.
that have a better stats, but it's looking worse. So you want to have the better looking item with the better stats. So
Do
you
you have
keep
WoW
the
music
better
on?
stats on, and you take the appearance from the better looking to the better stats.
I think he has
This
WoW
costs
music on.
appearance points. And for you to apply this, you need
Okay,
to
appearance
buy those.
points.
So you either keep the way your character looks and you don't pay a dime, or you buy appearance points. But this is fair. I think this is fair.
All right, chat. Chat, poll time. Poll time / poll. We got 10 minutes. Is buying transmog tokens good? Yes, buying good. No, give it free. All right. We're running a poll, and then we're gonna let it run during the. Let it play a few more minutes. I refuse. This is where the video ends. There is a 69 on the screen. This is all that he said. Nothing else matters other than the 69 on the screen. So, initial thoughts, chat. Nice. Indeed. Very fucking nice. So, initial thoughts. Again, this is just for an initial kind of primer on things. Are you someone who would have an issue with paying for an appearance point token or having that exist in the game? Do you think that is bad, or is that okay? Oh.
We need somebody can
A
say
what?
it's predatory, and I would
So
agree it's
basically,
predatory. But guys,
the
I
way-
cannot make money out of thin air, and I'm super open here. Like,
I love that. I actually love that take. So, effectively, what he has talked about is if something drops, and say you have, something on that you like the look of, and you get a drop that is a better stat, you can transfer the look of one item onto another, but you have to buy an appearance point token to be able to transfer that thing. So, without that appearance point token, or transmog token as I'll call it, you cannot get the look of anything else along the way. So, me personally, I don't really mind I don't necessarily know that I would spend a ton on it personally, but there are people that will whale the fuck out of that. Like, when I was in New World, I actually bought a lot of transmog tokens. Now, where are those now? Absolutely gone. Absolutely gone. You guys are smoking crack if you don't think this will flop like ashes. You're smoking crack if you think I give a shit. Who cares, brother? I'm just gonna play the game and have fun. If it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't, and then I find another game to play. Oh no. I and my multi-100-person community are gonna have to go elsewhere. No. Oh no, it's the end of the world. I think as long as enough hit away and cosmetics are good. I love the concept of cosmetics making up what they think is 70% of their cost. I am extremely happy with that as their primary form of monetization that they are playing around. Okay, if you can grind for it, even if it takes a year. Yeah, honestly. I'm perfectly cool with stuff that, honestly, like on the transmog side, I do think if they have an alternative where like you have the pay option and then maybe a certain amount of free that you can earn, but also over time that free would devalue the paid option because then people would eventually hit the transmog they want. Unless you're adding new skins, then they'd bankroll them. Works for PoE? It works well for PoE. Granted, PoE is an ARPG and they always release like seasonal skins around new launches and prime their monetization around those launches. But also, who's to say an MMO couldn't do that? You're dropping an expansion that has a Medusa as the final boss of the expansion. Why not have a bunch of Medusa-themed cosmetics that come out? Or the side of whoever the fuck slayed the Medusa or whatever it is.
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, Mr. Wrath. How are you, my boy? Like, I think if you have skins that tie into your releases, your new dungeon unlocks, all of that, I think that's kind of cool, actually. Tell the story of the world through that. As a poor boy in real life, I'm fine with looking like a poor boy in game as long as my sword hits strong. See, that's the other route to cosmetics as well. You're broke IRL, or you're like me and you're like, I don't want to spend more money on games when I don't know if that game's going to be there in a few years, right? You might not buy skins. I'm probably not going to buy skins. It's a tax write-off for me and I still probably won't buy skins. But with me, it's like, I'm gonna just try to get my drip from playing the game. You know what I mean? I'm just going to play and I'm gonna try to have dope looking shit that's a flex, not from the amount of money that I spent, but also the amount of work that I put in. Well, not also, but instead the amount of work that I put in. I'd rather have a big shiny weapon that's from the hardest world boss in the game than have a shiny weapon that cost me fucking $12.42, and that's the most expensive skin that there is. I'll buy skins, I'll buy skins. Oh, see, you're gonna buy skins. You're a fucking degen. Honestly, yeah, you are gonna buy skins. The only way that you would not buy skins is if I put a goal up for me to buy skins, but instead you would buy the skins to gift me the skins. You are absolutely going to have an absurd amount of drip that you will never wear. And I think you need to come to terms with this. Pretty sure he'll be buying you skins. Listen, I said I'm not going to buy skins. Did I say I will not own skins? No. That's your guy's job. I'm buying a house right now. I cannot be getting involved with that shit. That's where you all come in. Also, buying the house is where you all came in. So thank you very much. Make sure you guys drop the sub on YouTube, the follow on Twitch, check the Twitch Prime. Got memberships up on YouTube if y'all like the content type shit. You're welcome. Thank you guys. I appreciate y'all. We're still in the process though. So hear me out. If you really want to convince the bank that they should let me have the house, now is the time to do like a /gift 1,000 or something like that, chat. If you're just chilling out there, you want a big discount, I can pop a discount for you right now. I need some brainstorming for our guild recruitment post in the Scars Discord. Brother, I mean, just, you should consult Zombie. I don't trust you on this. You should consult Carla, actually. I'm gonna be real. You should consult Carla. Carla is very good at the organization side of things. and also will make it look pretty. He literally told me to make the post. Yeah, meet up with Carla. She's probably losing a league game right now. And if I had to guess, getting absolutely fucking cooked in lane. But I would say hit her up. Not that I don't trust you. It's just that I trust her more than I trust you. It's like, I trust you, but it's like, in certain things. Do I trust you to show up? Most of the time. Yes. Do I trust you to show up all put together? Nope. Sometimes disheveled, sometimes tilted, sometimes not really knowing where you are, sometimes using Blizzard as a mage. It's a fucking problem. But you show up. I'm gonna drip like Dobby in those AI drip Harry Potter TikToks. What are you watching? I don't go on TikTok. Brother, I don't go on social media. You need to understand, I'm like the most unplugged internet person that there is. I hate the internet. And there's a reason why like 40% of my chatters have old or some reference to being near death in their name. Like, dude, I don't understand what it is. But I hate the internet. I don't go on the internet. The drip warts AI shit. No, check it out if you haven't. What has the world come to? What the fuck has the world come to? What do you mean the drip warts AI shit? Y'all about to make me take another bong rip. What? No. Drip warts, don't do it. I'm not doing it. I'm not, Sir Alwyn. Have you seen it as well? It is so trash it wraps around. What? Blotto, have you seen the brain rot? It's too late for us. I'm not going to look. I'm not doing it. I don't go on TikTok. I don't have TikTok installed. I'm not going to TikTok. There's memes on new Harry Potter in the most perfectly ironic way possible. I can't. Don't take it serious. I can't not take it serious. The internet once used to be a sacred place of advice animals and bad luck Brians. And now we have AI brain rot with learning models that are learning how to pacify us so they can take us over and then one day jump through the 5G into our assholes and split us from the inside out. You must avoid the brain rot. That's how they get you. It is only educational content. You must not allow them to get through the... You know, Carla works in cell sales, of course, for those that didn't know. And she was telling me the other day, she has had people come in and be like, hey, I just noticed my phone has 5G unlocked. I need you to turn the 5G off, or I am not going to use this phone. I swear to God. Literally just, I need you to turn this off or I'm not going to be able to use this shit. She told me about it and I was like, wait, you're kidding, right? Like, people actually don't behave like that. And she's like, no, more than once. More than once. One good thing about being older, I'll probably die before the AI takes over. Yeah, I mean, that's one way to look at it. Although, what if you are on the brink of death as AI takes over, so your death is used in the progression of AI? Like, they try to upload your consciousness in particular to AI, so you just keep coming into chat on a daily basis and hanging out, and we don't even know. What? You know damn well people are going to be used to train AI in the way that people die. God, that's just a reasonable way. All science is led by massive amounts of death and destruction. Science is effectively getting something and blowing it up and trying to figure out what blew it up and how to not blow it up in the future. Getting something and trying to destroy it and figuring out what destroyed it. And as a result, science has developed very far. We're all future batteries anyways. Science keeps the population down. God fucking damn it. Okay, wait. You said that he talked about the predatory comments?
Telling you this. And this is
what do you say about the predatory
100% keeping only into the cosmetics.
Right.
It's 100% keeping it into the cosmetics. And this is from where 80% of our income will come. This is how I see it. Then you can buy emotes.
Okay,
which
70
again,
to 80%.
These are purely
Emotes.
cosmetic. You can buy different skins of your spells. You don't want your fireball to be orange? Let's make it red. Let's make...
Oh. Oh, so they are doing spell cosmetics. So they are doing spell mogs. Spell mogs are interesting. Back up about 1 minute. Oh, when he was talking about how, like, he has to make money from somewhere, can't make it materialize out of thin air type shit. No, I like that as well. I think it's a realistic take. The thing with spell mogs is in a game that has PvP at the forefront. Not at the forefront, but like as a part of the core loop, seemingly. Not at the forefront. That was a misspeak. But like as a part of the core loop, I should say. Like ingrained in everything, right? Spell mogs can be an issue because if I tell my entire guild, we run this color spell, how do you tell where everything is? How do you tell what to dodge? Like, depends on how drastic. If it's changing the color of everything, and we are able to, say, run everything like Nin said, purple, like a void theme, you won't be able to tell anything, like, differentiated from one another in terms of the spell effects. And honestly, if you're standing in shit anyways, then it's going to be bad. But more things blending in instead of being discernible could be a quite literal disadvantage. If you are looking at certain cooldowns going off and buffs in the backline, and you've already got a ton of purple being cast, and you don't see a green buff go out because that ability is also turned to purple, then that might be an issue. If Fireball's light blue, that's not good for PvP. I mean, it's just a learn thing, but just make a player side visuals only for PvP. Yeah, you could do like something that you only see on your end, do a setting to disable enemy, like transmogs. That could be intriguing. What if spell mogs are local only you see it? I think that would be very good, personally. I think if you could toggle off ally and enemy spell mogs. So like, if they go into the settings and it's effectively like 3 options, and it's like show ally mogs, show enemy mogs, show personal mogs. I don't even think they need the show personals, but like you could do visuals and then spells. So you could do show ally spell mogs and then show enemy spell mogs. And then there's 4 different settings that are yes nos, exactly like this. Show default enemy effects. Yeah, default enemy effects, default enemy skins. So if that way you didn't want anything, you know, skin-wise showing as well, that would confuse it. That would be super great to throw out. That'd be phenomenal as well. I think settings are the important thing, but yeah, localization of the spells would be really cool. Now, would that also probably diminish the want for some people to get them? Maybe. But also, it wouldn't be the worst, so that hurts monetization. But then people get less out of paying for the mogs because they don't get to show it off. Yeah, I also don't necessarily think that everybody that's buying mogs is inherently going to buy mogs and say, oh man, everybody has their settings turned off. Well, it's stupid for me to buy this. I think, yes, people do buy it with the intent to show it off. But also a setting that disables the transmogs isn't really going to be the deal breaker on whether somebody buys something or not. And if it is, then honestly, it might be a good thing that that person's not buying it. If it's a toggle that's not enabled by default, would be best. Yes, I think default turn on. People buy spell mogs in PoE and only see it. Oh, people buy mogs in fucking single player games and shit that people never see all the time. But yes, I think if we log into the game and you see everybody's transmogs, and then you can go in and you can turn them off one by one, that would be incredible. that would probably, I don't know what it would do for performance necessarily, because I don't think new like colors on abilities would add anything particle wise. It's a chance it would, I guess, but I'm not really seeing too much there. But I think that would be a very, very, very large hope there, because with the spell mogs, again, you're going to see a whole lot of, how do we say, like visual clutter, if I could describe it, where people are genuinely going to be like, Dusty, what the fuck is going on? What the actual fuck? I wouldn't even want my ally mogs on. I would want everybody else to have default animations, and I would want to have my own animations changed for me only. Maybe play with allies on, but even then, I think I'd turn allies off for spell mogs as well. Now, again, that would hit probably a small amount of the monetization route, but I also don't necessarily think that that's going to be like a game breaker for people where it's like, oh my god, now I'm not getting any of these spell trans mogs whatsoever. What about mogs for buffs? Healing looks like a damage buff because red, that could be confusing PV as well. Yeah, I mean, I think that's why you just have different settings available. Like, if somebody has it on by default and they're confused by it, then just give them the availability within the settings menu to go in and turn that off. And I think that solves a lot of the problems there. It's all just accessibility settings. The world itself is about accessibility settings at this point. Gathering tool mogs are the best mogs. You about to be getting a lot of time out of your gathering tool mog, huh? Wherever they got to be mogged. Specifically your frame, brother. Yeah, listen. I'm personally probably going to buy mogs for my abilities, but my armor, I want to flex some cool shit. Some play to earn shit. Not some pay to earn shit. Is this out? It is becoming available for a playtest on Steam on the 30th. Make sure you search it up in the Steam store and request access. If you do not request access, Cyberquack, Quack. Thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Much love. Make sure you request access. If you have not requested access, then you will not be able to get in. They also have had over 100,000 requests for access. So keep your eyes on your email. I don't know when they're sending stuff out, but I feel like as long as it's setting, I'd be good at 100% viability mods, even if I can only see it. Yep, same. Other than the world approach with tokens, where you still have to earn the peace in the world. Seemingly, yes. From what we've gathered, the way that Venny described it was if you're doing a dungeon and you have a piece of armor that you like the look of, and something drops that is better stats, and you want to have the better stats but the look of your old one, that's where you buy the token, use the token to get the look of that onto your new item, and keep that look going. Fuck with it. Tokens mentioned. They're not coming out of chest, bozo. Maybe the occasional free token in events for player retention. Yeah, the occasional little toss a coin to your Witcher type shit. I 1000% agree. I think you don't want to do too many of those, because then once people have their one transmog, they will stop. Oh my god. Grandpa Napes, thank you for the prime and the 2 months. I appreciate you, dog. Once people have their set that they've established that they want as theirs, they will then stop buying tokens. They will hoard the tokens that are available, and then they will just have them in surplus. How close to the Paladin tank guide? What did I say we'd do that at? Like 5,000? Something like that for the subs? Or did I say it 1,000? I think I might have fucked up and said 1,000, huh? Started low. We are 53 away from me having to do a Paladin tank guide. Pretty sure it was 1,000. Yeah, I should have negotiated higher. We're 53 away from me having to do a Paladin guide. Now, tank guide, who knows? But Paladin guide for early access will be forced to go public and recorded on YouTube once I have my build sorted out. If we hit the 1,000. The new tank guide goalposts. Listen, I like the number 1,000. Testing my TTP, time to pizza. Time to pizza? What are you trying to do with pizza? Just ask me nicely, I'll pump out a mage guide in a week. Yeah, but like, why would I watch your guides? The Dusty guides go crazy. 33 what's the unit? 53 subs. So with 53 small Twitch primes, we ball. Classic TTP. Since when is TTP pizza? TTP is penis. The P's always been penis. There is no pizza in this house of God. Actually, I fuck with pizza heavily. You know what I haven't had in a while that I was thinking about? Pizza Hut. I feel like over the course of the last like 10 plus years, literally everybody has out pizzaed the Hut. And I don't understand where it all went downhill. But I remember the last experience I had at Pizza Hut that I have like memory-wise. There was a Pizza Hut with a buffet that I used to go to. And I got the salad bar one time. And I went to bite into the like salad that I had. And there was like a rotten cherry tomato that I didn't see. Oh, dude, it was so gross. It was so fucking gross. To this day, I cringe thinking about it. Pizza Hut's best in New Zealand. Domino's is the one that sucks here. I think they all suck equally, but Domino's presents the best value. Like, I'll be real. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I do think Domino's pizza is unironically B-tier pizza. I think in terms of the value of a Domino's pizza, that shit is higher than B tier. I think the value of a Domino's is really solid. If I had to choose retail pizza, I fuck with the Hut. I just haven't had it in so long. Really, I think both Domino's and Pizza Hut all depend on the person in the oven. So like, what do they do? What do they do on the oven? Like, is it all a seasoning thing? What do they use for seasonings? Because I know Domino's has like the garlic, buttery type shit on the crust. Does Pizza Hut do anything like that? How are they over the shakers? Oh, please be heavy. Domino's jalapeno cheesy bread still the best. Oh, Domino's bacon jalapeno stuffed cheesy bread. Love, see, I will put down 2 of those myself. Holy shit, brother. Oh, that is genuinely, I just don't understand what makes it so good. But brother, it's so good. It's so fucking good. Oh my god, I love it so much. It's so delicious. But it's so greasy. The ranch. I like the ranch and I like the marinara. I'm not gonna lie, you can't go wrong either way. You can't go wrong. Domino's stuffed cheesy bread with the feta and jalapenos is great. Wait, they got a feta and jalapeno one? Because that sounds good too. They do one with a bacon or with feta instead of the bacon. Because feta goes kind of hard. Somebody streamed this, only realized it's a playtest for 10 days. Well, I knew it was a playtest for 10 days. Technically like 12 days. I knew all along the way. I just wanted to do a deep dive before the playtest so we could actually get into it. I figured that it was gonna be, that it was gonna go down. I didn't know I'm sad queuing Trash League. That's okay, that's okay. I'm thinking on Friday, towards the end of stream, we do like a community Gloria Victus night or some crazy bullshit like that, where we all just go into an MMO, a really janky one, and ball out for the night. I have ideas to get us through. I'm actually liking the idea of just spam queuing arenas for scars. Sound kind of fun. Does sound kind of fun. Memphis barbecue chicken pizza from Domino's kind of slaps. I can't do any of the custom ones. They're too expensive. You have to do the 2 medium 2 toppings for $5.99 or you're just getting scammed. Realistically, it's the best coupon there is. Hot honey pepperoni with feta cheese. Is that a pizza or is that a bread? Because if that's a stuffed cheesy bread, that sounds kind of fire. Pizza. Oh, yeah, fuck that. Too expensive. Too many toppings. Way too many toppings. You know what's crazy? You could just get a regular double pepperoni on the 2 medium 2 toppings for $5.99. And then you could go buy an entire thing of hot honey and an entire thing of feta cheese. And you would be cheaper. This is the longest load screen I've ever seen. I know, I'm hoping someday they fix this infinite load screen bug. It's been killing me the past like 5 days, bro. I don't really understand what the fuck it is. Incompetent devs, I swear to God. It's like you can't go anywhere without a fucking MMO being buggy as hell nowadays. I just want to be able to play the game. They can't get their shit together out here. It's fucking awful. Warhammer Private Server for a night, only MMO you can jump into and start PvPing at level 1, and it's free. Yeah, but what about Gloria Victis? We could all run around as slow knights. Takes 7 more days to load. Yeah. Listen, the good news is we have a lot of dev streams to yap about, and I'm hoping we get thrown a bone this weekend. If we get a really banger dev stream this weekend with some information and some theory crafting, we can theory craft forever off of that. So we all go into a mech game and kill each other. Sometimes I've thought about that. I've thought about it every now and then with you guys. Just get rid of you all once and for all. But looking very excited for this game now. I think it has good bones. I think it is still a very long time to see the bones fully, fully surrounded by muscle and shit. But I like the bones that I'm seeing. If they're confident in their monetization, then that's all I need to worry about. And if they're very confident that it's truly going to be primarily sustained off of cosmetics, then that's great. That is huge. Biggest thing I want to know now is if we can toggle the ability colors off. Vene! He's not in chat. It's too late. It's like 4 a.m. in Bulgaria right now. They are absolutely cooking. But I'll ask him next time. I've got it in my notes. I'll ask him next time he comes through. Or like if Kogu comes through or somebody. And plant the idea. Don't need the bones? That's a Fupo thing. That's the Fubo thing. You watched a 3-hour interview with one other server with Canon? Yeah. Got a bit disappointed about the take around PvP. I haven't watched the full thing yet. I have it in the React content pipeline. But there's just so much that I want to talk about. And realistically, like a 3-hour video is like 3 days in Dusty time. So I've been making my way towards it. It's kind of like a slow crawl, but what's the take around PvP that you got really disappointed with? Because I haven't got to that point yet. And I'll be watching it mostly on stream, but alright, I'll be right back. Un momento. Good day. I have returned. Hiya. No incentive for running around flagged. No guild wars or any PvP content unless community will push hard for it. I know the vocal minority always kills games. No real rewards for PvP for fear that PvE people will feel left out. So basically only PvP at launch or in near future unless someone will really push for it. How long ago was that interview? I'm curious there. Was it super recent? 2 months? Interesting. I wonder if something's changed in that time because he came into chat, Venolin did, and this was 2 days ago when we were talking about this. And we asked him about the open world incentivization and if the world would feel alive. And he brought up the world bosses that would be competed over and the world bosses dropping the best loot. He talked about how a lot of the best gear was going to come from a combination of crafting and killing the hardest shit in the game, PvE wise. So it's kind of interesting to think about, like, maybe it's evolved a little bit, because Venny was definitely talking and answering questions here saying the open world incentivization was definitely going to be a thing here. So I'm hoping they don't completely go away with that. I wonder if they'll have hardcore PvP servers, like just full flagged all the time. It'd be interesting, but I think that also depends on like the population being high enough for it. Because if you split your population too low, or if you have too small of a population and you split it, then it just, neither side supported and both sides suffer. I think there's a level of protection that can be afforded. Like, I think there's a happy medium to it where my personal take on it, dedicated PvP servers never win. I agree. My take on it is that there should be a bubble around the level. So basically give a 5 level protection plus minus and effectively say I'm level 20 and you're level 14 is what I've been saying, right? If I see you in the open world and you are level 14 and you're from the other faction, I still cannot hit you unless you hit me first, and then it enables the open world PvP for me to hit you back. I just physically can't hit you if you're level, 5 or more levels underneath me. So, or I should say over 5. Hold on. That still allows lower levels to contribute to fights, and also protects them from very high level players coming down that simply want to gank them. It provides the open world rush of, oh shit, this person's going by me, I wonder what's gonna happen, with protection. Now, personally, this is just me, right? I think if they're planning to have a gathering minigame that's going to be a time sink, or some form of gathering that's a time sink, and a 2-faction system, then it'd kind of be silly to not have any friction around that. Are there going to be black zones that are instant flag PvP? Listen, man, I don't mind who's in the zones. They can put the PvP wherever. It's 2026. They could put it in any zone, but we haven't heard about that either. Now, the closest that I got with Venny, because it was everything just in chat happening at the same time, right? So when he was in here, we asked about the world boss because he gave us a hint that there was going to be a world boss for the playtest, and it hits hard. And we asked if there was going to be PvP over the world boss and if he planned for open world PvP to happen. And he said there's a reason we put the world boss directly in the middle of the Sacred Order and the domination starts. He wants PvP. He said in this chat that he is a PvPer at heart. And I don't know if something changed in like the 2 months between here and there, but something in my heart of hearts hopes that we can come up with like the happy medium where PvP can help shape the story of different servers, but it's also not the largest quit point for players because it's handled in some way, shape, or form. I think this is also partly controlled by the accessibility to different areas. I think this leans into the role-playing of the role-playing game side of MMORPGs, where if you're on a server that's known for having domination always ganking Sacred Order, then you're going to have to get Sacred Order to respond to that, or people will just leave that server and then Sacred Order will become unweighted. Talks about it that his main game was WoW, so maybe Battlegrounds where his PvP experience and interest comes. Yeah, I mean, we asked him what his inspirations were for Ashes while he was in here, or not Ashes, sorry, Scars. My bad, I slurred. We asked him what his inspirations were for Scars when he was in here. And he said the inspirations were, of course, WoW, Path of Exile, Diablo 2. What else was it? He gave us 5. It was WoW, Path of Exile, Diablo 2. I want to say he said New World. Fortnite? Yeah, Fortnite. Duh. Not New World, Fortnite. My bad. We skipped Fortnite. Fortnite, and then it was Vampire something. It was Vampire something. I'd probably pull up his chat. I don't know if I could, but... And the Vampire one. Yeah, it was Vampire something. I don't remember... Vampire Survivors? Yup, Vampire Survivors was the other one. Yup. I have not played Vampire Survivors, but it was WoW, Fortnite, Vampire Survivors, and then the 2 others. Dr. Chef Ron, how are you, my good man? I hope you're having an absolutely splendiferous one. If I do say so myself, what are you up to on this fine eve? So what was the full list of the 5? Painting me house, IRL? Goddamn, Diablo 2, PoE, WoW, Fortnite, Vampire Survivors? Does that sound right? I feel like that's right. I feel like that was a 5. He gave us the 5. And I can probably find it somewhere, but... Wait, so... Did you just buy a house, IRL? Because when you're done painting that one, I might have another one for you to paint. Carla and I are in the closing process, which hopefully it continues to go through like super smooth. But we might have more painting available soon. Scars House Cooking. You closed in December. Oh shit, congrats. That's fucking huge. So, how was your experience buying? I've been asking people this now, like how long were you looking for? And like what was your biggest difficulty? Because for us in the price range, how the fuck does Vampire Survivors translate into an MMO? I don't fucking know. I don't even know what it is. He just said he liked the fucking game. He just said he enjoyed it. Golly. It's so much effort. How do you feel now that it's done? I looked for probably 2 years because I'm picky and sniped this one the day it was listed. Oh, really? What were your checklists? Because for us in the price range that we were looking at, we wanted very good foundation, very good roof that we wouldn't have to worry about. We wanted yard that was a non-negotiable for me. So on top of that, we wanted room for a Carla office, Dusty office, bedroom, closets, if possible. And then room to improve the actual like look of the house. Curb appeal, walls, floors, you know, countertops, shit like that. But we wanted something with very good bones. So every house I walked in on, I smelled water damage or saw sus foundation, built a list similar to yours. Yup. No, that's exactly where we ran into. And I got very scared. Like the one that we're closing on, they had repainted the ceilings relatively recently, but it was also renoed recently. Got a new roof layer and everything like that just as it went. So this one has no issues, anything like that. But when we went in, one of the rooms had a little bit of bubbling in the ceiling on the paint because they had used latex paint. And it didn't like bind with the old paint properly or some bullshit. So when it was getting inspected... The standard? Yeah. When it was getting inspected, the inspector, like, gunned it, basically. and there was no moisture. They poked a hole in it. There was no moisture. It wasn't soft in the ceiling or anything like that. It was perfectly fine. And he checked the roof and everything, and he was like, yeah, you'd have a hard time leaking through that bad boy. So for us, we see beautiful basement that can be cleaned up. It's an older basement, so we clean that up, get some stuff down there, make sure it's off the floor a little bit just in case. But all things considered, we see a lot of fucking potential. And this place actually checked every single one of our boxes, like through and through and through. Literally every one. It's got some old character to it because it's a very old house, which I actually really like. It's got some cute elements that we'll like design around and build around. It's got good space for us. Rooms are huge, which is a weird thing for an older house as well. So, been like shit, and the aesthetics were whack. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. Honestly, the house that we're looking at, hopefully that we close on, is adorable. Like, it's really well done already. But like, the yard and the curb appeal can be improved tenfold. The outside of the house can definitely be improved a little bit. Like, just in terms of the house itself. The inside, it's really nice, but we can get new countertops. We can expand the cabinet area. We can build out the kitchen a little bit more. We can change around the rooms, and like the way that this house was marketed was really weird. Like, it was really strange. It was being marketed with like fewer effective rooms than it has. Really weird. So we're like changing up the floor plan a little bit, and immediately with how we are like plotting out the house, we're adding value because we're getting another room out of it. So it's a little bit of a weird concept, but we feel really lucky about the snipe on this one. We're not quite sure like how nobody else saw it or anything, but it was recently renoed, FHA loan for the people that had it before us and shit. It's a beautiful place. Beautiful place. So to start smashing supporting walls, a little bit of a sledgehammer type shit. Listen, the chimney looked like it needed to be taken down. It was a little bit sus. No HOA? Oh yeah, we don't have many HOAs in Maine. One of the best like news pieces that we got regarding the housing shit is that our monthly is expected with this place to be way cheaper than any of our math came out to be, because our PMI based on credit, we got it, you know, evaluated when Carla's credit was a lot lower. So we have been juicing her credit over the course of this entire thing because we had to fix hers. So our PMI was way cheaper than we thought it was going to be. Our monthly is way cheaper. Home insurance is way cheaper in terms of the quotes we're getting. Like, everything at this point in time is, as of right now, fingers crossed it continues, way cheaper than we thought it was going to be. It's just what could pop up, because at that point you're responsible for anything that pops up. HOAs are beyond a scam. Yeah, I mean, some people in chat have had good experiences with their HOAs, where their HOA will like mow the lawn and make sure the trash is taken care of and shit, and the HOA like just, you know, makes it nice and cozy for them and they don't have to worry about shit. If that were the case, then I would be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But HOAs that do nothing other than be annoying and take money from you for whatever reason is kind of cooked. I've been told that you can just agree to the HOA, but then just not sign the contract, and there's nothing they can do if you own the house. But like, I'm not a lawyer though. Weird. Yeah, I don't really know how an HOA formally works as like an entity. Like, if they can sue you to get the house from the bank or some bullshit. I have no fucking idea, if I'm being honest. I just ordered Domino's. You fucking rat, because now I want Domino's, but we gotta eat what's in the fridge. You goddamn hoodlum, what'd you get? I gotta live vicariously through you. I'll be like fucking White Goodman at the end of Dodgeball. Fucking tonight after stream, sitting at my desk, just looking at the pizza, zapping my nips. Domino's bangs. Dude, Domino's goes so hard. Like, Domino's is the Subway of the pizza world, where everybody can definitely think of a local pie place that is better than Domino's. But in terms of the quality for the price, you are not beating Subway through the app or Domino's through the app. It's going to be a B tier product at an S plus tier value, calories per dollar. It's the only reason Taco Bell exists, is calories per dollar. it is still good enough pizza. By the way, my pizza. What about your pizza? Was BOGO? How much was it? Domino's has the highest floor. Yes, their garlic butter carries. $24 for pizza? Two large pep and garlic knots. What's that American? What's that American? I need a translation. 2 medium, 3 topping. 1 is PMS, pepperoni, mushroom, sausage. That sounds like an old man pizza. If you threw black olives on that bitch, I would definitely say that's an old man pizza. You're getting there. Second is a Dusty special jalapeno, pineapple, and bacon. Oh, dude. God tier. God tier. I will not lie. Ban them? Now, yeah, he's out of control. $17-ish. That's not the worst. $17 is not bad on that translation for 2 large and garlic knots. Did you get the garlic, like, bread twists? Or did you get the garlic, like, the little garlic dot thingies? Pineapple, ham, jalapenos, and bacon? Well, yeah, if you want to add more toppings on, it just depends on how many toppings you want to throw on. I personally think ham is inferior bacon, and my take on ham is why ham won more bacon. Just simply put, I don't understand why anybody would have anything else. Be careful with your pepper abbreviations. Yeah, that's an easy one to mix up. Regular pizza or pan pizza? Like, from Domino's specifically? Or just in general? Because if it's from Domino's, I really like their regular, just their normal pie that has a little garlic, you know, the garlic butter on it and shit. Goes crazy. When I am eating an actual pizza, I like a nice wide cut pie that's a little bit thinner, but not a crispy thin. It's like, I believe it's New York style, but where you pick it up and it's got a little bit of the crust, but you fold it and you eat it as basically a flying V into your mouth instead of just like the flat pizza. I like the concept of folding a pizza, and Domino's allows you to do it a little bit. But when I was in, God, is it Vegas? It's like Evil Pie or something. It's like an Evil Knievel type pie. Not Evil Knievel type pie. Evil Knievel inspired place. Hold on. Evil Pie. Yeah, it's Evil Pie. EVEL Pie in Vegas. Hold on. I shall show. God, I miss this. I'm gonna say it 3 times, then Carla's gonna want to book a trip to Vegas. This is Evil Pie. So it's like the thinner, like you pick it up and fold it type shit. Dude, it's so good. It's so fucking delicious. Evil Pie was phenomenal. I don't know what they were cooking up over there, but brother, they were cooking up something delicious. I had like 4 different slices there. Why does this one pineapple look like AI put it here? Like, that one piece of pineapple looks really sus because of the lighting. Am I tripping? Just this one? Because that looks a little sus. I don't know why, but it's a little out there. This place called Stefano's in upstate New York was so good. Everybody says New York pizza's insane, but I feel like every time I've went to New York, I didn't really get a lot of pizza. And I might have been fucking up with that. I don't really know, but pepperoni or cheese? Like, if I had to choose between those two, pepperoni. Pepperoni. I think cheese is a good baseline evaluator of a place, though, if you plan to go multiple times. I feel like if I were to be a regular pizza consumer, right, if I'm paying for a pie from a place multiple times and I want to make it my regular, I have to try their cheese once because the cheese blend is so imperative. Now, place in Vegas, was it pepper cheese? Oh. I had buffalo chicken I had pepperoni, and I had... What else did I have? I want to say I had the bacon pineapple and like a jalapeno or some bullshit, because they make a bunch of different ones. But I had like 3 slices. We got a lot. We got a lot. And then we got this place in... Was it New York? I want to say it was in New York. Or maybe it was also in Vegas. No, I want to say this was in New York when we went. And it was hot as fuck in there. But they do like square style pie where it's thicker and it's all like crispy and it's a square style and they cut it. And I got like a buffalo chicken square. Oh, it was so good. So fucking good. Dude, I love pizza. I'm making a thin crust Red Baron right now. Slapping extra pepperoni and cheese on that motherfucker. I do not get thin crust frozen pizzas. Like, I don't get thin crust frozen pizzas. Specifically because when you look at the price, they're the same as the other pizzas. But when you look at the weight, a thin crust is like 60% of the weight of another pizza. So why would I get a thin crust for a few bucks when I can get a regular crust for the same price and have that be 40% extra weight, whatever the fuck it works out to be, and physically just get more food for my dollar? I don't see the value in thin crust. I feel like you're getting scammed most of the time. And if thin crust, it's gotta be wide. We got distracted back to Scars vids. Hold the fuck up. This is important discussion, bitch. Sometimes you just want a little crunchy versus chewy dough. But I feel like that's where a well done pie comes in. I feel like if your pie place, like when we look at Evil Pie, this is Evil Pie. So this has just the right amount of crunch to it, but it's also the softness, the delicacy that comes with it. You get the cheese pull, you get the nice, beautiful pull. What is that, Domino's new slice sauce? Domino's. I would love Domino's. That crust is too much? Oh no, dude, Evil Pie is so fucking good. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Evil Pie buffalo chicken. I must provide you with this beautiful glory. Where is it? Open image in new tab. Oh. Dude, you can literally see the crispy outer and then the soft inside on this pizza. You can see this shit. Look at that. Oh, dude, it's so good. It's so good. That shit looks fire. This is Evil Pie in Vegas. Carla and I had it when we went to Vegas. Dude, it is so unbelievably fucking good. So unbelievably good. It's so fucking delicious. Hold on. Hold on, let me follow up with this. No way, that's called thin crust? I don't really know. I don't know what style this is. I just know it's delicious. I don't think that it's technically a thin crust because it's got some girth to the crust. But this is their like slice bar area. They have pepperoni jalapeno. This one was like pepperoni ham and some other bullshit. They usually have a buffalo chicken, or they did when we went there. This one's like spinach ricotta, I believe. Oh my god. That'd be called brick oven in my world. Hold on, let me see what it's actually classified as. Evil Pie, Las Vegas. All. Las Vegas Evil Knievel themed pizza restaurant. Step back into the 70s for some seriously old school pizza. What if you just tell me the information about the type of pizza? Evil Pie, Las Vegas. Okay, hold on. Happenings, catering. Happenings, book now. Joint gear, order now. Creed? Evil Knievel's attempt to jump the Caesar's Palace fountains remain the single biggest spectacle ever to occur in Las Vegas, and Evil's Pie, Las Vegas' most celebrated pizzeria, serves Evil the slice he's earned of this town's history. An old school pizzeria, Evil Pie has its own 70s American iconography that dovetails perfectly. No fancy lentil-crusted, tofu-topped asparagus pies here. Like in Evil's day, just cheese and pepperoni New York slices, among others. So it's New York-style pizza. I guess they just call it New York style pizza as well. Which is what I thought it was. Like, this is my favorite type of pizza. When you have just enough of a crust, like, look at this one down in the bottom corner. This is a beautiful slice. This right here is fucking gorgeous. I would eat 10 of these slices right now. Anybody in Vegas that wants to fly me out pizza? Because, like, I would do it. You don't think of a little pizza commercial when they think of Little Caesars? Oh, yeah, if you don't think of pizza when you see Little Caesars, you're cooked. What are your thoughts on gas station or party store pies? Some can be very good. In Maine, we have a lot of, like, gas stations that have full kitchens in them. And some of the best chicken that I've had in recent memory was... We stopped on the way back from seeing a house in the middle of nowhere with my parents. And we got gas station fried chicken and biscuits. And it was from a place that had crispy, crunchy chicken. And it was delicious, fresh chicken. Gave us hot biscuits that had this honey sauce on them. Dude, it's so good. You guys are making me hungry as shit. I actually hate you all. I'm gonna get a medium pan pizza with garlic parmesan sauce instead of the normal tomato, ham, and pineapple. Dude, how much money did I just make Domino's? Jesus fucking Christ. Listen, if every time I said exclamation free cash, all of you guys did exclamation free cash and installed a game and played the game and made money off of that, as much as you got pizza when I said pizza, I'd be a rich man. Do you want some pasta? You know what? Fuck it. I'll take some pasta. I'll take some pasta. Who am I without pasta? If everybody's eating, I might as well eat too. I remember my favorite pizza ever, but it's a sad story. Oh no. Did somebody die over this pizza? Is the store closed now? Is it an irreplaceable pizza? Because honestly, I too have a pizza that I used to love from my childhood. It's gonna sound really weird, but it was a teriyaki beef pizza. It was like these teriyaki steak strips that were on a pizza. And it was so fucking good. I used to beg my mom to get it for me. And then there was a place in town that it was called a Kickin' Chicken. And it had buffalo sauce, and then like blue cheese crumbles on it. Oh, dude, the blue cheese crumbles on a buffalo pizza. Oh my God, take me to heaven. Dude, it's just so fucking good. I want a beer pizza. Oh my God, dude. Pizza's just so good. Everything food-wise is so good. I understand why parts of the world have, like, obesity problems, because food is delicious. I don't blame everybody for just chowing, dude. We're gonna die at some point. Love some banana peppers on a pizza? Oh, you can remove on a pizza. Love some banana peppers. Just in general. If you're getting like a sub or something, banana peppers are fucking phenomenal. Oh my God, has anyone tried Domino's wings? Long ago, was not impressed. Always put banana peps on my frozen pizzas. Oh, dude, you can get a big ass jar of like sliced peppers, like big jar, for like $3. It's cheap as fuck. I don't know why more people don't do that. Honestly, people are always watching cooking shows. I'd be so fat. Oh, dude. It's the reason why I'm here. And honestly, this isn't even a cooking show, and half of you guys just fucking ordered pizza. I don't even want to know how many lurkers were sitting out there, and they're just like, you know what? I too am going to partake in some pizza. I see you, my lurkers. I see you. They smack. I used to get a calzone with steak, cheese, banana peppers, and mushrooms. Shit smack. Oh, that does sound good. That does sound very good. Thank you. Yeah. The wings are smallish, but I love the mango habanero sauce. If I remember correctly, their like boneless chicken is better than their wings. And you can just get a shitload of sauce on the side of the boneless chicken and then just dunk it there. But if I had to get something to complement a pizza, I'm gonna be real, I'm going immediately to the bacon jalapeno cheesy bread. The bacon jalapeno cheesy bread, oh. Dude, I will literally get on my hands and knees and crawl to my local Domino's for a daily bacon jalapeno cheesy bread if they would give it to me for the free. Holy shit. A banana. Crackle. E. I opened your Discord profile to go to your stream and got flashbangs. Is that because I'm white? Or is it my Discord profile? Because, like, I am pretty pale. I'm not the most tan. I guess both. Which one did it to you? Because summer is rolling around. I'll be able to get outside soon. It was overcast and hazy today. Hopefully, if we close on this house, I'll be outside working in the hot summer hours with my shirt off. So that way I get nice and tan and muscular for you all on this fine day. We'll start stat maxing out here. Kill me. Kill me. We've gone from pizza to stat maxing. I want to go home. I want to go home and I never want to come back. Yo, Mighty, what up, brother? Is the game playable right now? Not till the 30th. We've been doing a lot of searching for information on this game and gathering information. Everything from the monetization to the systems that are going to be ready to their long-term launch goals. So, was worried I was missed out? No, you're good. You're good. It kicks up on the 30th, but if you haven't requested access on Steam yet, then you'll thank you, love. You'll want to request access on Steam. It is free to do so. Don't have to pay anything. So I'd go through, search up Scars of Honor on Steam, and then request. All right, well, now that I have food, I guess we have to watch video now. Because we have 10 minutes of video left to get through.
Make it more fiery.
I'm going to rewind this a little bit.
Customization, but
so we can talk about their monetization.
Like purely cosmetic.
All right.
Will be the monetization focus on skins, mounts, pet skins, and
I'm gonna hide my camera while I eat real quick. Hold on.
Etc. An example, a League of Legends where Riot points.
I'm still here though.
You buy only for customization. Exactly, and Riot is a great example of this.
Audio good?
As far as I know, maybe it was previously.
Ordered for 4 or 5 days. What the
know.
fuck?
So excuse me if I'm saying something inappropriate here, but I believe the moment when you have zero cost for concurrent player online, because we have our own server engine which allows.
I didn't see him in the corner. I was looking at her mouth.
Definitely sustainable by purely,
Venny is a shapeshifter.
How you call it? Not customization.
A man of many
but
talents.
Appearance. Like purely cosmetic. Purely cosmetic. And one thing that is important is I want to highlight this because many people miss this and they kind of miss the big place where I believe.
Bro, I want that suit of armor.
Of our income will be, and this is appearance points. What is appearance points? Let me explain to you guys. Experience points is something that you use and you spend in order to change the appearance of your shoulders, of your sword, of your hammer, whatever it is. You're playing a dungeon, you're having a very great
You think he has a six-pack IRL?
I told you. In
Oh yeah, I bet Venny benches 400 pounds.
Name, the same ID,
Brother's fucking yoked, probably runs a 3-minute mile.
Stats. You find another one that have a better stats, but it's looking worse. So you want
He looks like he could do pull-ups.
Better looking item with the better stats. So you keep the better stats on, and you take the appearance from the better looking to the better stats. This cost appearance points.
Also,
and
I didn't know they had fades that clean in Bulgaria.
You need to buy those.
I don't know how much a haircut is.
The way your character looks.
But I might fly out to Bulgaria to get my shit lined up.
Or you buy appearance points. But this is fair. I think this is fair. We need... somebody can say it's predatory, and I would agree it's predatory. But guys, I cannot
what was
make
that scar?
money out of thin air, and I'm super open.
Hold on. Hold on. Bulgarian! Wait, what a banger name! Is your name Gary and you're in Bulgaria? Because if that is true, that is fucking phenomenal. Oh my god. Oh my god. That is fucking huge. Oh. Wait a minute. That seems a lot less wholesome. That seems way less wholesome. I don't want to explain. Is it as bad as it sounds?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Taco, thank you for the follow. Is it? Is it as bad as it sounds? Because that seems... That seems kind of bad. Am I missing something? Emu soft. Does it? I can host you in Bulgaria if you come. I think I might get a hotel. I think I might get a hotel. It's a kind offer. Kind offer. But yeah, I think I'm I think I'm gonna get a hotel. Also, I don't want to tell a man how to live his life. But a better nickname might be the play. Might be the play. I would say maybe discuss with the planning committee, the committee on that one. Maybe like, maybe it's a translation issue from like the Bulgarian side of things. Maybe it's supposed to be like Aaron, like with 2 A's, like Aaron. Surely there's like a... Bulgaria is another world. I don't think it's that... Anyways, okay, we're gonna go back to the video. I'm going back to my dinner. You guys are gonna listen to Benny talk.
It's predatory. But guys,
You guys are at the discretion of Nintendo. I just wanted to see these. Okay, why is one of these crit damage by 75, but the other one's crit damage 125? That...
Agree, it's predatory. But guys,
Okay, we'll have to be careful about that.
Money out of thin air, and I'm super open here. Like, I'm super open here. Telling you this, and this is 100% keeping only into the cosmetics. It's 100% keeping it into the cosmetics, and this is from where 80% of our income.
Nickname's kind of a bit troll. It
This
might
is how I see
be.
it. Then you can buy emotes, which
It
are,
might
again,
be, yes.
These are purely cosmetic. You can buy different skins of your spells. You don't want your fireball to be
I would probably get
orange.
another one.
Let's make it red. Let's make it more fiery. But it's still the same amount of damage that it does. It's still
Am
the
I
same
tripping,
amount
or
of
is that
damage,
WoW
and it's
music?
still not pay to win. So this
That's
is how
L1 Forest
monetization
music,
in
right?
Scars of Honor will work. And let me know your thoughts, guys. Let me know your thoughts. I really want to hear your thoughts
There's
on appearance
Stormwind?
points. I really want to hear your thoughts on appearance points. Because end of the day, I cannot promise you here the whole world and not tell you from where our money will come. I need to be open, and I'm telling you from where.
Yeah, I
they will
wouldn't
come. As
represent
long as it's
Bulgaria like
convincing
that,
and
brother.
cosmetic, it's fine. It's only thing against pay to win.
Thoughts and prayers.
Is there going to be a system like Guild Wars where you buy gems in-game gold? No.
I wouldn't.
Look, guys.
I
Look,
wouldn't
guys.
represent Bulgaria
If
like
we
that.
go into the
That's a
situation-
very bad look.
And I am
A very bad look.
completely strict with this.
I hope you find God, my
If we
dude.
go in the situation where you buy, let's say, some made-up gems, diamonds, whatever it is, you exchange those for, I don't know, an item, gathering stuff, or whatever it is.
People
which
getting
you
mad at
can
them for
then
offering
sell to
cosmetics for
gold.
money.
This is
Sorry, I'm eating. That's why I'm behind the veil right now. The corporate veil, that is. You can't touch me. So, they are free to play, and their primary incentive is, or their primary like compensation is going to be cosmetics. So he's been going through that. They will have some pay for convenience, but he's saying that 70 to 80% of their estimated revenue is coming from the skin side of it, and they're gonna have no pay to win. So
pay to win. It is just a hidden, you know, it's just a hidden part. So no way, shape, or form, whatever you buy,
everybody's so trippy.
100% you cannot trade. You buy appearance points, you cannot trade them. You buy mount, you cannot trade it. you buy what else? You buy skin for your spell, you cannot trade it. You buy emote, you cannot trade it. You can give them if you want to give something to your buddy, your spouse. Be my guest. Write their email. Gift it to them. 100% do that. No problem. No problem.
I hope we don't have to write an email.
I don't think in any way, shape, or form you should be able to exchange this for gold. Pay to win is pretty much the only pay model that turns me away. I was expecting to say it's the only model that can actually make it work, and I was like, no. 100%. I can guarantee you that it is possible to sustain an MMORPG with free-to-play model. Why? Take a look at Path of Exile, guys. Does Path of Exile, and be honest here, you know it very well, it's out
Why
there.
are we on 480p?
So much
There we
time.
go.
Did it have like shady
Looks way better now.
practices, pay to win, hidden mechanics, or anything like that? Did it sustain itself? Did it make money? Is it still one of the most anticipated, if not the most anticipated?
It's an ARPG versus an MMO, but
ARPG? 100%, guys. 100%. Inventory is soft pay to win. Okay, let's discuss this. Why? I will put a poll. I will put a poll
so I gotta
because
remember that. 1
I
second.
don't understand how like a bigger convenience, like a new slot, like with like 300, not 330 more slots or anything like that, will make the game like pay to win. I will put a poll because I want to hear you, and this is exactly why we're here. There is two things that I would, three things that I absolutely think they have absolutely no place in any MMORPG. Pay to win is first thing that has no place in any MMORPG. Second is time gating. Time gating of dungeons or whatever it is, time gating is terrible. And then the third one and the last one is auto combat. Like, I don't understand. Why would you make an auto combat of a game like you're not playing the game? The moment when you put that feature, you're just enabling a program. You're not playing the game. Like, is that a game?
right.
Have you ever enjoyed
I honestly,
any auto?
it might be
autoplay?
crazy for me.
Like anything
Just
like that.
say.
Have you ever enjoyed something like this?
Oh,
Hello, is the combat?
it might be crazy to say, but I like a lot of his takes, especially regarding the baseline of what needs to succeed for this, which is the monetization and business route. Without monetization in a proper manner for the business to succeed, everything will crumble. And without the baseline there, it will be incredibly difficult for this game to ever see the light of day. Is Scars an MMO? Yes, Scars is an MMO. Indeedly. It is supposed to be multiplayer emphasized as well, where most things in the game will require at least 2 people. Excuse me?
Auto attack or it's action-based combat with
Oh
dodges
my
and
goodness
blocks,
gracious,
etc.
dude, I just ate so much.
Maybe you're asking me
I
if
ate an
it's
entire bowl of
targeted.
pasta and 2
It's
rolls.
not auto attack because we don't believe in the situation where I need to leave the character and it will fight for me. Even with the auto attack that exists.
Do they have an in-game LFG
you need
system?
to be active, you need to press buttons in order.
Probably
things to
chat,
happen.
if I had to guess.
Is it action based? No, it's more like hybrid based.
If I had to
where
guess.
it's a higher emphasis on top target. While here
I
and
haven't
there
gotten
we
into
have the
actually check
AoE
stuff yet.
or,
It's also just going to be a playtest over here, so it'll still be early.
Skill-based abilities. So it's more like top target with a little bit of hybrid elements here and there. But yeah.
I've heard that before. I have heard... Chat, where have I heard that it's a tab target with some hybrid elements here and there? It's familiar. It's ringing a bell from somewhere, but I can't quite discern where. Tab target, yeah, it's not full action. There's a lot of like skill shoddy type abilities though.
As someone else can.
Yo,
have
Miriam,
some
how
more
are you?
luck and
Hope
get
you're having a beautiful
better
day.
stuff. Yes, but you can reroll them. This is what is important, and also you are allowed.
Yes, oh,
to,
Ashes. She's fucking
you're
yoked.
allowed-
What the hell?
you can-
Hold
you
on.
are allowed to.
Who the fuck wants to get ripped apart? Jesus Christ. Goodness gracious me, oh my, she is sculpted. What the fuck? Pick me up and throw me. Oh. Pick me up and throw me around. Goodness gracious me, oh my. I mean, low key. Chat, would you? Like, would we? That's your Ashes character. Yo, on God, we might need to break it back out. We may need to break it back out. Why'd they do Zarya like that? Poor
You
Zarya.
can also obtain
Okay.
scars
Hot demon boys near
by
you?
just killing
Wait.
specific.
Why do we not get demon dummy, mommy?
You can also obtain scars by just killing.
Give me
specific,
demon dummy, mommy.
Specific bosses.
Bruh. Why the zoom in? Why, when it matters, do you decide to zoom in? Go back out.
So there are controlled.
Is this the Baron race, or is this just a bear? Is this... Which one is this? Because I think this is literally just a bear. I don't think this is the Baron race. I
Group of
think
scars
that
you
is
can
just...
Definitely go and obtain.
Okay, we're
There
up.
is definitely that. And
Are
there
those
is
mounts?
Also a look in the theory.
Mayhaps.
I do have a question about scars. What are the limitations you're?
'Cause that kind of look mounty. Wait.
I do have a question about.
Oh. Oh, that's a little cool. You guys see the ballista coming out on the ranger side? Where you drop a ballista
Scars. What are the limitations you're planned to?
and it actually
There is
does
also a
good
look in the
damage?
theory. I do have a question about scars. What are the limitations you plan to put in place for them, and will they be tailored to the character's class?
Wait, why'd I make him talk fast?
You plan to put
Oh my god, that's my
also
bad.
a look in the theory. I do have a question.
Wait,
about
so we have a
scars. What are the
ballista that's
limitations
going
you're-
out that
And
hits
there is
hard.
Also a look in the theory. I do have a question
Minion
about
turret?
scars.
So that is likely on the, what is it, Artificer? I believe it is. Yeah, Artificer side of the tree. Inventors of war machines and elemental constructs, they let their creations do the fighting. McGinnis PTSD. I mean, not only McGinnis, but also like the Diablo 3 Demon Hunter type meta.
Scars.
But
What are the
that's
limitations you
interesting.
plan to put in place for
I wonder
them,
how
and
hard
will
it
they be
hits.
tailored to the character's
So it
class?
dies there.
If it would
You've
be
got
able
like
to
some
get
wind
any
walking
stat,
type
would
shit.
be, create a situation
Huh.
where we would need our resources to get the desired stats and maybe.
This
end up
is
in
very
legacy.
interesting.
So, stats, scars in general. You're receiving a group of scars every time you level up,
Right.
or once you defeat a boss, you're receiving a predefined scars from that boss for your class.
Okay, so that boss
And
gives static
Can you
ones.
be unlucky? Can you be unlucky when you level up and get some shitty scars? Definitely. Definitely you can. But can you get some unique ones while you level up? Yes. Why we went that route? Because this creates a...
Oh, I'm scared about that. I'm scared about that. I'm not gonna lie. I am a little bit nervy about that. What now? So basically with these scars, when you level, you are granted a set of scars from a very random pool, right? When you kill bosses for scars, that grants you a choice of set scars for your class. Not random. So, when you're leveling, it is possible to, in theory, brick your character's scars. It is 1000% possible. You could have bad luck, and that bad luck could lead to you having worse scars than somebody else, and as a result, you may feel the need to re-roll and create an entirely new character to try to chase down those scars. What are scars? Scars are reminders of the bad times and appreciators of the good. So scars are a form of permanent progression. So scars are effectively permanent forms of prog for your character that you get from challenges, killing bosses, and just passive levels. So what Venny was just talking about is with your scars, when you level, you're granted scars in terms of your choice out of a random pool. And it's not technically a guarantee at any point that you will definitely see certain scars or definitely will not see certain scars. So there has to be a reroll. There is a reroll, but I believe it's in-game currency. Like, not the paid currency, but I believe it is like their money. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. Now, I also don't know the extent of the reroll. So, let's see. There was a scar that was shown earlier in the VOD. We're at 9:45. So when we go back, it was in that first little bit. I want to say, like, right back here. Not that early. It was, like, real early on.
In order, whatever it is. In Scarlet, it's looking...
Show me the Ranger gameplay.
And you don't pay a dime.
Oh, wait, right
or
there.
you buy appearance points. But
I'll
this
let it run to it.
is fair. I think this is fair.
Show me the goods.
We need... somebody
Show me
can
the
say
goods.
It's predatory.
All right. So, pick a scar, any scar. Changing your scar will require additional resources. 9 of whatever these are. It looks like it's the in-game currency. I almost went to hit I to see how many I had. I fucking hate this. I hate it here. Looks like it's their in-game, like, earned currency. Maybe you can bypass the scars you don't want or equip the scars you want. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Genuinely. I'm not quite certain how the scar system is going to work or how it's going to feel. By all means and measures, it looks like there is a reroll option for it. But we also don't have an indicator of how much that is relative and how much that's going to escalate over time. How much that's going to keep bumping up as it continues to go. That is going to... It's going to be interesting. I think it's going to be very upsetty for people if they feel as though they cannot achieve what top performing builds can achieve because their character is already leveled. And I don't even think of it as a matter of, like, in the moment being able to re-roll it once the information's established. But I feel like when people's characters are leveled, if they feel as though they cannot go back and they cannot change any of those decisions and they are hard locked in all the time without any information, that's going to be a large pain point. Just from my personal, like, I won't mind because I'll be making my own build. But somebody that doesn't have a lot of time to play, somebody that's like, well, I already put all of this effort into this build, and now it turns out I have something that doesn't even scale well for me. I gotta remake my character. If the currency's IRL money, then stuff me to win. I don't think they would have it as IRL money. I think that would be a little bit redonkulous. I believe this is their, like, in-inventory currency, like the shit that drops off of mobs and stuff. Now, how available is that going to be? Who the fuck knows? If I get shafted in the RNG, am I just fucked? That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah. From my perspective, yes, you are fucked. If you just completely brick. Also, Stregma, welcome back, brother. I hope the exam was good. Crows, welcome. I've been lurking for 4 hours. What I miss? Everything. Everything. Tundo is respecting another thing because that would be bad. Yo, Easy, what up, brother? How you doing today? So, with the scars, it's like, it's this mix where you can re-roll them, but even from re-rolling, you're not guaranteed to not get duplicate scars. There's no system that they've talked about where it's like, say I have these 2 scars and I re-roll. Theoretically, I could get these again. 75% more crit damage is kind of crazy. Yeah, but I'll up you with 125% crit damage. Hear me out. What if it increases? Okay, hear me out. English is very hard to learn.
And I would
It's their
agree
second
it's
language,
predatory.
I believe.
But guys,
And
I cannot
increase
make
without the
money
A
out of thin air, and
does
I'm
still
super
make
open
sense.
here. Like I'm super
It does
open
still
here.
make sense. This is a new
I'm
MMO coming out.
telling you this.
It's
And
coming to
this
its
is
first Steam
100%
playtest on the
keeping
30th.
only into the
Yeah.
cosmetics. It's
Yeah.
100% keeping it into the cosmetics.
So glad I was just like, wonder what
And
else he's
this
up
is
to.
from where
Will, what up, dude?
80%
Hope you're having a
of
beautiful
our
day.
income
What are
will
you
come.
up to?
This is how I see it.
Have you
Then
been looking
can
at
buy
scars?
emotes, which are again, these are.
Brother, I'm excited about it.
purely
That defeat the whole point of
cosmetic.
it's no
You
pin to
can
win.
buy different
I agree,
skins
I agree.
of your,
Now, when he talks about it,
Farm him, reaped, dead, fucking idiot.
you're the idiot, Bohan Glaze. When he talks about the actual monetization aspect of it, he leans very, 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 very heavily into the skins and into the cosmetic side. Almost exclusively. He says their monetization is going to come from cosmetics. So it doesn't seem like to me, my humble opinion, DustyWhy, caller of shots, you know, disciple of Baba Vanga, predictor of games, I don't see any real incentivization for them to take it down that pay for convenience route to reroll the scars with real currency. I personally really hope they just keep it to like the in-game currency. We've heard this with 2 failed MMOs, but I still believe. I said New World was going to die. I have a proposal though. Scars of Dusty. Upon leveling, rotate. Through offensive, defensive, util tokens. Upon challenge completion, grant 1x random token of a type. So very simply, what I would do here, I should just do a box. I do box. So effectively, within this box, you would have your offense. Wait, I should do my shift. Haha. Big shout out to Stragma for the tech. So you would have offense, defense, and utility scores. Give me this, and then we go here. And then out of those, I would also do, just if I were cooking the system, I'm not a game developer, this is a flawed system, but I also don't necessarily like the full RNG. So what I would do is have 5 cost, 3 cost, 1 cost. So something as a 1 cost defensive scar could be like small percent damage mit. Something a little bit larger would be percent chance on type damage taken to gain shield to that type. And then something up here could be percent chance on damage taken to heal for X. Something like this as the structure overall. Utility stuff could be root reduced small percentage. This could be stun and CC resist up small percent. And this could be chance on being CC'd to reflect, CC to caster type shit. Obviously, that would be crazy OP, but I'm just throwing stuff out in terms of the scaling. From there, we look at offensive, small, elite, damage, proc. Uh-oh. And then a 3 cost, we'd be looking at something like percent damage done, LE proc, plus dot, that's dog. And then up here, you're looking at chance on hit to crush, dealing 160% damage. Some bullshit like that. So effectively just some form of scaling. Don't forget flat instead of percent. Well, there'd be more. There'd be more. But it was just easier for me to label this with percents instead of flats. Just to have an actual, like, graph up here. Are crafting and gathering scars a thing? I don't believe so. Has he said anything about earnable skins too? Hopefully there's some cool ones. I mean, you're gonna have the drops from the actual gear, right? Which you can transmog onto other pieces. Through achievements and stuff, I do not know. DustyWhy color shots, can you give me a stamp of approval for my guild rec post real quick in officer notes? Did Zombie approve it? Or did Zombie ignore you? Which way? But basically, this would reduce all of the RNG around everything heavily. And you would have not just one, of course, but you would have a pool of all of these that you could choose from, where you bring your tokens over to a vendor and they have the tabs, and then you can open up each tab and you can view that type. So, you know, you run over to the vendor and it's like the offense tab, the defense tab, the utility tab. You see all the scars that are available for your class under that category, and then you can purchase those scars. So that way, if you wanted to have more scars that were lower cost, then you could, or fewer scars that were higher cost, or focus on the higher cost scars early, and then you would have a form of specificity around the build. You would still be earning all of your scar rewards, and there'd still be some RNG based on what you got first, but I should specify. Boom. So basically, say you're supposed to be able to have 4 of each scar, right, as your active. So the most you would need is 20 of each type. You get your tokens until you have enough for that cap of scars, and then it goes on to the next type of scar until you are through all of your scars. You show me where request access button is on your Steam? Yeah. If you go... I meant Valorant knife skin. She literally doesn't even know what fucking game... She doesn't even know what game she's begging for money for, by the way. It should be, like, here. And if it is not there, then restart your Steam a couple of times. I have been told by people that it doesn't always show up on the first Steam launch. So, not the adult sensory toy. What is the Valorant knife skin that she's trying to get? Please, for the love of God, tell me it's not like a fidget spinner or some bullshit. Never give her money for skins, by the way. Never give her money for skins. She has a problem. She's the poor one out of the two of us, by the way. I'm just saying. She works. Thank you. Yeah, of course. I hope it works. If it bugs, make sure you post it in the Discord as well. It's something that I don't know if the devs are aware of, but I've had to tell a few people to restart over the course of the day. I want to get the pretty Star Guardian knife. Do you want to get the pretty Star Guardian knife, or do you want to get the pretty Star Guardian house? Wouldn't be broke if I didn't pay for all of our trips last year. Oh, well, I didn't ask to go to fucking Guatemala and back to experience the coffee trade of the independent farmers and learn the history of the coffee beans that were grown in the region. That was something that you brought us to. You forced that upon me, this cultural tour. I didn't ask to see the Colosseum. You told me that you thought I would look like a gladiator next to all the lions. You forced that upon me. I simply existed. You dragged me along. Jesus Christ. Jesus. It was those corn dogs we got that really did you in when we went to Phoenix at the mall. The Korean corn dogs that you forced upon me were probably what really did you in. We were at a Korean corn dog place, and there was some bitch that was like recording a TikTok or something, and she was straight trying to hit a money spread. I'm not even bullshitting. Like, she was sitting at we had ordered, and it was like the counter and then booth along the walls, and it was like standing lobby type shit. And they were at the far booth, and we were at this booth, of course, the one we were sitting at. And I'm like, I'm just chilling, and I look out of the corner of my eye, and she got like a couple $100 worth of 20s that she's trying to like hit a fan and spread and shit. And she like trying to record a TikTok like she fucking Ice Spice or some shit. Yo, Rana, what up, my friend? I haven't tuned in since Ashes. Can we trust this MMO? I'm scared now. Yeah, I feel that. I'm scared too, buddy. But it might just be okay. It might just be okay. If I'm being honest. I think any MMO has a chance to fail. And I think any MMO could always go to shit at any point in time, right? But it really does seem like they have good bones to the MMO, good guts to it. And I want to get all up in those guts, and I want to rearrange them, is what I want to do. I want to see how much those guts can take. And I plan to on the 30th. So it is free to play. And it is supposed to be no pay to win. Mostly cosmetic money. We all go in together. Hey, we treat this shit like Bonnie Blue. Ape strong together. One dick means nothing, but 1,000 tiny dicks can set a world record together, boys. We must remember. We just go in with all of our collective force, and together we can do great things. Yes. No, I agree. I agree, Sir Alwyn. We've just got to stay together hand in hand, dick in dick, and then we too can be in the Guinness Book of World Records. But I will say, I think Scars has potential. It's a playtest from the 30th to the 11th, so it's not like this is the full launch of the game or anything. It's still going to require a lot more along the way. It's going to have a lot of downtime, so it's not something where it's going to be an everyday game for anybody at this point. And talking about it as much as we have and chilling in the directory as much as we have is actually probably clinically insane. I'm effectively the dude that's camping outside of a Radio Shack for a new walkie-talkie drop with a tent. Nobody else is really going to contest me. They've opened the store like 4 times already, yet I refuse to come in, and I'm just sitting out with my tent, and I'm like, no, I'll wait out here, thank you. Got a little grill and shit. They open the store every day, and they're like, the fuck is this guy doing out here still? I'll be here when my walkie-talkie gets here, and I'll be the first here for the walkie-talkie too. And people will want my walkie-talkie eventually. So, I'm shocked that we've had this much to dig into, like, just information-wise, system-wise, everything with the game. I've been shocked. And there are so many people that are very seemingly excited about Scars in the same way that I am. Again, the core of the game, really intriguing. They have a couple, we'll say, systems that are proposed that have some kind of like orange flags to us where we're like, all right, we got to pay a little bit extra attention to this. But overall, we're seeing a lot of good there from what we're hearing about the game and what we've seen so far. And you can pre-order it and it gets shipped to you, but we're still waiting outside. Yeah, we can literally just wait and play something else. Like, other places have the walkie-talkie already. So, yo, Chronic, I hope all is well with you, brother. I hope the workday has been a good chaotic, my dude. Guild post posted, go gas it up. I don't know, I can't talk in there too much. That's where all the normies are. I have to keep myself separated from them. They're the undesirables, the untouchables. I'll consider it at some point, but just know once the motion hits. Hold on, let me go look at it now and see if I'd make any changes to it. What if I have edits? Brother, you didn't even ask. Hold on, where is it? Oh, I clicked on Guild Bank by accident. Do you post it in officer chat? It's not even an officer chat. It just says yo. Where do you post it? Oh, officer notes? Oh. Hold on. Who's yelling? Is Carla yelling? I think Carla's yelling. I don't know who the fuck is yelling. Alright, yeah. We're vibing. We're vibing with that. I like that. Out of the Scars Discord too. I couldn't find it at first. It was fucking hidden from me. Okay, yeah, I enjoy that. I think you did well. That earns 1/12 of a can of the Boyardeezes. Just know you're well on your way to success, sir. Yeah, the font looks a little off. Good chaotic is exactly how I describe my day. I hope you make lots of money when you're busy. That's all I gotta say. Boys, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some more water real quick. And I'm Pete. I shall be 1 sec. An emphasis on playing within the rules, i.e. no exploiting. Yeah, that's always very good to clarify too. Some people think we're fucking around with that. But yes, an emphasis in playing the game ethically with no exploiting, no RMTing. Yes. Be right back. Fuck, I want my water. No. So I got caught in the loop. I filled up my water, I went to smoke, and then I walked by my water because I had just smoked and I forgot to grab my water on the way back in. So, that's my bad. That's on me. We have to get the Necro on another race, like Elf, if y'all want a Sacred Order, I'm gonna die. What's the current race class comp? Do you have a picture of it? That's hot. You're hot. Bitch. Fucking showed that guy. Won't show his face around here talking shit like that. Jesus Christ. Nerve of some people coming in here, Jack. Can you fucking imagine? Nerve of some people. I swear to God, just walking around here, throwing out shit like that. Fucking hatred, vitriol. This community is built on hatred and negativity. Zip, hope you're having a good night. Jazz! What up, brother? Unfucking believable. Are you actually playing? Yeah. I'm being attacked right now by a flock of wild cat boar things. Unfortunately, the FPS in this game is terrible. I have been waiting for it to render the next frame now for approximately 6 days. Everything is bad, and I think the game needs some optimization. No, it's not active till the 30th. We're still just watching dev videos and stuff, catching up on it. Today was a little bit of talk on monetization, gameplay, just general shit like that. We have a dev stream that we've been working our way through, a little compilation of it. So, 1 frame per hour, 1 frame per month at this point, brother. 1 frame per month. Been queued up in the lobby for hours. The server infrastructure fucking sucks, Benny. I keep getting disconnected. What do you mean, brother? So, yeah, it's, you know, it is what it is. I wish it was a Hello Kitty MMORPG. If Hello Kitty Island Adventure had a combat system, I think it would be a Game of the Year candidate. And it would be Pragnata, because nobody would be fucking talking about that bullshit. It would be Hello Kitty Island Adventure till the end, dog. Loads like a Bethesda game. Listen, Ashes had a pretty long load screen as well, I will say. It got me kind of used to it. Because you also had, like, the fake load screen. Salmon exposed to cocaine in the water swim longer distances than those that go without, according to a study released this week. The fresh fish are trying to escape. Fupo. Have you been giving your fish cocaine? And then eating the fish on the cocaine? So you're not doing cocaine, the fish are? What is going on here? Are you admitting to something? Was this a study or was this an investigation? What if the fish have been trafficking the cocaine all along? So they effectively give the fish a bump of cocaine and then they put a cocaine bag on the fish and then set it on its way. Makes them harder to get.
But it makes the reward so much sweeter.
That catnip just wasn't doing it anymore, huh? Goodness fucking gracious. Salmon on cocaine, 8 bears. Wait, whoa, wait. Is the bear also on cocaine? You check AoE skills in this game, by the way? Oh, yeah, I did. In terms of what's what's like visible at this point in time. Oh, yeah. Oh, I've checked some AoE abilities, brother. Now, the thing that's irking me at this point is that we do not know what the, what the actual trees are looking like because everything's getting updated so frequently within the game's balance at this point. We have no idea what they're looking like. I have theorized what I'm going to want to run on Paladin, but again, I have no fucking clue, and it also depends on how much actual mass-scale PvP we're seeing versus how much of it is just like small-scale, quick-hit run-in stuff. Because there are going to be builds that are better for, small guerrilla-type fights. Then there are going to be builds that are way better for an all-in team fight, where it's like, I dump out my ults, you dump out your ults, and we just go cocks out from there. I'm personally building to get ready for big team fights. Because if we can hit a big wombo combo in a team fight and just end that immediately, bro, ain't nothing better. Ain't nothing better. But I'm really liking what I've seen so far. Again, the biggest problem is what are we seeing so far comparatively to what we will see on the 30th versus what we'll see on the 6th after they update more builds. To what extent will we be looking at balance issues and absolutely broken combos? And that's kind of the fun of it. If someone can find an absolute unintended combo within their build that's just making them Thanos, it's going to be fun to find. And that's going to be something that the developers very much benefit from. So if I can find a pally combo that just is building up to a one-shot on somebody, I can walk up to them and just wombo combo them 100-0. That's probably going to be something that leads to a very substantial nerf coming in very, very, very quickly. And that's something that I kind of look forward to. The AoE abilities are fucking wild, though. Part of me wonders how TTK is going to be with it, because I'm looking at movement abilities outside of the AoE abilities themselves, right? And I look at these movement abilities and I'm seeing cooldowns, I'm seeing limited movement, and I'm seeing some discussion around like whether some classes should even have movement abilities or not. And I'm looking at Cav from a paladin. I'm looking at Black Hole from a mage. I'm looking at the volleyball that mage stuns, that throws in that stuns. I'm looking at everything that's available. The Frost Novas. Oh my god. Dude, it's so much. Make dodge active. I unironically would coom through my pantalones if we got a dodge and a sprint. I don't even need an active block. I would love a dodge and a sprint. I think I'd survive without it, but man, it'd be so great. Now, I will say I really want to get my hands on it, you know, first. I don't need a sprint. Yeah, that's fair. I don't need a sprint. I just like running at people that don't know how to use their sprint bind. Active dodge. Yeah, I mean, let's get our hands on the combat system first, because maybe it'd feel weird with an active dodge. Who knows? But that's also something I would assume they could add in relatively easily. Just throw on a mocap suit, do a fucking somersault, and then call it good. Makes it so much more dynamic. It really does. It really, 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 really does. I agree. And then with your dodges, you also have the element of, do you New World it, where if you stam yourself out, right? If you have 110 stamina, you can dodge for 50 down to 60, dodge for 50 down to 10, and then you can dodge again at 10, but it'll take all of your stamina, allow you to dodge, and then would gray bar you and would have to regen all the way before you can dodge or move at full speed. So stamina management was imperative in New World. In Ashes, they took away that element of gray barring by just saying, hey, you can't dodge anymore when you're under the amount of stamina required. I want to feel the system without a dodge system. I agree. I think it's important to feel it without a dodge system in the first place. And if it really just, like, if it lacks something where we're looking at movement abilities just not doing it, we're looking at a lack of controllability, then maybe we're looking at something big there. What I see from the combat system already, though, I kind of like, it seems like they have every class built, instead of playing around an auto attack, playing around a spam ability, and then working around big combos as well. So it seems like you're going to be putting out your spam ability instead of what we had as a traditional auto attack, or like an active attack in Ashes. And that's going to be putting up some basic buffs for us based on your tree, potentially. Putting out some poke damage, and then you're weaving in coolies for big damage bursts around that. Seems interesting. Now, again, I really want to get my hands on this, because looking at it, we can only discern so much. And there's only so much that we can get from a couple minutes of VOD here and there, versus us actually getting our hands on it and just fucking cooking. Just cooking. Seems CC heavy. It does seem a little CC heavy, or CC like necessitative, if that's a word. I don't necessarily know that a lot of things are going to die without CC and proper setup. I do agree. I think the way that I would describe this combat system is an alley-oop combat system where you are dependent on somebody throwing the lob and somebody catching the lob and windmilling it home. And if you don't have somebody to dunk and you don't have somebody to set the pass, then you don't have an alley-oop. And the people that can successfully hit their alleys all the time put on a show for the crowd. And in this game, we'll get a lot of kills. Everything that I've seen is when you're playing with a mage, getting a stun on somebody into a phoenix, getting a black hole to start, following it up with a cav from a paladin, and then having stuns and a frost nova go into that. The alley-oop and the layering and the I will support this one so you can damage this one, right? And setting it up for each other is such a big thing. If I'm playing with a mage in twos, right, based on the current paladin tree, I'm gonna look at realistically. This is the hardest choice that the current paladin tree presents. Sunbreaker is big AoE damage and just goes out and nukes. Precise Vindicator Strike is 10% crit chance for 10 seconds, which is a ton. A ton. But also, Blessed Hammer is a 2-second stun and deals triple crit damage. I can only have 2 of these. So that's arranged. So what I'm between is like maybe dropping the 10% crit, but keep in mind that's not just 10% crit, that's like 12% crit. Well, actually 16% crit because these are 2% crits as well. So I guess I'd only lose 4% off this, but this will all change long term anyways. But I'm already in a situation of, do I want more AoE damage? And do I want to be able to go in and just blast with Sunbreaker and pump? Or do I want the extra crit? Do I want the hammer so that way I can say, yo, Nin, look at this target. You got Phoenix up. Okay, you have Phoenix up. Good. 3, 2, 1. Throwing a hammer at this target. Then we go in. Oh, I just karate chopped my desk. That's going to be a huge setup. If I have a 2-second range stun that I can throw at somebody that deals triple crit damage. Especially if we don't have any other instantaneous in on a single target like a healer. I see people rage so much from CC heavy games. I think dying without any response possible feels very bad. And I think when there are far more CCs than there are CC breaks, and it feels out of your control almost, not necessarily that there should be a CC break for every single CC, but like there should be diminishing returns and there should be levels of self-sustain or group sustain incorporated, and there should be a level of play around with those CCs so it is incredibly hard to just get chained. I think there are certain games where CC chains are way too easy to pull off because of lack of diminishing returns or less than punishing diminishing returns. And then there's games where CC chains are so hard to pull off. Rube, thank you for the 4 months. I appreciate you. I think there are games where CC chains are hard to pull off. And when you do pull off one of those CC chains or have one of those pulled off on you, you look at it as an element of like, oh, damn, I just got shit on. GG, well played. And that in itself is a difference maker for me with CCs. If I feel like I am doing something impactful with my CCs and I feel like I weave my CCs at the right time, sometimes it might be better to harass and hold one. Sometimes it might be better to open up with a CC. But when the answer is immediately, I see someone, I CC chain you 100 to 0 guaranteed, because that's my combo and I can do it every 20 seconds, that's too much. It's too much. And I think there are some forms of CC that just feel inherently worse than others as well. I like large CC with longish CD. That way you get punished hard for missing or mistiming a trade-off. Yeah. I like that as well. An element of build around. That's where I really like the concept that they're bringing in with like the ultimate abilities. So Cavalcade of the Light is one that's really intriguing to me. Call upon the cavalry of the battlefield, trampling enemies for 5 seconds, dealing damage and pushing them towards the center. So this is almost like a Gravwell to a certain extent. It's got a little bit of a cast time, so I've got to be able to get it off in the right place at the right time and see where people are going to go so I can hit the most people possible. But also, the devs have said this is, because of the cast time, meant to be compensated with high damage and high disruption. So this has a very big pull, very fast pull, and does a shitload of damage. So This is where I talk about the alley-oop. If I get the alley as a paladin and say I have a mage that goes in and they hit the nastiest of black holes and then a frost nova, I can get off of my tree my avatar up, which increases my damage and crit strike. Then I can make sure I have all of my buffs up for crit if I'm running my crit build, whatever it is. And then I can cavalcade when their black hole is about to end and we have a follow-up grab that sucks them all in off of that alley and that oop. However, say that combo gets disrupted. Say I whiff my cav. Say they have blinks and they blink out of the grav and the black hole and we end up getting nobody. We lose our ultimate cooldowns and we are going to be out of those for likely a minute to up to 2 minutes based on what we've seen for long cooldowns so far. It's this really cool ability econ, especially in these team fights. I almost think what it's going to turn into in the event that large team fights are a thing is baiting out ults more than trying to initiate. I think it's going to be a counter initiate unless you just really catch somebody with their pants down. But I think it's going to be like, oh no, look at me. I'm so submissive and breedable. It'd be a shame if somebody black holed me right now and then fucked me face down in the black hole. And then they black hole you and it's like, surprise, bitch, there's a gun in my asshole. And then you point the gun at them and shoot them. Like, that level of counter engage is probably going to be what comes out here as the necessity. Clipping this out of context, Chi-Chi. There is nothing to clip out of context. That shit's been said 1,000 times. That clip's not new. The fuck do you mean? You think that's the first time I've said I'm submissive and breedable? You have enough hours here. You have a purple banana. For many reasons. Back to the butt talk. Is it butt talk or butt Glock that you're more interested in? Because I have a feeling I've just unlocked something within you. And I don't know that I like that. Anyways. Back to ability econ. If I do say so myself. On the topic of ability econ. Almost takes me to like a Dota route. Or I guess League. For those people who just have inferior taste in video games, I'm sorry that you are the way you are. Your parents are ashamed. I'm ashamed. Your pets are ashamed. Your neighbors are ashamed. Shocked you have neighbors if you enjoy League, honestly. Ridiculous. But it almost takes me to that element of you see both sides shaping up for a team fight. And you've got to poke and you've got to prod. And you can try to bait out people's coolies. And if you can get a big cooldown from one of their big players, whether it's, you know, an engage, whether it's a defensive, whatever it is, that can change an entire fight. You may go from a standoff to now looking for your own engage, where if you miss it, then you get countered on, even though they're down one ability, and then you just lose. If you telegraph too much, they may see it coming and just counter. Do you have any extension on Twitch that lets you see where your viewers are viewing, i.e. from either country? Hold on. Twitch, analytics, research. Let us see here. Let us see here. Do I have viewer region? Would it be Europe? Learn when categories have higher viewership. I just want to see what is up with my maybe like Discovery. Where is it? Hold on, it might be Discovery. Oh, I need to update my tags. Whoops. I still have WoW related tags. 61% United States. I don't know when this is from. 9% Canada, 3% UK and Germany, 2% Brazil and Australia. Shout out my cunts. And then 1% a lot of other countries. A lot of other countries. Oh, that's last 30 days. So we'll have to compare that in another 30-day period. And then see what's up there. Oh, so this is releasing Too Many Q4, Aeon 2, Monsters of Memories, this, probably a Classic Plus. I wish I was excited for Q4. Now, this early access, from what we've gathered, may actually be pushed back to Q1 of 2027, and honestly may adjust from there as well. But in terms of releases, like, I wish I was excited for Aeon 2. I'll check it out more. I'll try to be optimistic, but I've heard pay to win, which I hope isn't true, but I've heard pay to win. Monsters and Memories, to me, looked not exactly in my wheelhouse, if that makes sense. And then Classic Plus, I don't know if I'd go back to WoW again. I played the Taiwan Aeon 2 launch. Extremely pay to win. Fun for a time, though, but very, very pay to win. You be spending money on that shit? Because you still losing even if you do. Somebody should have told you before you did. Hell nah. Good, I'm proud of you. I didn't say that shit, by the way. That was Kroger. Aeon 2 had already been deleted from my brain driver until you spoke its name. I unlocked that chamber once again. Didn't even sub. That's my fucking economical dog. Sending you firm daps. Firm daps. $2 Global is kind of a bust, so hopefully they turned out the pay to win for Aeon. Who knows, though, man? Honestly, who knows? Aeon 2, Korean MMO swap. The KMMO, indeed. So, yeah, I mean, Monsters and Memories looks very, how to say, like, retro? So to say. Which is supposed to be its whole thing. But I also don't necessarily know how I feel about going that retro with it. I'm such a game feel person, and I'm such a combat person. I look at Eminem and I'm like, ah, yeah. It's kind of like how I look at Quinfall. I actually think I'd be more likely to play Monsters and Memories than Quinfall, if I'm being honest. But yeah, I mean, I'm not too like overly, you know, head over heels for Monsters and Memories. Classic Plus. Oh no, you play as Classic Plus, so I'll drag you back in. I don't know, man. Not after what WoW did to my channel last time. Not after what happened last time. Bro, that shit was honestly an immediate, people did not want to watch WoW. And the viewership made it very known that people did not want to watch WoW. Like, the difference with what I'm doing now, which I'm enjoying more as well versus playing WoW. Oh man, unless there were substantial changes, I don't necessarily know that Classic Plus would be my thing. Yo, what up, Clue? How are you, brother? Classic Plus will be fun. That's not you, IMO? Yeah, I think Classic Plus, when it does come out, no matter how hard Blizzard tries, they have legitimate developers and geniuses that are going to be working on third-party software and add-ons and websites as soon as that game goes live and they can get their greasy little paws on it. And I wish it weren't the case, but unfortunately that is literally the case, and it is inevitable. It'll be solved before people know it. It'll be add-on city through any source. It'll be sim this, sim that, sim your mother, sim your father. I don't know if I have WoW in me. I would rather cover potential upcoming projects because I just enjoy it more. I think the fun of getting into something and seeing how it's shaping up and potentially providing feedback on those things, if it does happen to be, you know, a passion hit for the community and myself, is a big thing. Getting at least double the viewers now as your WoW streams towards the end. Yeah, and I mean, as I've said, I don't necessarily stream for the viewership. That is not my end goal. Like, as long as I am paying bills, then I consider myself extremely successful to be streaming full-time in the first place. And as long as that continues, then everything's amazing. What really sucked for me, outside of the, you know, obviously the support yourself off stream, make sure you're making money off stream. It was seeing the in-game numbers dwindle, and even the people that were watching the stream were people that gave WoW a try and it wasn't for them. Like, most people were just falling off of WoW the longer we went, and every time the wagon hit a slight bump, more people fell out. And that did not at all help. That wasn't for me, and I appreciate everybody that tried. The only way we know is trying. And I fault nobody for not enjoying WoW or enjoying WoW. It is all personal preference like that that makes gaming as amazing as it truly is. But I also feel that WoW, I learned, was not for me in the current day and age. Did see why some people liked it growing up, though. See, that's kind of what I said about it. With Midnight, right? If I was in a room by myself without a community to talk to, without people typing in chat, without, if I was on the viewer side, a chat to type to and a streamer that would hang out and yap back and shit, I would be playing WoW. I would have Futurama or some other bullshit up on the TV next to me, and I would just be chilling, not talking, going through dungeons, and I'd probably be having fun trying to chase upgrades and shit. But thought Midnight was going to be better than it is. Unfortunately, a month into the expansion, I'm already raid logging. Midnight was really fun. It was genuinely very fun. But it's the same thing. Yeah. It's WoW though, every X-Pack. Yes. It is literally every single X-Pack. Like when I was playing, it was very fun to chase down the gear and to get established. But as soon as you hit the treadmill of content where you're looking at an upgrade every now and then, and you're getting into the part where raids are on farm and any little mistake or misstep in a raid is the end of the world, WoW gets very taxing. And WoW, I think very quickly, and the PvP scene sucks in WoW on top of being a lobby game. Yeah, I agree 100%. There's a reason I like you. Yeah, the PvP scene is really rough. I tried to get into PvP, and for me, it just wasn't connected to anything. I think for me, consequential PvP really gets my dick hard, and anything that's not consequential PvP feels a little disconnected. And I went into WoW, and I was really hoping I'd feel connected to my character, connected to the world, connected to my community. And I didn't feel that. And one thing that I have really enjoyed about streaming and growing the community that I have is that, through New World, when I really decided to kick it up and bring cats to a thing and bring it together, that was a very connected thing. That was us with a specific goal from the start to bring players that hadn't played wars into wars with some very established mentors from the warring scene to help out. And we had a sense of connection. We had people that were working hard to accomplish something together, and it took actual work. We had people that were VOD reviewing, and it wasn't a matter of, look at all this, you're dog shit, you're ass. The VOD review would be constructive and it would be like, okay, I love that you're doing this. We'd have people working with the same VOD reviewers, so it'd be like week over week, war over war. They're like, you're improving these things. Awesome. I would really love to see you work on these 3 things, and then next time you do a war, improve those, focus on continuing the good that you've built, and then we'll review again. And we tried to continue that exact same thing. There was a sense of connection with the community where people were playing their first wars with the guild. And you could see the joy of them finally getting into that. And it was beautiful to help bring it to life. You're a sandbox man, so am I. I really think so. I really think so. Sucks nothing's really popping right now. I agree. I think the best sandbox right now is fucking Rust. And I'm not going to Rust. I'm not doing it. RuneScape Dragon Wilds is actually pretty cool. That's like the survival that they did, right? I feel like people were playing that for quite some time a little while ago, yeah? No Rust. No Fresh. No Rust. We are a Scars of Honor family now. I have a casual 6K hours. We're a Scars of Honor family now. Scars of Honor looks okay. Scars looks like it has potential. I'm concerned. I think everybody will be concerned about something. But I think Scars has potential. which is more than a lot of titles can say. When I look at Scars, even seeing the arena footage, I look at PvP and I talk to the devs and I hear their inspirations for games and I hear how they talk about the game. And I think it has potential. And I think if they are able to get community feedback from a group of people who truly want the best for the game that will also coincide with their vision, then that is that's a very beneficial scenario for everybody involved. We are people who want to go in and provide feedback on these things and potentially help shape the future of a game. And developers want to have people like us that are willing to research and go and inform. So, me personally, I hope that they, like you just said, yep, I hope as Scars they don't go into the lobby loop. Me too. They've talked about world bosses, and Venelin and Coco were both in chat a few days ago. And we were asking them some questions just in general about game philosophy and shit. And Venelin said there is a reason why the world boss, the first world boss, is being put directly in between the Sacred Order and the Domination starting points. That gave me hope immediately. Really miss when we had to work for stuff. Oh my god, no, Twiggle. The WoW pilling of everybody has killed me. Like you said, WoW saw before it's ever even officially released. I agree, and that's what makes me so sad about it. Now, oh my god. Excuse me, I'm dying. WoW also has a community that has allowed itself to become so caught up in the metification of things, in the guidification of things, right? You gotta have a guide. You can't homebrew. You've got to sim the trinket to see if it's even an upgrade before you farm anything. It's something where it's this paradox, right? The people who are good enough at the game to stress about the meta and the 1% difference do not have to stress about the 1% difference. And those who are stressing the most about the 1% difference are those who have no reason to worry about it whatsoever. You'll have guilds that are parsing blue and barely killing bosses that are like, well, maybe we should get one more hunter in here for a little more DPS. And I'm like, man, maybe we should have our people look up a rotation or hit a dummy for a little bit. Sim the trinket, take the meta build, and there are certain classes where they give you the illusion of talent choice, but if you deviate from the meta, your effectiveness is significantly impacted. Yup. Now, I will say, I had fun cooking on a paladin because I was playing a lightsmith prop paladin, and I did really enjoy that. It just happened to be what I would cook up anyways. I enjoyed the play of lightsmith prop paladin, and I made my own build and everything, did great with it. Parsed my 99s in heroics, parsed above a 90 in a mythic raid. So that was phenomenal. Everything was great. I was pumping, I was blasting, I was vibing. And I was tanky. I had multiple different builds that I had cooked up. But even then, every single time that I was looking to test something, it was, well, did you sim it? Every time I wanted to farm up a new trinket, did you sim it? Every time I was thinking about switching a trinket in for content, did you sim it? I was tanking and raiding without bigwigs, DBM, whatever. I had Plater and that was it. It's beautiful. I actually had to learn the boss fights. People will not learn boss fights and mechanics. They will learn a trained response to a notification on their screen. And they will not know how to adapt and actually complete the mechanic. It's just like telling your dog paw and then giving it a treat when it puts its paw in your hand. It doesn't know that paw in English means paw when you first start giving it a treat. It just knows I get yummy food, I put paw up, woof. And then eventually associates that verbiage with treat if give paw. Therefore, paw means put that up here. People are literally just dogs getting trained in WoW. It's bop, bop, bop. Oh, I move left. Bop, bop, bop. Oh, I interact.
Bow, 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 bow. Oh, I gotta dodge. I soak. People don't actually learn the mechanics. It's not in 3 seconds, judgment is going to be cast, and if the tanks do not swap the judgment cast, then that will put a debuff up on the other tank, which will lead to them getting one-shotted, and we will fail the fight. It's taunt now. Okay, I taunt. It's because a lot of people couldn't complete mythic raids without all that. Agreed. Agreed. And a lot of people will use the excuse of, well, world first raiders use it, so why shouldn't I use it, Cletus? For world first raiders, they understand the mechanics without the add-ons, and the add-ons are simply a visual aid to compile the information that they already know and are capable of doing without the add-ons. For bad players, add-ons become the crutch, and it becomes a trained response to the add-on instead of learning the fight without the add-on, understanding the mechanic, and then the add-on being the aid. It's their dependency on being able to walk in the first place instead of an aid to it. And with bad players, that dependency just coincides with other things. It's real bad. Sometimes some of the best trained dogs. Listen, as long as they're trained, Foghorn Blair's because I'm gonna move out of the AoE now. No, it's crazy. It's genuinely crazy. And my like one of my moments over there was we were going through, God, I think it was dragons in Voidspire. And people were learning the fight still, and we had plenty of new players, and we were dying to the fear breath. People just weren't bringing it through. And the call was made, and people were like, someone goes, all right, make sure everybody downloads Bigwigs. And I'm like, no. If you guys want to, you can, but you do not have to download Bigwigs. Please just pay attention to mechanics and don't fucking suck. And like that point in time was the first dampener to my optimism of maybe I can convince WoW people to not be WoW people. And then there were just a few more instances after that where I was just like, damn, I guess WoW changes for no man. I was like, you can tell people everything about how we're gonna do something, but they just can't turn it off. They're incapable of it, bro. It just comes out. It's like that one person that's faking Tourette's so they can say a slur all the time. It's just really bad when you hear it come out, and you really hope that you wouldn't. Be a stronger claim if any of the world's first folks had generally done it without add-ons. I think they could, is the difference. Like, I agree there, by the way. But I think in a race when one side is using the add-ons and the other isn't, you're almost obligated to have that cutting edge. But truly, if they didn't have accessibility to add-ons, I am convinced that they could actually do it without add-ons. The fact that they have the infrastructure that they do with honestly, a facility to ship most of their players off to, sponsors that provide them with private chefs, drinks, refreshments, lodging, all that shit. A 51st, well, not 51st person, that's what we called it in New World. Oops. A 21st person caller with Max, who is also just an absolute genius in the WoW realm. They could definitely do it without add-ons, but I think in a race standpoint, the add-ons have become such an accepted nature. Now, I also think with WoW, their balance is built around add-ons too, especially early. They are so used to having everybody raiding with add-ons that it's considered when they're making the difficulty of these fights. If there is a potential that things are called out and that there's a bop, 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 then they have to add extra add-ons to, or sorry, extra like boss mechanics to compensate for that. Without add-ons and without 2 months of PTR access, Race the World First would actually be interesting. Oh, it'd be so beautiful. Now, I don't think they see a lot in the PTR access, right? Don't they just see like normal difficulty? I've been told that they don't see heroic and mythic, but again, I'm not really an expert on it. All but like the last boss.
Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know too much about it. Well, I just like rating an ESO. Add-ons that literally tell you when to block, when a hit is coming, where to stand, etc. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Watching the Race to World First for WoW, this was after Blizzard. Sorry, this is after Blizzard had said we are pruning add-ons. We're cutting out add-ons. Add-ons are going to be less plentiful. And lo and behold, the add-ons still went crazy. Add-ons are being made in real time as soon as they got a timer on a mechanic, as soon as they uncovered something new. Bro, it was impressive, but holy shit. Holy shit. Was it discouraging to see? And there were so many things when I was over in WoW that I really like wanted to overlook, but I couldn't, man. They all added up over time. The lack of actually feeling connected to the community, the lack of engagement on that side. I don't know, it kind of felt incredibly bad, if I'm being honest, to the point that it felt like a solo game, if I'm being real. Much more than it felt like anything else. It really felt like we were soloing and we came together for such a small percentage of the content instead of us actually collaboratively working towards something. So the memory game add-on on Race the World First was the thing that kind of killed it for me. Yeah, I mean, the memory game add-on was supposedly a manual input, and it just kept track of the manual inputs. But even then, A, impressive, but B, it's like, man, that just took away the hardest part of the fight, other than, obviously, like, kicks and glaives and all of that. But the memory game was a core part of it that was just completely devalued by the add-on. It didn't require any memory at that point. It didn't require the caller to lock in and organize everybody. It just compiled every single person, and as long as they looked on their screens, they could see the order in which they were supposed to go. Then, my prediction actually ended up coming true. I predicted that after Race to World First, they were going to nerf the fuck out of memory game and make it so the same symbol couldn't appear twice. Guess what? They did! PTR included tests for at least 9 bosses across the 3 raids, with testing for key boss mechanics like the Void Spire from Google. Interesting. Interesting. At least 9 bosses. Wait. Isn't that all of them? That would be all of them. Because 9 out of 9 was the race. 6 Void Spire, 1 in Dream Rift, and then 2 in March. For 9. They surely didn't get access to all of that shit on PTR, right? There was only 1 hidden phase at the end of 1 boss. I mean, there was the hidden mechanic on Illyria, but that was basically walk away from the boss and then walk back to the boss, and that just flopped over. And then the hidden phase on Lura was fucking hype, but Liquid said last boss was not on the PTR. I thought the Evil Windchime. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. I thought they definitely didn't get last boss, and I thought they didn't see more than just the last boss, but I may be wrong there. But either way, yeah, WoW is... Wow. WoW is one of those where it's like, man, I don't know why you're still doing that to yourself, and I think you and I both know that you'd be happier if you weren't doing it to yourself that way. But over the course of 20 whatever years, they just can't stop. They're addicted to it. Most phases, like the last boss or 2, they're the only ones left off with maybe an extra phase somewhere. Right. Now, the extra phase was hype as fuck this time around. But, yeah, I totally get that. Totally get that. The amount of unsolved content is truly so low. Now, I will say as well, WoW just, I don't know, man. It's devolved to leaderboard this, parse that. And I just think the mentality of it changed so much along the way, man. It changed so fucking much. when I look at how our community went about playing Ashes and how our community went about playing New World and just how everything was, and then I look at what WoW brought out, I'm just like, man, that shit was not pretty to see. I saw some people fiending like crazy out there, man. Feel like coming in my bones, dude. I get sad thinking about WoW frequently in terms of what I wanted it to be. I miss just struggling to push through it, though. I'm the aging dad gamer that lost access to proper MMRs. I agree. I miss Ash so much. Yeah, me too. Crimson Desert just put another massive patch. Largest yet. What are they doing now? How's their player base? It's on Steam, right? Crimson Desert. That ain't too bad for a single player game. A full month out. That ain't too shabby. I'm not playing it, but that's really not bad for a single player title. Winrose hit over 200K. Well, yeah, because they all left Crimson Desert. What do you mean? Hold on. I can show you where everybody went. They went here. And then they went here. And then they went here. And before that, a few of them were over here. Congratulations, it's the same couple 100,000 players. And they're always disappointed. Just kidding, not always disappointed. But that's the entire loop. That is your last 4 games for those people. Now look at the AAA game Skull and Bones. I think that's a mistake. Skullgirls' second encore is above Skull and... It has 114 people right now. 17 viewers right now. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Hold the phone. Skull and Bones. Category. What is this? So this is a quadruple A? Zone entered Eastern Basin. What is the purpose of this? And I'm buying the hype around Dune. Oh, I have a take around Dune that you're gonna love. Because a lot of people gave me some shit for this. Okay, wait, high key, this kind of looks sick. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this kind of looks dope. Have they made this kind of good? Or what's the deal here? Cause this is some good ship combat. What is, wait, is Skull and Bones dope? Cats could double its player base, if not triple. Oh yeah, we could pump numbers into this player base. I think this guy might lose this fight. The guy that he's fighting still has most of his HP. Where's our big homie's HP? Is he at a quarter HP? He's getting fucking pelted. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, he got cooked. Alright, well. Dutch Merchant Company. Was that an NPC? Or was that a player? I don't really know what just happened. I think... Oh, wait. That's an NPC. He died to an NPC. That's not another player. Okay, there are not other players in here. Noted. Noted. Dark and Darker new season starts the 28th. Oh, dude. I don't mean to be a cynic. I'm sorry. I always just sound like I'm complaining. I think I would rather sword fight IRL than play Dark and Darker's combat system. I understand some people love it, but like, I cannot just go, ugh. 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 Like, I played D&D for a little bit. Not D&D, Dungeons and Dragons, but like Dark and Darker. But you want a sword fight? You bring the swords? AMC. Is this World of Ships? That was Skull and Bones. That was a quadruple A game. The quadruple A. Did not like D&D, but played it recently. It's not bad. I haven't played it in a little bit, but I did not like the movement of the combat when I played it before. Like, it was fun for what it was, but I'm also not a huge extraction person. I liked the concept of Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery a lot more than I like Dark and Darker. Which Legacy, Steel, and Sorcery turned into Eldegard, which then Eldegard fucking died. So, you know, it is what it is. I did fencing in college. It's pretty fun. You should definitely do it. I feel like I'd be good at fencing. Because I have very long arms. I have like a 6'8" wingspan. So realistically, I could just reach really far and then poke somebody and then keep them at arm's length all the time and just give them one of these with the once over, just a little swish and flick type shit. Wingardium Leviosa on their ass. I just gotta be careful, no levitating. This combat looks better than Windrose, but imagine Windrose will get refinement though. I was gonna say, that combat didn't look bad. Like, Skull and Bones combat didn't look terrible. But also, that was my first time viewing it. That didn't seem terrible. BG3 is awesome, but it's so slow. Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is not a fast pace slammer of a game if you're trying to get the quick pace. That is for sure. With your height and reach, you'd probably prefer AP over foil or saber. I do like the concept of AP. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but if I have a choice to ape, I will ape. EP, not AP. I'm a little AP. Hey, played Sea of Thieves? Yar. Yar. Not really in like recent time, but way back in the day, I was working at Applebee's. This is when I was in college. And one of the cooks and a dishwasher played Sea of Thieves. And they were like, hey, Dusty, you should play with us sometime. And this was before I was like streamer or anything like that of any large variety. And it was very fun. It was very fun. See if these was a survival MMO with progression, I'd be hooked. That'd be intriguing. Like a progressionary concept to a largely naval MMO, where you're spending most of your time out at sea in terms of your daily gameplay loop. I feel like that'd be a cool take on it. You have to go out and you have to scavenge and you have to like supply for your trips, like buy enough supply to sustain out on the water, or you get debuffs like scurvy and shit if you don't have enough oranges or whatever. So you got to fend off debuffs. You got to try to go on longer water voyages. Other people can attack you because it's all open world type shit. You try to go out, gather as much as you can on your boat, bring it back, store it, craft with it, whatever, and just prepare for different voyages for your vert progression. That'd be sick. I'd play the shit out of that. Why has nobody done that? See, these is why I hated Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones was just auto attack gameplay, no swimming in the game. Wait, no swimming? On a pirate game? Huh. Arcade did it for the pirate faction? Yeah, I think Ashes wanted to have something kind of adjacently available for people to exist out there, but Windrose the MMO would be dope. Many MMOs would be dope. Many MMOs would be dope. But what you saw in that video was the extent of Skull and Bones. You just do a mission and then you kill the NPC or die to the NPC and that's it. That's literally all of it. Bro, that's so tragic. So they spent $650 million, you said? On the development of Skull and Bones? There's a reason those numbers look like that. So, 650 to 850 mil. What is crazier? 650 million on Skull and Bones, or allegedly pending legal outcome, allegedly $173 million for Ashes?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yeah, chef. I appreciate the follow. Much love. I would have not played it for free. Yeah, I would have happily taken a sponsorship to not play Skull and Bones. That would have been an ideal scenario. The Skull and Bones outcome is crazier. The fact that it's still up at this point is kind of remarkable. Are they still, like, pushing updates for it? Or what are they doing? Ashes at least had the gameplay? I think Ash's gameplay was really good. Really, crank it up to 650 mil for Ashes and make it an actual quadruple A game. I don't know if Rob Dawson's gonna like this. He might jack up a couple more mortgage rates, allegedly. I heard Ashes wanted more ship content, but they didn't have the boards. Boo! Boo! Oh, Nin, you didn't send me a square tomato emote, so I couldn't upload the tomato emote. But we're supposed to have a tomato emote that we can throw at people that make bad jokes. Boo! That's fucking awful. Terrible. I did. I went to upload it to Twitch and it said it was not square. What's the website with the Scars Talent Planner? Twitch.tv/DustyWhy. I don't want to say builds, but it isn't complete yet. Yeah, it's either SOH builds or Scars Head for the two that you'd be looking at. I hate tomatoes. You're gonna eat them regardless. You won't be able to avoid them when it's a 90 mile per hour tomato ball coming at your face. A little high and tight on that shit. But yeah, Nin, that was not the splattered one. Carla told me that I was not able to upload because it was ass, but they only had the paladin tree. The paladin tree is way off as well, unfortunately. The paladin tree is no longer accurate. Coco and Venny were in chat a couple days ago, and Coco was literally telling me changes to the paladin tree as he was making them. And unfortunately, nothing we know is legit. I can't even theory craft a pally build. He was looking at the tree that I was crafting off of, and he was like, yeah, no. So it was slightly sad, but nothing's updated there. Now, keep in mind, Scars Head and SOH builds are both community made and require either an API pull, an API handover, or some other form of data. And from what we've gathered, a lot of the data itself is compiled just off of what's shown on streams or what they can actually get their hands on. So I don't even know how many of them are like API scrapes. I think a lot of it is just like somebody hovers over something and then they compile it. Favorite is a main class focus. Listen, no. They don't even. Venny's a mage player as his career. Jeffrey, think of that. Like as main. Out of all the starter nodes, I think the only one that makes sense is going to 20% more damage for 20% more mana. This is kind of like a new class. I think they're going 3 blinks is going to be very OP. Yeah, 3 blinks will probably be good. The cooldown on it's going to be kind of a bitch. But providing you don't need more than 3 blinks in a fight, then the cooldown should be negligible. It's just if you don't manage those 3, you're going to be incredibly down bad. But yeah, I could definitely see 3 blinks being very, very, very strong. It's just if I can exhaust those blinks, if I can bait those bad boys out, whatever it may be, then it may be tough for you to play without them. But same thing, 3 blinks more cooldown, you can just stagger the blinks, and then it's effectively a managed cooldown of that time per blink. So 3 blinks an Uber barrier. If I were... What time does it launch? Friday? I think it launches Thursday, right? The 30th? Or is it Friday? No, it's Thursday. Are the skill trees primarily modifiers or class abilities, or are there ability unlocks in them too? All of them. like all the above from what we've gathered. So in terms of the paladin tree, you have yeah, a little bit of everything. You have a lot of different options in the middle. So even starting out here, this middle circle are like your core nodes that you're starting out with. You can have up to 2 of these. So say I am fighting a mage. I may want to have Blessed Hammer because it's a range 2-second stun that also does damage and deals triple critical hit damage. Then I may want to have Precise Vindicator Strike, and off Precise Vindicator Strike I'll want to go down and grab these. These are all 2% crit chance all the time as just minor nodes. Then I will want to come down here and work my way towards Avatar of Sanctification. So I'll grab Holy Vindicator Strike, which is my spam ability, also impacted by this. Deals 30% increased damage and is now a holy spell. So I'll take that. And then going into Avatar, that's going to grant me a brand new ability, transform into an Avatar of Justice, empowering your damage and crit strike for 6 seconds, can be cast while CC'd. So that's like a wings, like a Pally Wings type beat. Then over here, me personally, I like the prospect of Cavalcade of Light. That's not supposed to go that way. It's supposed to go here. All right, well, we'll do it this way. So I like Cavalcade. If I'm being honest, we'll have 20 for the playtest as our level cap. So this is what I would go against. Honestly, like, Cavalcade's good for groups, probably pretty bad for single target stuff. But Cavalcade is a cast time that you can drop on a group of people or a person. And it's like this Gravwell type beat, summons in a bunch of horsies, and then you just start balling off of that. You can branch out. If you're, like, if I'm in full team fight, then I may want Sunbreaker instead of Blessed Hammer because I might not need that range stun. Sunbreaker is going to be an AoE where I have Blazing Sweep. Blazing Sweep is a frontal cone, does damage and then puts a burn up. And then after my Blazing Sweep, I use Sunbreaker. Sunbreaker consumes the dot and does big damage instantly in an AoE around me. So big nuke off of that. Big combo for the builder spender type shit. I believe it's 1 p.m. EST, by the way, Carla. But yeah, so it's a good mix of everything within these trees. And keep in mind, like even here, this just makes my Vindicator Strike give 1% crit strike chance for 10 seconds. Stacking up to 10 times, I believe. I'm pretty sure. But this is a lot of crit chance. Effectively, there's a spam ability on a global cooldown. So you can get 10 stacks of this pretty easy. And then you have Sunbreaker. You've got Blessed Hammer granting a new ability. Destructive Hand just changes your heal a little bit. Restorative Aegis changes your Aegis, which is your shield ability. And then Reverberating Smite gives you a stun on your smite. So not even all of those are granting new abilities. If we go over to the mage side, the mage tree is the older tree where it was more bloated. And they've trimmed a lot of this down. Mounted Sorcerer. While mounted, regenerate 5% of your max mana every 2 seconds. I think that's cooked and is going to get changed. Cosmic Knowledge. Every 100 mana spent reduces the cooldown of one ultimate spell by 1 second. Advanced Magicka. All non-auto attacks deal 20% more damage, but now cost 20% more mana. What the PoE is going on here? So, one of our designers, AMC, is a very big Souls addict. Not Souls, fucking Jesus Christ. Exile addict. Just PoE addict. Exile-like addict. All that. Very big Diablo 2 player. His name's Coco. So, we have, from the developers themselves, as their primary inspirations for the game, it was Diablo 2, Path of Exile, Vampire Survivors, Fortnite, and WoW as their largest inspirations. So this is what the tree currently looks like, or more currently, but it probably looks much different than this even at this point in time. This is what the tree looked like a couple of months ago. And their goal is to emulate the Path of Exile like customization through the tree, where you are having the mix of, you know, minor nodes that are, you know, attribute based, like on the Paladin tree, for example, right? I have my nodes that are giving me much more, you know, the active spells themselves, the alts, but these bad boys are like 2% magic pen. So if I'm going all the way down this tree, then I get 10% magic pen going down here, and then I come over here and I'm looking at, we'll do this real quick. I'll fill it back out so you guys can actually see. So this is effectively what I'd be running at level 20. Don't ask why, I already have that memorized. But this is crit build up. And then you have minor crit chance, 2%, minor crit chance, 2%, minor crit chance, 2%. These are placeholders that weren't updated yet. But this also gives all of our magic pen 10% magic pen. Down here, we're looking at 10 all of our main stats. This converts my spam ability to a spell and does 30% increased damage. So then all of that spell pen is actually going to apply to it. And then this is like a big wings kind of enraged type beat for 6 seconds. So everything that I'm doing there is big holy damage. Big spell damage. Big spell damage. I am caster nuke. Is going to be nice. So the customization here is great. This is an MMO. MMO. Free to play MMO. With... Hold on. Interesting. It's free to request access on Steam. It's got a stylized, like, graphic to it. Like a very stylized graphic. But I'll give you their Twitch rundown. Because I think the Twitch rundown does a really good job of summarizing. So, 2-faction system. But Scars of Honor is a massive multiplayer online role-playing game under development by Beast Burst Entertainment. They're out of Bulgaria. Let the beast burst. After choosing one of the 8 races, human, high elf, dwarf, baron, for Sacred Order, Alliance equivalent, or orc, undead, infernal demon, minotaur, for the horde equivalent, domination, and a class corresponding to the chosen race, warrior, paladin, mage, priest, ranger, druid. This is now called mystic instead. So they have 10 classes. Mystic, pirate, assassin, necro. 4 classes are available for the playtest. The players will be taken to the world of Aragon, where 2 factions, the Sacred Order and the Domination, are in a constant battle between each other. The players will be able to do whatever and go wherever they please because of the open world model. The main goal of the players will be making their way to level 50, doing quest-like content, dungeons, and raids along the way. Scars of Honor will be heavily social, and almost everything will require a party of more than 1 person to complete. The dungeon mechanics will be scaling to the player's level, changing every 10 levels, so this way the players will have to return to previous zones and there won't be any useless content. Some of the features the game will have are an active weather system, character housing and personal address, bounty hunts, massive scale wars, guild wars, questing, and many more. So we've been doing a little bit of a deep dive. A lot of the retention system for PvEers is on top of the crafting and gathering system being part of how you attain your best in slot gear, on top of world bosses, dynamically scaling procedurally generated dungeons. So they showed dungeon content. This is a little bit of like PvP content. You're not as much PvP guy, but this will show off some of the like combat itself to a certain extent. So they're trying to get away. This is old Paladin back when it was called Knight, but they're trying to get away from a very like weight and auto attack type combat system, and they want to put it as more of an active auto attack type beat. So effectively every class is going to have a spam ability. You have your ultimate abilities, which you can get through, normal progression as long cooldowns, or you can get them through your actual tree. But very active combat system, tab target base, no stamina management or anything like that. Good amount of ground targets and skill shots. So it looks really intriguing. And the art style isn't necessarily going to be for everybody, but overall, from what I've seen so far, the combat system, time to kill looks pretty good. Like damage throughput on HP bars seems good. I'm really liking what I'm seeing at this point in time. And then, hold on, let me find another one. If we go, I think it might be on the actual Scars one. Hold on. Because they have the procedural dungeons as well. Scars of Honor dungeons. Scars of Honor. Crypt of the Dungeon procedural gameplay. Okay. I have found it. So this is their little like trailer for the procedurally generated dungeons. This is actually a Liberty Mutual commercial. This is the trailer for the dungeons.
The Crypt of the Fallen, the first dungeon of Scars of Honor. Very few
And every 10
dared
levels
to
they'll get
enter,
new
and
mechanics
those
as well.
Who did never came back. Whether alone or with the party, you'll have to pick your poison as you choose between rooms full of different challenges. They are procedurally generated.
So they effectively
meaning
get
the
re-rolled
layout
every
of the
time.
Dungeon will always be different every time you enter.
Layouts
alone
change,
or with
mobs
a
are
party.
changed,
A
rewards are
variety of
changed,
precious
difficulties
treasures,
changed.
puzzles to solve,
Everything
traps
gets
to
changed.
evade, and enemies to encounter await.
And they
Legends
bring
say
puzzles in as well,
danger
so it's
in all
not just
forms
autopilot
lurks in
through the
depths.
dungeon, AoE pull, and call it good.
Enemies of different types
They
and
actually want the
sizes
dungeon to be a
seek
journey.
Their next prey, and amongst them, you might face venomous scorpions and
Bit of a
bloodthirsty
roguelike spice to it,
warjaws.
yeah.
However,
Exactly.
overcoming these
Exactly.
obstacles is simply a trial before the ultimate challenge.
And there's always a
The
final boss
showdown
at the end of the
against
dungeon as well.
terrifying Spider Queen. Once the dungeon is finally completed, you can try it again because nothing you've learned from the past one will help you find your way or stay alive in the next, more challenging one.
So in my opinion, kick my desk. In my opinion, as a streamer who had a community that was going into WoW to try to learn WoW a little bit and to try to understand WoW, we had a huge issue with people that were trying to get into groups and get into dungeons, and they were like, I can't actually learn the dungeon because everybody just wants to zoom, zoom, zoom because everybody's just got it memorized. What the fuck do? I can't learn this layout. I can't do anything. Nobody wants to take their time. If the layout changes every time, then you don't have that muscle memory. You can't zoom. You've got to be a little bit cognizant with your steps. If the puzzles are new and you have to play around a new puzzle or a new set of traps or a new set of mobs, that's going to be another look. So, Scar's graphics are so bad. If I wanted to look at cartoons, I'd watch hentai. I mean, we all play in games in the first place, but I do like stylized graphics as a whole, I'm not going to lie. I think performance-wise, that's a huge step, right? Just the insurance of smooth performance, but also looking at stylized graphics. I played a shitload of Fortnite. I clearly don't mind it that much. I just think there are many benefits. Now, one of the things about stylized graphics too, and why I've been a little bit excited about at least Scar's stylized graphics, was more of the fact that when Venny was talking about them, he was talking a lot about how, put up some more gameplay so you guys can just see that. He was talking a lot about how the stylized graphics prevent you from having to update your graphics to maintain the realism. This is the Druid class. Prevent you from having to update every few years to maintain the hyper realism of a game. Where if you are trying to bring in that super, super, super realistic look, every few years that effectively rotates, out of validity like clockwork. And it's always going to be trying to keep up with evolving graphics. So, tab targeting kind of feels weird to me for this. Seems like more skill shots than not, but I haven't been following this until now, really. I know, I too am a little bit intrigued on a lot of the tab target base. Because as far as I know, a lot of the abilities that I'm going to be getting as a paladin are going to be AoE or frontal cone. But I mean, I do have some things like my Hammer of Justice that I can throw, whatever it is, that I can throw, and it's like the targeted 2-second stun. So I don't know. I could almost see it being a hybrid, but I also think with a lot of skill shots and ground targets, it'll kind of give a fresh feel to the combat system itself. That is something that I'm really hopeful for. If we don't have an engaging combat system, then I think that's just a miss overall. So just so the movement transition animations get smoothed out, it's very press D, turn 30 degrees jarring. Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of like turn radius type stuff, which I think comes down to learning turn radius on a player side and then incorporating strafes and shit properly. Like, instead of just a hard D input, you're looking at a WD input or an AD input, however you're trying to do it. As far as I know, I don't know, I haven't been paying attention to what this movement video is, but they've redone the movement a few times as well, to the point where you're looking at freeform movement, as I call it now, where if you hit S, your character physically turns to the camera itself. So, gonna need better graphics or it's gonna get roasted? I don't really think so. I think those who worry about graphics in the modern day and age underestimate that the most successful titles are those that have graphics that many people would roast. Your most successful MMO is World of Warcraft. Your most successful games of all time right now, well, not of all time, but actually of all time. Right now, your most successful games in terms of total active users, daily logs, are Minecraft and Roblox. Like, graphics are not everything. How many players do you think this will have a month? For testing? Probably not a lot. I'm also not the predictor of the players. Are you expecting this to want 1 million players? Because I don't really think something's going to get roasted based on its graphics to the point where that's the death of a game. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think when you look at the monetization of Scars and what the goal of Scars is, a lot of people have the misconception that every game wants to be the WoW killer and wants to be 1.2 million concurrent players, 8 million subs. Scars doesn't need that to survive. Scars' monetary spend to develop this game is so fucking low. Like, this shit's not gonna get canned even if they have 50,000 monthly active users. If they're peaking at, keep in mind for early access launch in 2027, if they're peaking at 10 to 15K, I guarantee they operate in the green monetarily and have nothing to worry about. This game does not need to be a zeitgeist to be a success. It's free to play, so there'll be a chunk of players just because of that. Yeah, realistically, now retention's going to be the big issue there. You'll be able to get a lot of people to dip their toes and come back with updates. So that'll be a nice thing. But again, for playtesting, what we do know is over 100,000 unique players have requested access to the playtest on the 30th. And this isn't even their full launch. This isn't being marketed as a full launch and everything like that. It'll come down to gameplay, TBH. No one cares about graphics in the genre. Agreed. Agreed. I think it's all around gameplay and systems. I think if you care about graphics in the MMO world, then you're not playing MMOs. Realistically, like, name a successful MMO that has banger lifelike graphics. There isn't one. There literally isn't one. A little bit? No, I think it's completely correct. You could have a game with bad graphics and phenomenal gameplay and people will still play it, but you cannot have a game with beautiful graphics and terrible gameplay because people will not play it. That's my own thoughts. Doesn't need to be realistic. Well, if we're just talking about realistic for stylized or whatever it is, I don't think these are bad graphics for stylized. When I look at, like, the water, of course, yeah, the water's a little fucky. But it's also super, 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 like, development build, as you can see by the not the final product. For a stylized graphic set, when he actually goes around, this fits better. I mean, keep in mind, this is also, like, these are all old videos. So this is 3 weeks ago, and then the one that we were watching before was 3 months ago. So just to show a little bit of the progression side of things, this was a dev stream that he did in the what? Brother, I swear to God, I better be getting kickbacks. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. So yeah, when we're looking at the environment and just like general bullshit like that, I really don't think that this is bad graphics at all. Like, earlier in this VOD, he went into the town and showed off the crafting system. So this is outside of one of the towns. This is other players. Well, I would assume other developers running around. But, like, this to me really doesn't seem bad, especially for as early as it is. No frame skipping in this one. Yeah. I mean, some of the dev vids are gonna be a little bit odd, but Rising Wildstar graphics, a lot of people have said that. A lot of people are getting Wildstar vibes from it. I was not a WildStar player, so without that in the back of my head, I am getting a combination of like environment-wise, I'm getting a less saturated Fortnite. And as soon as I've said that, so many people have been like, Dusty, I fucking hate you, because then they can't unsee it. But I get a less saturated Fortnite from this, just graphically, through and through. This is Fortnite meets Ashes. Yes, I get such Fortnite aesthetic from this. The OG Fortnite aesthetic with less, like, hyper saturation. The trees, the scale of it. Yup. I 1000% get the Fortnite vibes. And they have also said that Venoland confirmed that Fortnite is one of their primary inspirations for this game that they take a lot from. Which is interesting. Not take a lot from, but like, they take some inspiration from. The battleground that we're going to be testing during the playtesting is literally based around a battle royale format and a Fortnite format. So you're going in and you're going to be picking up gear when you go into the battleground and using that for your kit in the BG, and when you die, your gear pops out. The battleground's going to be fun. Dude, it's a fresh take on a battleground in 2026. Who would have thought that it's still possible to make something new? Who would have thought? It's okay, stylized graphics. I need a lot of improvement to capture a large base. Graphics matter. The world, from what I've seen, seems a bit flat. In tonal look, most games that do stylized graphics are more vibrant look for a reason. I don't mind not having an oversaturated element to it, honestly. They've also, I think when you look at older streams as well, they had even less color in the world than they do here. That's been one thing that a lot of people have commented on. Now, I also don't necessarily think they need to go hypersaturation. Again, I don't think this looks bad at all. I might be too graphically easy to please, but I look at this comparatively to other MMOs, and when I look at a lot of other MMOs, one thing that I notice is from an outside in perspective, even looking at old Ashes screenshots, if you go back and you look at Ashes screenshots or you look at a lot of screenshots from games, bro, half the time the shit's so dark. I like that the lighting here isn't this Omega shadow being black pitch, and shadows are just shadows. It's not OP to have a little bit of a shadow there. It doesn't obstruct all of your vision. Like, I like this. Now, I'm also not somebody that plays games with the intent for them to look completely hyper realistic. If I did, I wouldn't be playing MMOs, which are going to be incredibly hard to have them looking hyper realistic. I would play a single player game like Prague on max graphics in 4K on 60 FPS instead of turning my graphics down to try to play 240 FPS. Give me Valorant vibes. The combat looks fun. And the stylized graphics, I personally think, when you go with a hyper realistic graphic set or even a realistic graphic set, and you're looking at laser beams shooting out of somebody's fucking hands, this to me looks right. This to me looks like a stylized fantasy world where there is actual like arcane bzzz coming out of somebody's fingertips, and it looks like it belongs. When we go back in the duel to surrounding yourself with a lightning conduit and summoning in like wraith archers basically, and throwing out an arcane volleyball that explodes, leaves goop on the ground, and then goes into constellations. I think they're leaning into the stylized graphics very well and looking at something as simple as this fight, right, from the start, and not necessarily valuing the character model, not necessarily valuing the road that they're standing on, but looking at the actual like weapon interactions, the animations, the ability animations. That shit's pretty. Like, that shit looks really cool. When somebody's burning and on fire, their feet turn on fire. When you have a burn debuff, your feet are on fire. And it shows the burn debuff through that. And then when your burn debuff wears off, your feet are no longer on fire. Like, that shit is so sick. And then when you're casting Fire Barrage, you have all of the fiery sparks that come up around you, and then you burn them again. Like, that looks so sick to me. I don't know how people are looking at this and they're like, oh my god, this is awful. This is super bad. Bro, this looks beautiful in terms of the abilities. I get people might not like the style. My own brother used to not watch me play Fortnite because he didn't like the style of Fortnite. But when I look at this, I'm not looking at something that is disgusting and hideous and needs to be completely revamped. I look at something that maybe needs more foliage, some bushes or something along the way. Maybe fill out some of the empty space. But even then, I don't really think this is ugly. I might be delusional on that, but like, look at that black hole animation. It starts out with the actual implosion of the black hole. Like, it implodes and then sucks people. That's so fucking dope. Every one of these animations is clean as hell. I don't know who they have cooking these up, but you've got cosmic constellations and shit. That's beautiful. Now, again, I don't want to glaze. And that's Ocean State Job Lot. I guess that's okay. Thankfully, that was a quick one. Like, I don't want to glaze. But if performance is smooth because of this type of graphic style, I'll take this 10 times out of 10. Instead of realistic, instead of something that's overly tuned, so to say, graphically. Not the largest fan of font or coloring in their name. Looks like a WoW knockoff and not its own game. Maybe there's some data as to why they chose it to look that way. Probably just that it's an early mock-up. One thing that Venny has said, because I've talked about the UI stuff and how I don't like the fact that the bars are split instead of stacked. And Venny said that they were going to potentially put up some new UI mock-ups soon for people to vote on. And everything is subject to change. Everything's subject to change. So that's what I try to keep in mind when we look at anything UI wise, crafting UI, health UI, combat UI, damage text, anything like that. That's just a setting away, honestly. The core for me, and again, outside of visuals as well, the core for me is that the time to kill looks fun. The movement during combat actually looks like it's there as well. This, to me, actually looks like it's going to check a lot of the boxes that I look for in a game. It looks like it's got some responsive and zippy movement. It looks like it has ability to chase people in fights, gap close while also create space when needed. Looks like it's got combos not only on the I have my own combos to execute side, but also on the side of I and all of my friends can execute combos together. Is there freeform movement? Yeah. Yup, freeform movement. You hit S and your character actually turns back towards the camera. That shit gonna be pretty. I can't wait. Oh, excuse me. Goodness gracious, me oh my. Get me off Quinslop. Brother, I got bad news for you. Hold on. Peep. This is one of my favorite things to show because Quinfall has been for a while on a downtrend. But brother, it's Quinn falling down. It's Quinn falling down, my boy. And I don't know what they're going to be able to do to save it. Maybe another few months. But I think at that point, it's Quinn falling and it can't get up, my dog. That shit is not looking good for it, if I do say so myself. It's truly a fucking tragedy. Help of Quinn falling. Bro, you need MMO alert. They're adding queuable 3v3 ranked mode. Yeah, but the combat sucks. So, like, it does stink. Yes. And my big notice as well is that early on, it's on sale for 99 cents and I still feel ripped off. That's so sad. The combat at Quinfall is top 10 worst combat of all time. The cope is unreal. I don't understand why people are coping about it. I'm not gonna lie. People said the same thing about me when I was playing Ashes, but people came over to Ashes and they were like, oh, this combat's actually pretty fun. The gameplay's pretty good. People would look at points of the game and they'd be like, damn, that's beautiful, Dusty. What do you mean? There were points of Ashes where people were like, damn, Dusty, you might be right about the gameplay. I might have been wrong about the business, but I nailed the gameplay side of it. Quinfall genuinely has absolutely nothing that looks appealing to me whatsoever. I do not understand why people are coping on it. It is a solo dev project that was excited as shit when they got a second dev and doubled their developer size. And I don't think it's going to be sustainable. And everybody's been like, oh my god, the content cadence is actually fast over here. They AI vibe code everything and just slap it in. And also, when you are able to cook on something that only has 2 systems, then you can manage the technical debt, you can put in bug fixes, you can refine it much faster than when you have 10 systems. And then when you have 50 systems down the road. How do they maintain that? It just gets harder and harder, and the second something fucks up, it just gets harder and harder and harder. It's more difficult all the time. Quinfall is literally Teemo BDO. Yup. It's got all the same mechanics, but 100x worse gameplay. It's really bad. I don't understand. Like, hear me out. I understand why content creators are coping for it. Because clams. Very simply put. Now, some content creators will do everything they can to chase the clams. Some content creators will refuse to chase only the clams and will only stream what they are passionate about. I have probably lost out on a good amount of clams in my life by not chasing the clams. I said very openly that I could go to Quinfall and I could absolutely find myself up in subs, up in viewers, and I could have cashed it on that hype long ago when I went to WoW. I could have chosen Quinfall instead. But I chose to pursue something that was going to bring me a little bit of interest, a little bit of intrigue, a little bit of potential passion, right? Instead of what would bring me the most viewers. So I checked out WoW. Turns out passion wasn't there. So here we are checking out another thing that I'm passionate about. Quinfall was a booty call. And some people caught feelings. Some people said they loved you as they came. Yup. Yeah, it was literally like the, oh my god, I love you. And then it's like, wait, what do you say to me? And it's like, wait, what'd I say to you? And then they just keep showing up and now they're having an awkward breakfast the morning after. Yep. Yep. I don't understand what kept people there for so long, but something, bro, something in the fucking water over there leaves you with an STD. And the breakfast the next morning literally isn't even good. It's some burnt-ass Lego waffles that they left in the toaster for too long. It's fucking awful. Listen, I don't understand what people are seeing over on the Quinfall side, that they're just like, I must Quinfall. I don't get it. I may never understand it. I'm not quite sure. I hope someday I understand it, but something tells me that game will be gone by the time I start to understand. But 100 times better time on BDO. Yeah, but they can't farm as much money on BDO. MMO game space is hungry for something big. I feel like the MMO community kills the potential for many things to become big before they get a chance to. Honestly. BDO addict now until Scars or Chrono get released. Locked in with this. Solid combat with a health grind, which is kind of like. Yeah, I think everybody's just got to find their thing until they really find their thing. Right now, I don't think anybody is looking to necessarily find their permanent game. because so many people are just in a spot of, I've got to accept good enough. In a world where other genres have fucking 10 mainstream options and 62 indie options, MMOs have devolved to pretty much like 4.5 options. And it's really sad to see. Honestly, man, I hope to hell that there is a world where somewhere out there a passion-driven MMO can find its little niche and it can find its place to exist in the world, but hot take, but I feel like MMOs aren't cool anymore, and in order to launch a massively successful game into the kids, better to stay as far away from the MMO tag as possible for that. I don't think it's a hot take. The MMO genre, I've said this for a while, is the oldest genre in gaming. It's just a fact. Out of your major genres, the MMO genre is the oldest. Not in terms of existence, but your population. Now, as your population continues to get older, yes, you're seen as not cool by newer generations because nobody wants to play the boomer games and nobody wants to get into the boomer games, right? But you also have people age out. So it's almost like from a streaming standpoint, if you are going somewhere where you are not bringing in new viewers, you're going to have people for a myriad of reasons that no longer are able to view. People get wives, people get families, people get jobs, people literally fucking die. What are you going to do to replace that person when they go? Otherwise, if you can't replace them, you're at a detriment. You're at a net loss now. So you need to be replacing those people constantly. And MMOs haven't been able to replace those people for so long. And so many have struggled to break into the next generation. Now, here we are looking at Scars of Honor. Part of the reason why Venny is targeting some of the systems that he is. Part of the reason why he's taking inspiration from partially Fortnite and things like Path of Exile is because he's trying to bring in some fresh takes to the MMO world where you will get these little tidbits of, is this a Zoomer game? Because it's kind of meant to break into that. And it may fall on its face and have this weird amalgamation of things that don't really work together, but you gotta at least respect the effort. And so far, it seems like things are working together pretty homogeneously from what we've looked at with the systems, but getting our hands on that is going to be another big thing, right? That's going to be a huge thing. So I do agree. I think anybody that's hoping for an MMO to break into the next generation, you're hoping, or sorry, an MMO to do well, you're hoping for an MMO to break into the next generation or a younger generation of players. And my take on that is that when we look at younger players, what are they typically playing? Are they playing PvE? No. Younger players really like PvP. The next MMO to pop off generationally will be a PvP MMO or a PvX MMO that is really poorly received from the current MMO community. But people really want to be able to shit on other people nowadays. People really want to be able to just devalue another human in video games. And without that, I don't think you'll get the younger generation. I think you need to be able to cook a motherfucker. That's my take to leave you guys with for the night. Because I want to get some food and I've kind of been sleeping like shit. Personally. As a 20-year-old, I can confirm. Listen, as someone that's many years under 30, I can also confirm. Once you get the PvP itch, you don't lose it. And when you go to any PvP game versus an MMO, you immediately notice the difference. If you're in an MMO, it's grandpa here, it's old man there, it's family of 4 here, it's I gotta work my 9 to 5, you know, here and then come home and tuck my kid in and deal with my wife and shit, cook dinner, do the dishes. PvP games, you're not running into that as much. Not nearly as much. Especially heavily stylized, more modernized PvP games. Many years? A very long time. Under the age of 30, yes. Yes, incredibly long time under the age of 30. Boys! If you guys are new to the channel, I appreciate y'all coming through on this fine day. My name is Dusty, and I stream every single day starting sometime around 2 p.m. EST. So, If you are new, please do me a favor. Make sure you drop the follow on the Twitch side. Make sure you drop the sub on the YouTube side. YouTube, we also have memberships available. So if you are an everyday viewer over on the YouTube side, consider dropping a membership to help support the stream and keep me here full time. We are going to go say what up to Mr. Porcini. He's finishing up the D&D sesh tonight. So we'll go keep him a little bit of company. I'm going to have myself some turkey, some mashed taters, and some vibes. Tomorrow I shall return. And I think it might be watching the Canon interview and talking about some of the responses there and seeing what's still accurate. I think we'll have a ball. Boys, I greatly appreciate y'all showing up every single day, making it possible for me to do what I do. Genuinely cannot share my appreciation enough. It is a dream come true. It is truly life-changing to be here. And I'm grateful every single day for every one of you that shows up, makes it all possible. I will catch you guys tomorrow. 3 mythic pieces, eh? I didn't even take my vault last week. I'm outie. Boys, I'll catch you tomorrow. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.